Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-43, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendment. Thank you.
The Honourable
Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to the supplementary estimates 2014-2015.
Sitting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Sopak, seconded by Mr. Leaf, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Firearms, Storage and Transportation. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Firearms, Storage and Transportation, for first reading this morning. This bill proposes to amend certain provisions of the Criminal Code and the Firearms Act in order to better define low-velocity barreled weapons which are not firearms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sopak, seconded by Mr. Leaf, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier d'acteur de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question Q750 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, question Q747 could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question number Q747 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Order émanant du gouvernement, travaux des...
Government orders, opposition motion.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Mme. Renault, moves that in the opinion of the House, A, full support should be offered to survivors of thalidomide, B, the urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected by thalidomide should be recognized, and C, the government should provide support to survivors as requested by the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to start off by saying that I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very honoured to rise in the House today to speak to this very important and historic motion from the NDP. And as has been read out, the motion reads that in the opinion of the House, A, full support should be offered to survivors of thalidomide, B, the urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected by thalidomide should be recognized, and C, the government should provide support to survivors as requested by the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us calls on the government to right the wrong of the tragic consequences that took place when in 1961 the Government of Canada approved the sale of thalidomide as a safe drug for the treatment of morning sickness for pregnant women. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it's so important today that we speak out collectively and with one voice as Parliament to understand and to address this urgent and tragic issue. I'd like to thank the member from Outremont, the leader of the official opposition, for agreeing and giving his full support to this motion being brought forward today. And I'd also like to thank members from all sides, because we do now know that the government will be supporting this motion with a slight amendment. And I'm very thankful for that. We've had a lot of discussion, and I just think it's so historic and important that today we will be speaking in this debate. We will be bringing forward the visibility of this issue, and I hope on Monday we'll be voting on this motion, and it will hopefully be a unanimous vote.
Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, I had the honour to be joined with my colleague from Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert by two members of the thalidomide survivors task force, Mercedes Benegbi and Jose Lake, who came from Montreal to join us in a press conference where they spoke out and shared some of their experiences of what it's been like over more than 50 years to be a thalidomide survivor. It was very moving to hear their words and to hear them speak about their deeply personal experience and of the experience of 95 survivors in Canada. It's a day that I won't forget in hearing what they had to say. I'm also very thankful that the Globe and Mail decided to focus on this issue. And as we know, over the past week, we've seen the stories in the original story that they did last Saturday, which was a very comprehensive piece that gave us the history and the background and brought us to the current situation today, where so many survivors are living in pain and suffering and great financial hardship. So to me, it's one of those moments where a whole number of things come together. And I think we have to recognize that the thalidomide survivors have, for 50-plus years, been living in a way that's been quite invisible. I think it's a story that we're aware of. I remember when we debated Bill C-17 in the House on drug safety, a bill that we supported. I remember when I debated that bill in the House, I mentioned the history of thalidomide in 1961. I didn't know then that just a few months later we would actually be debating the issue of thalidomide. And so there is some sort of continuity here and some historical importance to what we're doing. Because, of course, drug safety in this country is critically important, and the bill that was passed a few months ago, although we would have liked to have seen some improvements to the bill, it was a very important bill. But I think when we look at history and we see what's taken place in this country around drug safety, and we look at this terrible, tragic situation that took place in the early 1960s, it's really, I think, so compelling, and it speaks to the core of why we're here in terms of parliamentarians and legislatures who need to pay attention and need to ensure that there's proper regulatory oversight for safety. When this drug was first brought on the market in the early 60s, it was deemed to be safe. The tragedy is that when the story began to unfold and the consequences began to be known of babies that were being born, or women who had miscarriages, babies that were being born with terrible deformities, Canada was very slow to react. And it took decades, right up until 1991, for there to be even some discussion around a compensation. And even at that time, in 1991, the compensation that was made, when we look at it today, we can see how terribly inadequate it was to the survivors and really did nothing to help them. The small settlement that they got, and they even had to sign a gag order that they wouldn't speak out afterwards, the small settlement that they got in no way could deal with the long-term effects of what they were dealing with. And so, Mr. Speaker, we know today that the consequences of the thalidomide survivors has left people dealing with very severe and debilitating pain. It's taken them 50 years of work, and this has taken a toll on them not only emotionally and financially, but of course physically. Many of the survivors are now suffering from nerve damage, painful wear and tear of their bodies. It has caused enormous challenges for them, including the loss of the ability to use limbs to care for themselves, damage to their spines and joints, which severely limits their mobility. It has impacted on their ability to have employment. It means that they've often had to depend on others for very basic tasks such as using the toilet, dressing, preparing meals, doing all of the things that we do daily that we take for granted. And I think now, 50 years later, as we see a group of people who are now aging, the health consequences of what they're facing have become even more serious. So it is critical that we not lose any more time. There are only 95 survivors of thalidomide left in Canada. I believe there were originally about 120 people, so some have already died. And as these survivors age, their health needs, their financial needs will only grow. So time is of the essence, and it's very important that we take this stand today, that Parliament speak out, and that we call on the government to right the wrong and to immediately sit down with the task force, the survivors task force, and begin the work to arrive at a just settlement for the survivors. And basically, that's what this motion will accomplish if it's passed. And I do want to stress that time is of the essence, that we cannot lose another day, another week, another year. We do have some precedents in terms of what other countries have done. So, for example, we know that in the United Kingdom, the government there is providing regular payments to survivors, and in Germany, they offered a one-time lump payment. And we know that the task force here, the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force, is asking the government to sit down and work with them in creating a program that would provide a one-time payment to address their immediate needs, as well as ongoing payments that would assist individuals based on their own individual circumstances. So it is something that needs to be done in terms of individual needs. Mr. Speaker, I do want to make a reference to, I've had lots of emails over the last couple of days, and I do want to make reference to one from one of our former colleagues, Penny Priddy, who was a Member of Parliament from Surrey. And she wrote and said, "It was in the summer of 1963 that I worked at the HSC, the Sick Kids in Toronto, and she encountered a little baby whose name was Maria, about a year old. Maria was born without arms. Her legs were not able to support any weight. Her mother had taken thalidomide. Penny says, given what we know, I expect her life was filled with challenges and barriers that required a strength that many of us cannot imagine. Thank you for listening to the voices of all the Marias who were victims of a system that was so rushed to get a questionable drug to market that they did not consider the unthinkable legacy that they were creating for its smallest citizens." And that's from Penny Priddy. So, Mr. Speaker, today with this motion, we have an opportunity to right that wrong. And I thank all members of the House who will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my healthcare, the Liberal Party's healthcare critic has actually been fairly clear on the issue, and we support what it is that's before us today. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that as it's been pointed out, other countries, there have been a couple of other countries in the world that have attempted to be able to deal with it, has come up with some form of resolution. We also need to recognize that it is a very sad story in the sense that, you know, these are a medication that was actually deemed safe for usage, and unfortunately, sadly, it literally destroyed the lives not only of the individuals that are directly affiliated with the drug itself, but also the family members and so forth. It has caused a great deal of harm. So it is only natural that we look at the survivor task force and meet and have discussions and see what we can do to come up with some sort of a resolution in which there could be some further justice on the issue. My question to the member is actually more of a comment in regards to just providing further comment with respect to the impact that it has had on the families and the communities in which has been affected directly through this particular drug of Illinois.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and he's entirely correct that, of course, when we look at this issue, we're looking at an impact on a great number of people. There are the thalidomide survivors themselves, but there are also their families. And we know that one of the issues is that as the survivors age, they're facing the prospect of their parents who may have cared for them who are passing away. And so they're left in circumstances that can be isolated, difficulty. And so if we could imagine the burden of worrying about caregiving and who's going to be there to assist. And so I think the burden on families has been enormous, and we even have to think of families where maybe the victim who had thalidomide has already passed away, and what those families went through over now 50+ years. So it's when you begin to dig into this issue and think about it, you can see, you know, we all live active lives where we live in a very privileged position, those of us who are members of Parliament by and large. And so when you think of people who, through no fault of their own, have lived in extraordinarily difficult circumstances, both medically and financially and emotionally, again, I think it compels us to take this responsibility collectively to right the wrong, and I know that's what we're here to do today.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today to support the member's motion, the honourable member for the official opposition, the NDP health critic and a dear friend, and someone who has brought this issue forward and said yesterday at the press conference, and I couldn't agree more, that this is a nonpartisan issue. It's made even more nonpartisan by the fact that we now know from comments on the front page of the Globe and Mail that the Prime Minister recognizes that a wrong has been done, that we collectively in this place want to right the wrong, that the efforts of, and in this case I have to say, I feel I'm up to date on the wrongs of this land. The idea that the children who've suffered the effects of thalidomide, which never should have been registered in Canada, that U.S. public health authorities, a Canadian board public health authority, Dr. Kelsey, stopped its registration in the U.S., but the idea that these victims of thalidomide, one of the iconic horror stories of the pharmaceutical industry, still lacked compensation was a surprise to me, and I found out through the Globe and Mail, which is, I think, unusual. So credit to journalism, credit to the official opposition, credit to the Prime Minister, and to the spirit of nonpartisanship that will today see us right that wrong.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, I thank the member for Saanich and the Gulf Islands for her comments, and she was at the press conference on Tuesday, and I certainly appreciate her support and her words here today. And I think this story in the Globe and Mail, when it came out, was terribly important because, as I said earlier, this is an issue that we've all heard about. We've even mentioned it, in debate in different circumstances. But to actually examine the details and the history of what took place is something that is very, very revealing. And it's something that we actually need to learn from in terms of not only drug safety, but how we treat people in our society. And so I do think the other element of this motion today is that it's an expression that we can't leave people in such desperate circumstances. And so, we have to show compassion. We live in a society that should stand for social justice and should stand for ending discrimination and pain and suffering. And so for many reasons, on many levels, this motion today is very important. So I thank the member for his support.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like you to notify me when I have a minute left, please. In 1961, the greatest drug scandal ever seen affected 5 continents. We learned that a drug, thalidomide, prescribed to pregnant women as against morning sickness and insomnia, caused tragic side effects. Thalidomide was revealed to cause birth defects and the death of thousands of newborns. In 1961, this drug was withdrawn from the market in Germany and in the United Kingdom. Now, despite these revelations, despite the fact that the drug was withdrawn in certain countries, it continued to be marketed in Canada until May 1962, that is 6 months after other countries had withdrawn it. To date, there are a total of 95 thalidomide survivors in Canada. These people have lived for decades with the consequences of thalidomide. They are experiencing increased pain that is debilitating. In many cases, their health care needs exceed the capacity of the healthcare systems in their provinces. It is sad to see that after 50 years of combat, the victims of improper legislation still must fight alone to bear the very high costs of their deficiencies. And it is thus in this context that my colleague from Vancouver East tabled a motion calling on the government to right the wrong and to pledge to support the survivors of thalidomide. I am honored to rise today to participate in this debate and to support the motion of my colleague, who does remarkable work. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to meet 2 unbelievably wonderful individuals who live every day with the difficulties caused by the side effects of thalidomide. Their testimony touched me deeply. As a physician, I cannot bear to realize that patients are still living in this amount of pain and still do not have adequate support to alleviate this pain. Thalidomide survivors in Canada are much worse off than survivors in other countries. The victims of thalidomide were forced to get along on their own, family by family. No case has ever gone to court, and instead, the families had to settle for an out-of-court settlement, and they then had to sign a waiver promising that they would not discuss the amount of the settlement. At the end of the day, widely differing amounts were granted as compensation, which means that some people who were equally disabled received settlements that varied by several hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is scandalous when we know that in Germany, the UK, and even in Spain, the assistance program, but in fact, these sums were so paltry that they were quickly eaten up in order to cover certain of the very high costs related to thalidomide survivors' disabilities. Today, what do the 95 thalidomide survivors receive? Nothing, Mr. Speaker, absolutely nothing. Now, while these victims receive $0 per year, the UK pays them $80,000 each. It is up to the government to roll up its sleeves and to focus on programs that should be implemented. These people need support and compensation, and they need it immediately, Mr. Speaker. The NDP believes that the federal government must be a leader in terms of health care. We know that this Conservative government does not make the health of Canadians a priority, but now it has the opportunity here in this House today to make the right decision and to help Canadians who need it. Mr. Speaker, given that this is an issue that is nonpartisan and that directly affects the quality of life and the daily suffering experienced by some 100 survivors of thalidomide, I move, seconded by the member for Laval-les-Îles, that the motion be amended by substituting the words "as requested" with the words "in cooperation with." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Vancouver East if she consents to this amendment being moved. Madame Sella.
Ms. Sella, seconded by Mr. Pilon, moves that the motion be amended by substituting the words "as requested" with the words "in cooperation with."
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Saint Bruno Son-Hébert, for her very wonderful comments today, and also for moving the amendment. And the amendment is important because we have held some discussions with the government, and I think the wording that's now being presented as an amendment allows a better opportunity for the government to respond to the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. So I thank the honourable member for moving the amendment today in the House. I would like to comment and ask the honourable member, it seems to me that when we look at this issue of the thalidomide survivors, the issue of daily living is something that's so critically important. I mean, I think there are clearly medical challenges, and she pointed out in her speech that some of these medical challenges are things that might even be beyond the regular nature of the healthcare system. So it may well be that we need to have special interventions. And so I wonder if she could just speak a little bit more about some of the daily issues and concerns that have emerged as a result of the thalidomiders who are finding it so difficult to cope on a daily basis. I think the article in the Globe and Mail laid this out very carefully, and I wonder if she could comment on that.
The
Honourable Member for Saint Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East for her excellent work that she has done for these survivors of a tragedy due to the side effects of thalidomide. This is a drug that was unfortunately dispensed here in Canada. As she just said in her question, I say that this is a tragedy because I know these side effects well, and I apologize for this graphic information, but the side effects, I saw this among the survivors who came yesterday to our press conference, and there was one who was suffering from phocomelia. Now, this comes from the Latin word for seal, which means that the limbs grow straight out of their shoulders. That is, their hands grow straight from their shoulders, and their feet grow straight from their hips. And we're not talking, this is without mentioning the newborns who are born without any hands or arms or legs at all. And and other newborns are born with only one lung or damaged organs. So you can imagine the suffering these people go through and the difficulty they have just to carry out their daily activities. For example, getting dressed, feeding themselves, moving around. And in addition, what is dramatic now, Mr. Speaker, is that these survivors are aged on an average, are average age 50 years old, and it is up to their parents to look after them. And many of their parents have nonetheless died or are very elderly. So these people have no quality of life. They suffer greatly. And I think today that the Canadian government must compensate these people and give them the financial means that they need to live in dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that the government will be supporting this motion today. It is certainly a very emotional issue. No incident has had a greater impact on the drug safety system in this country than the authorization of thalidomide in the 1960s. The terrible consequences for the pregnant women who used the drug and the children who were born to them sparked major changes in the way Canada approaches drug approvals and surveillance. The modern system that protects Canadians so well today is one of the enduring legacies of this dark chapter in drug regulation. But what we can never forget, and what this government, and we have heard very loudly and clearly, is that the past is not over for the victims. Thalidomide survivors are still coping with daily struggles that most of us will never fully understand or have to go through. And as their physical struggles grow greater and their mental strain of an uncertain future weighs even heavier upon them, the dedication and perseverance these individuals demonstrate every single day of their lives is incredibly moving. The number of challenges they have to face day in and day out, from the moment they wake up to the time they go to bed, is unimaginable. The physical, mental, and spiritual toll is immense and tiring. Individually, they have shown so much strength. And the fact that they've come together to form an association that does so much good work and helps so many people is so admirable. But the government also recognizes that the hardships they face are now growing. The physical toll that aging takes on all of us is greatly magnified for them. For instance, simple things like standing up for extended periods or walking for a few minutes have become a real challenge for the majority of thalidomide victims. These activities cause them extreme pain. Many are also now at an age where their parents, often their primary caregivers, have either passed on or can no longer look after them. The struggles victims face every day have become greater than they have ever been before. According to the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada, everyday chores and simple tasks that we take for granted, such as eating or getting dressed or cleaning homes or brushing teeth, have all become daily challenges. The majority of victims require modifications to their vehicles, to their homes and clothing to allow them to have a decent quality of life. This costs money, and every one of us can understand how quickly these expenses can add up. Think about how costly it is to renovate a standard kitchen. Now think about how much more expensive it is if it would have to be done to be customized and customized proportions so that you could reach the cupboards and counters to perform daily tasks. In order to help victims overcome the many limitations they face every day, the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada has developed an accommodation program tailored to each member's needs. This leadership deserves to be recognized. According to the association, the objective of this program is to ensure that every Canadian thalidomide victim is able to maintain and develop their autonomy in performing various daily activities and enable them to participate in community activities. Thalidomide victims have continuously shown determination, strength, and perseverance by having jobs and raising families of their own, but they are worried about their future, Mr. Speaker. They want to talk about their needs, and we are here to listen. Mr. Speaker, as you know, my colleague, the Minister of Health, told this House on Tuesday that she is committed to having that discussion with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada in person and reviewing their proposal. This will be an opportunity to listen, to share, and to explore what has been done in other jurisdictions also facing these types of challenges. For your reference, Mr. Speaker, the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada was founded by Mr. Randolph Warren in the late 1980s. It was formed to help coordinate the advocacy of thalidomide victims in securing compensation for the tragedy in the 1960s. The association worked closely with the War Amputees of Canada to lobby for a compensation package for victims, a package that was provided in 1991. Over the last few years, we've seen more and more countries compensate thalidomide victims. For many countries, this is the first step they have offered to survivors. In 1991, Canada provided what was presented at the time as a one-time compensation package to victims. This government recognizes that the needs of thalidomide survivors then were markedly different than they are today. We as a government are ready to discuss what more can be done to meet the very specialized, ongoing needs of these victims. Mr. Speaker, members of the House will know that thalidomide was originally sold in the early 1960s in Canada to treat morning sickness in pregnant women. What emerged were thousands of tragic stories in Canada and worldwide that sparked a sea of change in the way we approach the approval of new drugs in Canada. It's impossible to tell how many pregnancies ended in miscarriage because of the complications caused by the drug. Many other children died soon after birth, causing emotional devastation to parents and families. Those children that survived faced and are still facing difficult lives because of the birth abnormalities associated with the drug. Indeed, nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering that has been inflicted. Canada was not the only country affected by this tragedy. Around the world, 12,000 children in 46 countries were born with birth defects caused by thalidomide. It is estimated that only 8,000 survived past their first birthday, which is truly a tragic outcome. The number of survivors in Canada today is less than 100. And our country is not alone in needing to find ways to address the needs of the thalidomide survivors. We can learn from what other countries have done to address the ongoing needs of their citizens facing similar growing health concerns. And as the Minister of Health indicated this week, our government will have that conversation with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada. While it is difficult to fully understand the daily challenges of thalidomide victims, it is all too easy to comprehend how this group of people has more reasons to be distrustful of the drug safety system than anyone else. They and their families have paid a terrible price for a system that failed to do the job it was supposed to do. And yet, thalidomide survivors have done something truly incredible. They have worked to make current drug approval systems even better, and they have persevered. The Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada played an extraordinary and unprecedented role many years ago in the review and approval of the thalidomide product in the United States as a treatment for multiple forms of cancer. At various times over the years, the group has shared its experience in participating in that process with Canadian regulators. They were also consulted before Health Canada's decision in 2010 to approve thalidomide for multiple myeloma. Their involvement in the approval of thalidomide in face of the tragedy of their lives and the lives of their families must have been incredibly difficult. But as they have done throughout their lives, they persevered. Their participation in the process has helped ensure that all possible precautions are taken and that drugs are used safely. That includes physicians being trained to prescribe the drug appropriately and patients being properly informed of the risk. It is an incredible part of the legacy being left by the victims of thalidomide, that patients with multiple myeloma now have access to this very important treatment. From great tragedy can come positive change. Thalidomide victims know this and have been active participants in improving the drug safety system so that Canadians are better protected. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the Honourable Member for Oakville, also understands this. His daughter, Vanessa, tragically died of a heart attack while taking a prescription drug that later was deemed not safe and removed from the market. Bill C-17, which was recently passed with all-party support in the House and Senate, was named Vanessa's Law in her honour. The Act gives the Minister of Health new tools with which to identify potential safety risks related to medications and stronger powers to make sure the problems that are identified are dealt with quickly and effectively. Before their products are authorized for sale in Canada, drug manufacturers are required to do extensive research and provide substantial evidence to Health Canada in their application demonstrating that the drug is safe and effective. In spite of this, once medications are being used by a wide range of actual patients, we know that new safety risks can emerge. Although clinical trial groups are structured to represent as broad a range of patients as possible, they can never truly capture every variable imaginable and every vulnerable group. Even with our best efforts and the best research available, there will always be some factors that will only emerge once the drugs are being used by actual patients, perhaps those coping with other conditions at the same time. That is where the life cycle approach to drug safety comes into effect. The life cycle approach means that Health Canada's role as a regulator is ongoing. Vanessa's Law gives the Minister of Health new powers and tools that will make that ongoing regulatory role more effective. Since most serious adverse reactions to drugs result in hospitalization, a new adverse reaction reporting requirement for healthcare institutions will give the Minister new insight into these events. Regulations are being developed to support this requirement, which will essentially allow the regulator to reach into the healthcare system and extract data to provide a better window on what is happening in the real world with patients. Other powers under Vanessa's Law that came into force immediately have given the Minister the ability to take action promptly if and when new risks to health are identified. Vanessa's Law gives the Minister of Health greater power over the removal of therapeutic products from the marketplace when they present imminent or serious risk to the health and safety of Canadians. Until now, Health Canada has worked within the restrictions of the Older Food and Drugs Act to persuade companies to remove drugs from the market if they are found to be unsafe. Most of the time, this approach has been successful, although it sometimes takes longer than any of us would like. On a few rare occasions, it has not worked, and the Minister did not have the power to force a withdrawal. With the passage of this new law, if the force of law is needed, the Minister now has the power to act without having to undertake any negotiations with pharmaceutical companies while potentially dangerous drugs remain on the market. Vanessa's Law also gives the government new tools to ensure that risks associated with drugs are well communicated. Many risk situations are better addressed through improved labeling rather than complete market withdrawal. Again, Health Canada previously only had the ability to negotiate label changes with manufacturers. With the new law, manufacturers will be required to comply and to do so within prescribed timelines. If Health Canada does not have all of the information it needs to assess the safety of a drug on the market, the Minister now has the power to compel anyone holding that information to share it with her in order to protect the health of Canadians. In the event that the information simply does not yet exist, Health Canada can also require new studies to be conducted. All of these things together will vastly improve Health Canada's ability to assess and take targeted action where it is needed the most. Vanessa's Law will also help to improve Canadians' ability to make decisions about their health by ensuring that information about authorized drug clinical trials is made public to all Canadians in a consistent and in a timely manner. This will also be achieved through new regulations that are currently being developed. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight that this government's commitment to open government is long-standing. It is part of the overall efforts to foster greater accountability, to provide Canadians with more opportunities to learn and participate in government, and to drive innovation and economic opportunities. I'm very pleased to say that our Minister of Health has made transparency and openness a key priority during her mandate. The decisions taken by this government impact the day-to-day lives of Canadians, and we acknowledge that they have the right to understand how and why we make those decisions. All Canadian families want that level of discussion. Canadians want to feel meaningfully involved and consulted within the decision-making process. We listen to Canadians and have provided what we believe are the right tools to ensure fairness, openness, and transparency. Health Canada plays an important role in being open and transparent and continues to prioritize the protection of health and safety amongst Canadians. Greater transparency and openness with Canadians strengthens the trust in our regulatory decisions. Canadians can see for themselves that Health Canada continues to make regulatory decisions based on valid evidence. The credible, timely information Health Canada provides is absolutely vital in helping Canadians to make informed choices for themselves and for their families. Since the thalidomide tragedy, Canada and other countries have also invested in research. The Canadian Institutes of Health Research and the Public Health Agency of Canada both actively support research related to improving health of mothers and babies, as you will hear later today. Today, Mr. Speaker, we're focusing our discussion on a tragic event that took place over 50 years ago, but has never been forgotten. A tragic event that has terribly affected the lives of thalidomide victims and their families. I want to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that our government recognizes the challenges that thalidomide victims face each and every day. We are already reviewing their proposal, and we look forward to meeting with them very soon. The health and safety of all Canadians is a priority for our government. That commitment, of course, includes the victims of thalidomide, who have already suffered far too much. We are ready to listen and to ensure that everyone is heard and included. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. It was very eloquent, and I noted that we have many points in common in our speech. What I want to know is, given that these survivors have spent years and years asking for help from successive governments, Liberal governments and Conservative governments, and yet it's only today that all of the parties, I presume, will agree that we should come to the assistance of these survivors. What I'd like to know is if the government will commit to compensate these people without delay and without another day of suffering going by.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we'd reached out, the Minister of Health had reached out a couple of weeks ago to speak with the association. We are eagerly looking to review their proposal, and it will be done with all due haste. Nothing will ever undo the pain and suffering that was caused some 50 years ago. But I think the onus is upon us as a Parliament to move forward and help these victims.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear the Parliamentary Secretary support this motion because I think it's worthwhile, and I hope and I echo my colleague from the NDP's position that it should be timely and as soon as possible. However, I noticed that the Parliamentary Secretary in her speech discussed Vanessa's Law and discussed the openness and transparency and evidence-based decision-making of this government, and I think that's an appropriate thing to talk about because it was as a result of thalidomide that we moved to a very strong drug regulatory system. However, I am hoping that the Parliamentary Secretary's speech means that things will change, that evidence-based decisions will be made, because, as the Parliamentary Secretary well knows, public hearings in committee, despite evidence by specialists and by experts, the government has tended not to listen to that evidence and continued along without any changes to any legislation that they have been bringing in. So I hope, can I ask the Parliamentary Secretary, if this signals a new era?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're here today to discuss the victims of thalidomide. I don't think it's a time for partisan sniping. In fact, however, if I might just address the member of the opposition's question, we have always looked at evidence during our committee hearings, and every recommendation we have ever brought forward was evidence-based. Under Vanessa's law, a new era of transparency has actually come in with our drug safety approvals. We are now actually posting online clinical trial information, and the Minister of Health will now have the ability to compel drug companies to remove unsafe drugs from shelves instead of simply negotiating. But I would like to ensure that the debate today reverts to the victims of thalidomide instead of this type of partisanship.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we've indicated, we're certainly happy that the government has indicated that they actually will support this NDP motion. My question to the minister is that, you know, we have seen that it's taken this long, actually, the little bit of compensation that they had received, where they were actually coerced into basically signing an indemnity form in the 1990s. A little bit of compensation they received certainly doesn't address the critical issues, health issues that they continue to face. So I'm just wondering if now that we see that the government is going to be supporting the motion, could they please let us know how quick they're going to act, and if they could tell us what the compensation and assistance will actually look like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in the 1990s, as I indicated earlier in my speech, the War Amputees Association, if I might pay tribute to them, worked with the survivors and victims of thalidomide to advocate for compensation. I believe it was a Conservative government, actually, that provided funding at the time based on all available knowledge and based on the needs of the victims at the time. If I might pay tribute to the War Amputees Association, they're just outstanding advocates and do wonderful service across this country. I can tell you that when my father's leg was amputated, they provided the artificial limb. So I would like to pay tribute to the work that they undertook back in the 1980s, 1990s. And we are moving with all due haste to ensure that these victims are assisted.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary's address to the House here with regard to thalidomide and the victims, and what our government intends to do with and for them. And of course, the Parliamentary Secretary did ask something that I think is very reasonable. She asked that we try to refrain from partisan sniping, because we all agree that something needs to be done. We all agree that we should work with the victims. Let's make today a day that we talk about the issues. We talk about the issues surrounding those that are living with this, the terrible results of taking this drug. We cannot undo the past. We cannot make right something that occurred some 50-some years ago. But what we can do is, here in this House today, with regard to what the Parliamentary Secretary asked, and that's to talk to each other and make some suggestions, tell us how we really feel about those victims, make a commitment that we shouldn't have this happen again. And with that in mind, and having made those remarks, I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could once again tell us some of the things that the government has done to help ensure, because we can never be 100% guaranteed of anything in this world, but what the government has done to help ensure that we try as hard as we can, and that we don't end up approving drugs that end up being worse than the illness or the disease that they're intended to ameliorate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's an excellent question, Mr. Speaker, from my honourable colleague. It is true that nothing can undo the tragic events of 1960s, and we need to assist those victims. But today, through Vanessa's law, Canada now has one of the safest drug safety systems in the world. So as I've indicated, the Minister of Health now has the authority to compel drugs to be removed from shelves. Previously, she was in this untenable situation where she would have to sometimes negotiate with drug companies as to whether or not those drugs could be removed from the shelves. All the while, Canadians might be purchasing those very drugs. I mean, it was a very unfortunate situation. Now there are mandatory recall powers. There's mandatory reporting of adverse conditions. So all hospitals, usually when you have an adverse reaction, if it's a significant adverse reaction, you'll show up at a hospital. Hospitals will now need to report any of those adverse reactions so that the Minister of Health will be aware and so that immediate action can be undertaken if necessary. There's also transparency now for drug approvals and for clinical trials. And on this front, Canada is now a world leader in providing this level of transparency. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to do right by these victims. We want to ensure that these victims are assisted. But we also want to make sure that moving forward, these types of tragedies don't take place ever again. I can tell you, I was a child in the 1980s, and whenever I had a health class, one of the first things my teachers would say to me is, be especially cautious of anything prescribed to you when you become pregnant one day. And they would all cite the thalidomide example, or they would cite Love Canal down in Buffalo, and I'm sure many Ontarians might recall that. I mean, these are outrageous tragedies that transpired when at the time people thought it was all very reasonable. So I want to assure this House that Canada now has one of the strongest drug safety systems in the world. We're incredibly conscientious about this issue.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion, and I wholeheartedly support the survivors of thalidomide and the work that they have been doing to bring this to the public attention. But I also want to thank my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Vancouver East, for bringing this issue forward and for her support. Government has agreed to support the survivors' request, and I want to congratulate the Minister of Health and thank her for actually taking this particular position. We all know the story of what happened with thalidomide in the 50s. In 1954, the drug, as you know, was created by a German company, and that drug was sent out to other countries. With the exception of the United States, most clinical trials showed that this was a safe drug at the time. In 1961, however, there began to be showing deformities and very drastic side effects were shown with this drug by women who were pregnant. And so in 1961, most countries removed the drug from the market. But I think this drug continued to remain in Canada for a few extra months. And as a result of that, what we saw was that pregnant women who had been taking the drug, we had 2,000 children who died. And as one knows, the issue here is that if a child or a fetus is unsustainable because of severe malformations, it does not necessarily exist. So there were miscarriages very early in pregnancies or mid-pregnancies as a result of these kinds of deformities. There were 10,000 children actually born with serious defects. And that does not actually talk about the thousands of fetuses that never really came to fruition as a result of severe malformations. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to look back and repeat this story because it's worth repeating. We know that as a result of that, we have developed, and Canada began to develop, a very strong and rigorous drug reporting system. I think we always need to learn from our mistakes, even though with 20/20 vision, hindsight, as we well know, is 20/20, and we tend to think that we could have done different things at the time. I think at that time, people did not understand and did not know many of the issues that drugs could cause, many of the defects of this particular drug. And but we need to bear responsibility for what happened in those days. And I think one of the things that we feel is important to remember is that because of government decision-making, doesn't really matter the partisanship of the government. The federal government made decisions that caused this particular problem, and therefore the federal government has a responsibility and a duty to right that wrong. But there is also the ethical and moral need to ensure that we have compassion, that justice is served, and that we care for Canadians who are harmed or who are hurt or who are in any way suffering as severely as they can, or as this group can, from any kind of side effect. I just wanted to speak because I think the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health brought up this issue, and I think it is worth discussing because it is extremely relevant for us to talk about the drug approval system in Canada. And indeed, we do have a strong drug approval system, and indeed it was because of thalidomide. But I think we have seen recently, and I know that Vanessa's law is a good law. We believe that it could have gone further, but we have heard recently that, in fact, for the last 7 years, the number of faulty drugs that have gone on the market have tripled. And I think there are things in Vanessa's law that could be strengthened, and I think one of them is not merely that the minister could know and could pull a drug off the shelf if she finds out that it is either A, faulty, or B, that there are adverse effects that is being reported. But I think we need to make sure that it is truly open and that the public is aware, because the Food and Drug Administration in the United States does have public reporting of clinical trials, and it does have public reporting immediately when there are adverse effects of faulty drugs. We have seen that over and over, but we have a tendency not to let the public beware. And I think we need to do that, and it's important that healthcare professionals who are prescribing drugs or who are like pharmacists who are actually giving drugs to people in many instances off the counter, that they are aware as soon as possible when there is some adverse effect or when there is a faulty drug. So I think this is something that we need to talk about. I'm not being partisan. I think we all feel that it is really important to speak to the issue of drug safety. Now, I also am pleased that the Minister has decided to support this motion, but I would like to ensure that the details, the devil is always in the details, Mr. Speaker, that the details of what the thalidomide survivors asked for is going to be taken into consideration. We know that in 1991, a simple one-time only payout was made to many of the thalidomide survivors of about $52,000 to $82,000, depending on what the severity of their disabilities were. But and I think, to be cynical, I don't think most people at that time felt that anyone would be able to survive with such severe disabilities to this time and into their 50s. But I think that is a tribute to the resilience, to the absolute powerful will of the survivors of thalidomide, that they spent a lot of time learning how to live with these abilities, how to work, find meaningful jobs with these disabilities, how to move on and live some sort of meaningful life. But because they have reached 50 and many of their families have passed on, many of their parents are no longer able to support them, and they are suffering probably sooner than most of us will from chronic disability, arthritis, chronic diseases. We well know that many of them only have one lung, sometimes one kidney, because the ability to have full organs was disrupted by this drug. One of the adverse effects was that many people did not have all of their organs. We know that of the severe limb deformity that occurred from this. And so we see that it's really important now, earlier than most of us, for these survivors to be able to get the kind of help that they need. And so I'm hoping that when the government says it will support this and will support the survivors, that we don't go back to the old let's give a lump sum. We have seen what Germany and the United Kingdom have done. They have actually given yearly stipends and yearly living financial assistance to many of their survivors that total somewhere like $88,000 to $110,000 per year in order to live. And so I'm just hoping that the government will give the survivors the details of what they asked for, because we know that they are going to need to have an annual living stipend, as they have asked for, that will allow them to be able to get the adaptations they need for their cars, their homes, and their workplace so that they can work, the technical assistance that they need to help them to do the things that we take for granted, like brushing their hair, brushing their teeth, just living basic daily living needs. And of course, we know that they need help in basic living. They will need home care. They will need to have somebody sometimes living full-time with them to be able to assist them, or part-time. So that requires an annual stipend, an annual financial assistance for as long as these survivors will live. And we know clearly what they are asking for. I think that they have said that they want $250,000 lump sum immediately and $100,000 a year in order for as long as they live to be able to live meaningful, pain-free lives and to be able to just do the very basic living and to work if they continue to work. So I think that I am hoping, and I'm repeating this because I'm hoping that the Minister will actually give these survivors exactly what they're asking for and not water it down or cut it down. I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a lesson that we can all learn from. I want to thank the War Amps for having, in the very beginning, in 1991, pushed for that stipend when they were told very clearly by the government of the day in around 1990 that they would, late 1989, late 1990, that there would be no money coming for them because it would create a precedent that will allow people from tainted blood to have to get stipends. As you saw, we did indeed spend a great deal of money when we came in as a government on recompense and on living expenses for people who had, in fact, had the tainted blood done after the major inquiry on tainted blood that came about in this country. So the bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, government has a responsibility, regardless of its stripe, to be able to look at mistakes it made, redress those mistakes, and learn from them. And I think it's really very important. Thalidomide has taught us a very, very important lesson. And as I say today, we do have a strong regulatory system, one of the best in the world, and that has come about as a result of this particular problem. But I'm hoping that we are really open and that the public need to know, as we've seen with birth control pills about a year ago that came about, the government knew about the faulty birth control pills, and women were taking these pills and health professionals were dispensing them and pharmacists without knowing about the faultiness of those prescription drugs. And of course, you know what the result of taking a faulty birth control pill is, and that could be a huge problem for many people who did not wish to become pregnant. So we have seen over and over that it needs to be an openness to the public. And I think the Food and Drug Administration in the United States has done this very, very well. And I think we can take a page from their book and learn that the more people know and the more people understand, the better there can be a caveat emptor, the better they can be able to understand what they're taking and to be able to make really rational decisions if it's an over-the-counter drug, or to make really strong decisions about the healthcare professionals who are prescribing them. So this is a piece that I feel needs to be put into Vanessa's law. I know many of us, the official opposition and our party, brought this up during the hearings on the bill, and we felt that that is still a chunk missing. This is not, Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary secretary said, being partisan. It is, if we all care and we are all in agreement, we can all talk about what are the things we need to do to improve our system. And again, I wish to thank my colleague from Vancouver East for bringing this forward, and I wish to reiterate that I hope that the government will, in fact, listen to the victims and be very generous and open with that compensation that they need. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, the Liberal member, and I want to thank her. She is a physician, and so she probably is very familiar with the side effects that go back to the 1960s. And my question is, this issue of compensation should have been offered many years ago. And so why have the Conservative and the Liberal governments done nothing to provide financial assistance up to this point, until we've had this motion on the table to discuss this tragic legacy. So I would like to know why Canada has denied this support, moral support, and the listening that was necessary to provide assistance.
For Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's an important question my colleague has asked. She's also a physician, and she knows that you know, one can look back. That was in the 50s and the 60s when this occurred, and one can say why not, etc. That actually is something I can't answer. I wasn't around. I was not in government at the time. I was not privy to the discussions around the table. I know that the then Minister of Health under the Conservative government decided that he would not compensate, and the concern he had was that government would then have to compensate for, and that was his given excuse, would have to compensate for the many, many people who had tainted blood. And so I think the thing is, it's not what happened then and why not, it's where do we go from here? How do we right those wrongs? How do we feel that it's necessary for us to move now and learn from this so this never happens again? So that people who are harmed as a result of decisions made by governments will be able to know that the government will do the right thing and will come up with solutions. What happened then, I can't account for, but I can say that we need to move on and learn so that in the future we don't have this recurring. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I had the honour to talk to with a number of the individuals affected directly as people who were subjected to this horrible drug and lived with the consequences all their lives, and spoke as well with some of the people doing the legal work around this issue. And one of the questions I had as well was why hasn't compensation been asked for in as direct a way as we've been presented here today. So my question is this. The response I received was that they have now organized as a group, and with 95 remaining victims and with aging presenting new problems, this is why they have come forward in a very focused effort to renegotiate compensation that was at once offered back in the early 90s but has not been revisited since. And so my question to the House is this. Is that now that we know that aging is the specific problem, what are the concerns we have that unforeseen problems may not be anticipated by the committee? How will we make sure that the committee goes forward in a consistent basis and not only generously addresses the issues in front of us now, but sets up a process by which new issues that emerge as this community ages are also dealt with?
Member for Vancouver Centre.
I think that the member makes a very good point, my colleague, because he did say that at the time when the lump sum was given, no one, I think, and this is why, you know, hindsight is 20/20 vision, no one expected that thalidomide survivors would live to become 50. Nobody understood how medicine worked to help people like that. You know, new technologies and all sorts of things have helped the thalidomide victims to survive to this time. But now, at 50, we see all of the problems of aging have occurred earlier in this group than they would for many of us. Hopefully, we can wait until we're well into our 80s before we get some of these problems. But they do have the problems now. Now, with the lump sum that they're asking for, I think this may give them the ability to renovate their homes, to do whatever they need to do, to have an appropriate environment in which to live. But it is the yearly stipend that they're asking for that I think will bring forward the issue of what do they need to do on a yearly basis to get assisted living if they need it, to get the technical assistance that they need with the equipment that they need to help them to live at their homes and to be able to work and to be able to go out and have meaningful, normal lives in the community. I think if, however, other illnesses occur that happen to come with chronic aging, for most of us, there is a healthcare system that will pick that up and they will get the healthcare they need if it's an acute problem. But this is about being able every single day, every single month, to see what their needs are and to be able to address them on an ongoing basis until, in fact, they no longer survive and they no longer need that money. So that's why I wanted the government to ensure that they will continue this yearly stipend and not just give another one-time lump sum. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Honourable Member for Joliette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague and all parties for supporting the NDP motion, which I understand to be the case. So my question is simple. Should all governments not have a moral obligation when they hear that in other countries, in a situation like thalidomide, the drug was removed from the market and that didn't happen immediately in Canada? Should our governments not be more careful about these drugs when they cause problems in other countries? Why should we allow children to be born with birth defects unnecessarily? Should our governments not have that moral obligation to protect the public, to protect children or adults, because adults can take drugs that might make them very ill as well? In other countries, these drugs have been withdrawn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has a very important point to make, but I do believe that I cannot speak for what happened with the governments in those days. I was not here. I was not a member of Parliament. But I do believe that the obligation of government is moral. There's a moral obligation. There's a justice, an obligation for just basically human justice. And there is an obligation for compensation for mistakes that were made. And I think that this is where we have to now say that we saw what the results were. We think that we must now, as governments, if ever we form governments and as a House, move forward to ensure that this does not happen again. We have to learn from mistakes. We have to ensure that we recognize our obligation to Canadians, not simply for past wrongs or for present wrongs, but for the moral and the obligation to treat people in a fair and just manner, and to empower our citizens to have a quality of life that makes them productive and be able to have a meaningful existence. And so I think there is indeed a moral, it's an ethical obligation, and it is a compensatory obligation as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud my colleague and her comments that she made. She understands this issue very, very well, and certainly continues to fight on behalf of health issues in particular for all of us. But in this particular issue on the thalidomide and the terrible things that has happened, as my concern is that the government says they're going to sit down and talk with the individuals, but given the fact that many previous times the government has indicated they will do something and they'll have a conversation, but when it comes to actually putting that kind of money and help on the table, it doesn't seem to be there. So I guess I'm concerned that the issue is, is the government going to actually do that? And I want to know what my colleague thinks about that.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I would thank my colleague for her question. I think that it's very clear if the government meets and the minister meets with the thalidomide survivors, as she said she would, that she be prepared to grant exactly what they asked for and to remain have an ongoing sort of on-guard watch to ensure that if new symptoms arise, new problems arise, and that the compensation on the annual basis and the lump sum compensation did not work, that those annual compensation could be increased in order to meet the specific needs that may or may not arise. And it's very clear what they're asking for. And they wanted a $250,000 lump sum and $100 per year to provide them with the technical and the living assistance that they will need on a day-to-day basis. And that's pretty clear. There is there's no obfuscation on the minister's part, I hope, when she said she will listen to them and do what they ask.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Laval. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to speak to this motion on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North. This is a very important motion put forward by our NDP member from Vancouver East, who has been advocating for this terrible Canadian tragedy to ensure that the victims of thalidomide are properly compensated. So I want to thank the member from Vancouver East to bring this particular issue to the floor of the House and to have a proper hearing, a long overdue hearing for the victims of the thalidomide tragedy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1961, a drug was prescribed to pregnant women for morning sickness, and the results were very tragic. The results were that a number of babies had to be aborted, a number of babies were killed, a number of babies were became disabler, Mr. Speaker, and since 1961, there's about 95 survivors that are currently living in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The government of Canada basically approved the thalidomide drug as a safe drug to treat nausea for pregnant women. Basically, Mr. Speaker, the drug was approved back in 1961. It was available actually in sample tablets in 1959. It became clear in the early 1961 that thalidomide was withdrawn from West Germany and also from the United Kingdom markets by 1961. But it remained legally available in Canada until March of 1962, a full 3 months later. And there's also some groups are saying that it was still available even after it was taken off the market by Health Canada at that point. In some pharmacies, it was available to May of 1962, Mr. Speaker. The government has never apologized for this, the devastation it has caused. After decades of discussing compensation, it provided an inadequate one-time payment to survivors. The motion calls on the government to right the wrong and commit to support thalidomide survivors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it makes me proud to speak on issues such as this in this House, and especially when you get approval from all parties of supporting the NDP motion of supporting the thalidomide victims, Mr. Speaker. It's days like today where it gives me a reason to come into this House to work on behalf of those victims, those Canadians that need our help. And today, Mr. Speaker, with the approval of this House, we will see an action that is long overdue, Mr. Speaker. This action, as you know, should have been taken many, many years ago, but it hasn't been done that, Mr. Speaker. And those victims have suffered for far, far too long, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thalidomide was a drug marketed as a safe treatment for nausea in pregnancy in the early 60s, as I've pointed out, Mr. Speaker, and instead the drug caused miscarriages and severe birth defects, including missing limbs, organs, deafness, and blindness. In 1961, Mr. Speaker, as we know, it was approved by Canada, and again, Mr. Speaker, about 100 survivors that are still here. Decades of dealing with the consequences of thalidomide have left survivors dealing with very severe and debilitating pain. In many cases, the healthcare needs exceed what provincial healthcare systems are able to provide. 50 years of attempting to work around their limitations has taken toll on them, Mr. Speaker. Many survivors are now suffering from nerve damage, painful wear and tear of their bodies. This has caused an enormous challenge from them, including damage to their spines, joints, severely limits their mobility, limits many other things, Mr. Speaker. And not only that, the victims, when they were born back in the 60s, they're about in their 50s right now, Mr. Speaker, and they may have had care provided by their parents, and their parents may have passed away. Now is the time. The compensation or the help should have been provided a long time ago, but now is the time that they really actually need that help because they may not be being cared by their parents, Mr. Speaker. There was a one-time, a lump sum payment back in the 90s that was provided to the victims. But again, Mr. Speaker, it was inadequate payment of a very small amount that could not possibly provide them with, to live life in dignity for that small amount that was given by the federal government. Mr. Speaker, the history of compensation for thalidomide victims, not only in Canada but also across the world. If you look at, there were lawsuits that were launched in Germany, Britain, United Kingdom, and also in Canada in late 1960s and 1970s. The result was that the governments in Germany and also governments in the United Kingdom, they were able to settle with the company, pharmaceutical company, and also the government pitched in to ensure that there was a long-term funding available. The funding was on a monthly basis or a yearly basis to compensate based on the severity of the damage that was done by this particular drug, thalidomide, Mr. Speaker. But there was no such a settlement in courts in Canada. In fact, most of the settlements that were done, they were done outside of the court. And there was no class action lawsuit that was able to get this payment. And the payments they received were very small, and they were only one-time payments. So that has been the issue, Mr. Speaker. There's court settlements, government-assisted settlements, but they have always been one-time small payments that could possibly not provide all the help these individuals need in order to ensure that they can also live that healthy life that me and you sometimes take for granted for some of the things that we can do on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. So the call from organizations or victims have always been an adequate compensation based on Mr. Speaker, long-term funding, which is funding based on monthly or yearly funding that will provide on an ongoing basis help for them to be able to live a life that is dignified, live a life that me and you, other members of this House, take for granted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Germany, United Kingdom have provided funding based on monthly and also on a regular basis, whereas our funding has always been a lump sum we provided, which has been inadequate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I can talk about this a few more minutes, but I know my time is short. Again, Mr. Speaker, it makes me proud to be in this House to support this motion, and I want to thank the other parties also supporting this motion to adequately provide compensation for the victims of thalidomide so that they can live life in dignity and provide those things that are needed on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker. And I would urge the government, Mr. Speaker, to take the will of this House, which they have indicated they will support, to negotiate fairly, to negotiate in good faith with the victims in order for them to live the rest of their lives in dignity. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to thank you for that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Saint-Bruno.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and his sensitivity to this issue. And now there are only 75 Canadian survivors of thalidomide, and we know that it is impossible to count the number of miscarriages of stillborns and people who died at a very young age because of their disabilities. And now these survivors have an average age of 50. Now, when we talk about the daily activities of someone, we're talking about getting dressed, eating, getting around, and even very simple gestures such as brushing one's teeth or going to bed. We're not even talking about work or things like that. So I would like to hear from my colleague as to how we can compensate these people who have been suffering for over 50 years.
Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member, my colleague, for that question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1987, the thalidomide task force was formed, and they had a number of recommendations in regards to how we can work together with the victims in order to provide adequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about the daily challenges of a person who has the effects of the thalidomide drug, Mr. Speaker. The daily challenges are enormous, and in order to provide proper help, which will actually let them lead a normal life, they need assistance. And for that, Mr. Speaker, you need money and compensation. I believe morally, we, Canadian government, is morally responsible to ensure the victims are adequately compensated. Mr. Speaker, as it is in the motion here, we talk about the government should provide support to survivors in cooperation with the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. So again, let's work with the victims. Let's the government negotiate in a good faith so that victims that have been damaged by this tragedy are helped properly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Laval.
The honourable member for Laval. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. First of all, I would like to recognize and thank the initiative put forward by my colleague from Vancouver East for having put forward this motion. It is a very important motion, and we should recognize these survivors, and the government should follow up on this motion immediately. That is why our caucus is supporting this motion very fervently. I would also like to thank my colleague Surrey North for his speech, because he gave us a bit of background on this terrible drug, which, according to its history, began to be developed in 1952 in West Germany. At the time, a number of tests had been conducted, and even in 1956, there were no signs of toxicity in this drug, which had been tested on animals and even on human beings. Now, since 1957, this drug began to be marketed mainly for people with leprosy and with digestive problems. So its use on pregnant women was for morning sickness, and it was prescribed to them without really knowing what the consequences would be. After doing a bit of research on this drug, I am somewhat troubled to have learned that in 1961, the Canadian government had approved the marketing of this drug, and it was during that period when it was a progressive conservative government in power. And we could say that this government, perhaps due to its policies, did not ensure that enough research was done before the commercialization of this drug and before doctors were allowed to prescribe it. Now, pregnant women often experience morning sickness. It's a common occurrence. And it is, yes, rather common during pregnancy. And sometimes these women need to take medication for that morning sickness because it is so bad. Sometimes they use natural products in order to alleviate the symptoms of morning sickness. I would also like to highlight the fact that after the report that was published approving the commercialization of thalidomide, it was discovered that it was safe. That is, it was apparently a drug that did not cause any apparent damage to human beings. But I would say that not enough research was done to ascertain this. The appalling thing in all of this, Mr. Speaker, is that 50 years later, we are trying to fix a problem with regard to compensating these victims, and this has been ongoing for quite some time, particularly given the fact that in 1961, under a progressive conservative government, many people who complained because they had been victims of this treatment, this inadequate treatment, were simply turned down. The government refused to listen and refused to provide them with adequate compensation.
That really bothers me tremendously. And in the current context, it is indeed that exactly. It's because of an effective official opposition that we put forward this motion that the government will recognize the rights of these people to be compensated. And that, it bothers me that it had to be like that. It bothers me to the point that really we have to really open our eyes. We have to be vigilant. And we have to be aware of all of the damage that has been done. Even in the States, the Food and Drug Administration, according to the information that I've been given, drugs are marketed for various treatments. And, Mr. Speaker, it's good to know that finally the government is listening closely to the people who've been affected by this way, who've suffered this medical catastrophe, and that we're putting forward some compensation that should have been done, let's say, a long time ago. I believe firmly that the motion put forward by my colleague from Vancouver East arrives at a good time, because you'll understand that any government that wants to be reelected has to right the wrongs that have been done. A government that uses time allocation, left, right, and center, and supports some bills, but here they want to appear as a government that's listening and that's doing the right thing. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, we support this motion, and we hope that it really will be passed in order to right those wrongs, as I said, that have been caused to a great number of people who have really suffered the consequences. As I was saying, I was looking for some information on thalidomide that goes back a certain time. And I'm always concerned, mainly for in terms of human rights and consumer rights. Any person who was subjected to this treatment, whether it's through a doctor or a healthcare specialist, must be aware of what their rights are before following the doctor's instructions. And the doctor has the legal responsibility of warning, first of all, the patient of what the risks may be of this given treatment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Laval for his speech. Obviously, we're aware of the damages that have been caused by thalidomide because this happened in the 50s and 60s. We are for compensation, and other countries have already gone down that road. My colleague talked a bit about that, particularly about what happened in Great Britain and Germany as well, who've already gone forward and compensated their victims in order to ensure that their families have financial stability in order to be able indeed to take care of thalidomide victims. Could he expand on that? The honourable member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and it's very relevant. And we're talking about a government here that has to act in a timely manner when it's an issue of repairing the damages here. Yes, in Great Britain and Germany and in other countries, according to what I've been able to read in the research, have already taken tangible steps to help the people who have been prescribed these medications. I know that I read that for some AIDS treatment, for example, there have been drugs used, but what needs to be made clear is if the result is adequate, and if not, if there is there compensation that could be paid out if there are problems. If are there medical limitations in terms of the patients? No. So in any case, we are behind. It's true, and the time has come for us to act on this motion.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech and some of the points that he really emphasized. In our healthcare system, you know, as patients, we have our responsibility. Physicians have the responsibility, and of course, governments and regulators have the responsibilities. And I think everyone in this House is aware of the important things that we do working together to make sure that Canada's healthcare system is one of the best in the world. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment, given the failings of the drug system in the 1960s, can the member opposite comment on the current state of Canada's drug system and this government's action to strengthen it? Thank you.
The honourable member for Laval.
I want to thank the honourable colleague for the question. And in fact, what we know is actually that his government is trying to cut. And we have the amount of $36 billion that has been took out from the budget of the health system all over Canada. I think that they should review, they should take care, really, and I would say take care of improving and controlling the research in a proper manner. That's what the government should be aware of and taking care of for all the citizens of this magnificent country. I don't have any particular comment on how they are now working on it, but it's a matter of budget, Mr. Speaker, because we know that the research and funds for this research has been lately in very bad standing, I would say, in this government. We hope that after 2015, we're going to repair all those malfeasance and all those problems that they are carrying out year after year, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Barrie. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to have this opportunity today to take part in this very important discussion about thalidomide and pay tribute to the 12,000 babies in 46 countries who were born with malformations. Like all Canadians, I am saddened to know that only some 8,000 of these babies made it past their first birthday. Let me assure you that, as already expressed by other members on this side of the House, we will be supporting the motion before the House today. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues are contributing to this debate by bringing forward varying perspectives, sometimes their own personal stories or experiences, to this very important issue. But if the best predictor of future behavior is indeed past behavior, it's important to consider the historical perspective of the regulatory framework in our country. It's important to consider what was in place in the late 1950s and the early 1960s and how this framework has evolved since then. The thalidomide experience caused the government to overhaul the Canadian drug regulatory framework. As a result, Canada has one of the safest and the most rigorous drug approval systems in the entire world, and the system is continuously evolving and improving as we find new ways to better protect the health of all Canadians. These changes include the very recent improvements brought forward through Bill C-17, known as Vanessa's Law. This bill, brought forward by the Minister of Health, received royal assent earlier this month. Mr. Speaker, you can rest assured that I am fully conscious that whatever improvements have been made since the thalidomide tragedy, they are of no relief whatsoever to the victims, their families, and friends. Nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering inflicted. That being said, I feel it's very important to look back at the history of our regulatory framework. The history of federal oversight of foods and drugs in Canada started some 150 years ago and predates Confederation. Oversight was initially confined to ensuring that food and drugs were not adulterated. The Proprietary or Patent Medicine Act of 1909 was the first legislation to register medicines. Although limited in scope, That act was the beginning of this country's legislative protection of the public against drugs administered without medical supervision. This regime prevailed until 1920, at which time the Food and Drugs Act was introduced. This followed the establishment of a federal Department of Health the previous year. By the late 1920s, Mr. Speaker, regulations developed under the Food and Drugs Act established specific requirements for the licensing of drugs. At that time, the Minister of Health had the authority to cancel or suspend a license if these requirements were violated. A significant reworking of the food and drugs regulations did not begin until 1947, but it laid the foundation for the regulations that are in place today. By 1951, and as it is still the case today, manufacturers were required to file new drug submissions prior to marketing their drugs. As I said, Mr. Speaker, that has not changed. However, the required content of these submissions has since changed significantly. It is under that regulatory regime that thalidomide was first approved for sale in Canada to treat sleeplessness and morning sickness. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, it was approved in November 1960 under the brand name Kevadon, and again in October 1961 as Talamol. In 1962, the drug was withdrawn from the Canadian market when it was discovered that the drug caused birth defects when taken during pregnancy. However, by then, a lot of damage, Mr. Speaker, had already been done. As I said previously, and I previously mentioned, approximately 12,000 babies in 46 countries were born with malformations. In Canada, it is estimated that more than 100 Canadian families were impacted. The tragic circumstances surrounding thalidomide's removal from the market in the 1960s prompted a complete revision of the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulations. These revisions were made to strengthen Health Canada's regulatory oversight and data requirements for new drug submissions. The government asked the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons to appoint a special committee to review new drug procedures under the Food and Drugs Act. The intent was to critically review the Act and associated regulatory powers in order for Health Canada to more effectively carry out its purpose and to protect the public. In December 1962, new legislation was introduced which substantially broadened Health Canada's powers. For the first time, Health Canada was given the authority to enact regulations respecting the distribution or conditions of distribution of drug samples, the prohibition of sale of certain drugs, the methods of preparation, manufacture, preserving, packing, labeling, storing, and testing of new drugs, and the sale or conditions of sale of any new drug. Mr. Speaker, in January 1963, a complete revision of the Food and Drug Regulations concerning the sale and distribution of new drugs was finalized, and new regulations were arrived at in October 1963. These revisions imposed strict safety requirements. For the first time, manufacturers were required to produce, and I quote, substantial evidence of the clinical effectiveness of a new drug, unquote, including clinical case reports and in vitro studies in addition to the previous safety requirements. At the time that thalidomide was initially authorized, the package of information related to the drug was limited, contained in only a small binder of data. Now the volume of data received by Health Canada for review of a new drug can fill several hundred binders with safety, efficacy, and quality-related data. Given the observations noted by the Special Committee in the 1960s, drug distribution was also an important issue to be addressed in revising the Food and Drug Regulations. The situation was brought into focus when it was disclosed that the greatest distribution of thalidomide was to the medical profession as free samples to give to patients. Reports also surfaced that individuals were taking delivery of these unsolicited samples and selling them to wholesalers, pharmacists, and others. The Food and Drug Regulations were therefore amended to discourage excessive and unsolicited sampling through maintenance of complete distribution records by manufacturers. Today, Mr. Speaker, the post-thalidomide 1960s revisions of the Food and Drugs Act and the Food and Drug Regulations regarding Health Canada's regulatory responsibilities, the new drug submission requirements, as well as the distribution and sampling of prescription medicines, remain substantially the same. As science has evolved, the revised framework has allowed Health Canada to require appropriate and fulsome studies to support drug approvals. Through the Food and Drugs Act and its regulations, Health Canada regulates the safety, efficacy, and quality of pharmaceutical drugs. The Pharmaceutical Drugs Program involves pre-market review, post-market surveillance, and compliance, and, of course, enforcement. The most recent substantive revision to the Food and Drugs Act, completed earlier this month, is, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, the recently adopted Bill C-17, Vanessa's Law. This legislation enables Health Canada to better respond to drug safety issues and improve patient safety related to prescription and over-the-counter drugs, vaccines, gene therapies, cell tissues and organs, and, of course, medical devices. It includes new measures to strengthen safety oversight of therapeutic products over their life cycle. These measures are intended to improve Health Canada's ability to collect post-market safety information, take appropriate action when a serious health risk is identified, and help ensure that drug safety information is available to Canadians. As well, Mr. Speaker, these measures serve to promote greater confidence in the oversight of therapeutic products by increasing transparency and improving safety of their use. In Canada, manufacturers must now file a submission with Health Canada and receive authorization before a new drug can be marketed. These submissions contain substantial information and data about a drug's safety, effectiveness, and quality, as well as side effects, warnings, precautions, and contraindications. Health Canada, Mr. Speaker, also continues to enhance its post-marketing surveillance and assessment of programs for health products. Comprehensive evaluations, including information from post-marketing surveillance on a global scale to determine whether a marketed drug's benefits continue to outweigh its risks. The 1960s thalidomide tragedy highlighted the need to reform Canada's drug approval process and prompted a modernization of the Food and Drugs Act and underlying regulations, which has shaped today's drug regulation standards in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the drug review process continues to evolve and improve, but 5 decades after the thalidomide tragedy, the initial legislative reforms brought about by the result of this sad chapter in our history continue to underpin Health Canada's current legislation and practices, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's constructive meeting with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada and what support we can offer these victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and he talked about the history of regulating drugs by Health Canada from the 1960s up to the present. I would like to provide a clarification. Thalidomide is a German-developed sedative, and it was brought to market in Canada in 1959. The American company, William S. Merrill, had the rights to distribute this medication, but the Federal Drug Agency, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA in the United States, opposed this drug because the evidence for its safety did not seem to be adequate. And the drug ended up being marketed here in Canada. So my question about this chronology leads me to the following question for my colleague across the floor. Does he not believe that drug safety is the responsibility of the federal government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I believe everyone in this House can state that these tragic events of the 1960s does remind us that we all need to take drug safety so seriously. And as I said in my speech, nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering that was inflicted to these patients and their families. We did address it in a settlement in the 1990s, but I think Canadians need to know and need to understand that Canada now has one of the safest drug systems in the world, which recently was even strengthened further by the passage of C-17, which my colleague from Oakville did so much work with. It was called Vanessa's Law. And now, Mr. Speaker, we have mandatory recall powers, so we won't have to negotiate with Big Pharma. We have mandatory reporting of serious adverse drug reactions. We have tough new fines, and we have jail time for companies who put Canadians at risk. And very, very important, we have transparency for drug approvals and clinical trials. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, nothing can undo the pain and suffering that was inflicted by this medication in the 60s. And it reminds us that we all have to take our important role in managing drug safety.
Comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his actually quite interesting sort of history of how the evolution of our current drug policy system works. And I think, as he so rightly said, in 50 years, science has actually allowed us to evolve in order to understand the adverse reaction of drugs, to understand how they impact people, and therefore to create better clinical trials and all of those other things that brought us to today. And so, you know, the tragedy of thalidomide had one good thing about it, in that it brought everyone to a point where we began to want to have drug safety, and using science evolved to this point. However, this motion today on the floor that the government supports speaks to compensation for the victims and to some ongoing support on an annual basis. And so I wanted to ask the member if his government would commit to providing exactly what the task force has asked for, the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. It speaks very clearly to $250,000 in a lump sum and then $100,000 per year after that. And will the government commit to this?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank my colleague for her question. And I had the pleasure of working with her on the Health Committee for a number of years, and I know her position as a physician. She likely has had the experience personally of dealing with patients in the past that have had serious reactions and consequences to taking different drugs. And I think it's really important, Mr. Speaker, that everyone in this House understands that these victims do have health issues, and we are reviewing the proposal put forth by the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada. And as the Minister has stated, she will be meeting with them shortly to discuss their proposals. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I just want to mention and congratulate the member for Oshawa on his very thoughtful remarks. We're certainly fortunate to have a parliamentary secretary such as he, who is so engaged in the topic. Mr. Speaker, it's impossible to stand today to speak about the thalidomide tragedy and not be moved. It is a story of an unspeakable tragedy, of distraught parents, of children born with challenges most of us cannot begin to comprehend. This is a tragic event from the 1960s, and it reminds us why we need to take drug safety so seriously. Nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering inflicted. It is a story that changed the way we regulate drugs in Canada. It opened our eyes to the fact that while drugs can bring us so many benefits by curing diseases, reducing symptoms, and prolonging lives, they can also carry with them tremendous risks. And it serves as a constant reminder that we as parliamentarians must do all that we can to strengthen patient safety in Canada. That is why I've been very pleased to hear that our Minister of Health will be meeting with thalidomide victims and working cooperatively with them to determine what we as a government can do to support them. Canada now has one of the safest drug systems in the world, and our government recently strengthened that even further, giving royal assent to C-17, Vanessa's Law. Protecting patients is a shared responsibility, one that rests also with fellow legislatures in the provinces and with provincial health departments. With individual healthcare professionals and administrators, with the colleges that regulates medical practice, and other professional organizations, with key partners like the Canadian Patient Safety Institute and the Drug Safety and Effectiveness Network, and last, of course, with manufacturers of drugs themselves. The thalidomide tragedy of the 1960s, like no other event before or since, has impressed upon us what truly enormous responsibility that is. While the quest for new cures is vital, it is equally important that we do everything in our power to ensure that drugs that reach the market do not cause harms that outweigh their benefits. That is why, Mr. Speaker, all parties in this House and in other places united to unanimously support Vanessa's law, and why so many stakeholders and individuals came forward to endorse that legislation. Although many steps have been taken previously to strengthen Canada's drug safety system, we all recognize that the Minister of Health and Health Canada did not have adequate powers to protect patients from drugs that were found to be unsafe once they were on the market. And we as legislators acted decisively to provide the new tools to address this gap. I'd like to take some time today to focus on how Vanessa's law will enhance patient safety, how it will reduce the risk of tragic events like those associated with thalidomide, and how it will help Canadians to make informed decisions about drugs they are taking. Vanessa's law will ensure that knowledge about approved drugs and medical devices continues to be gathered and shared with the public once products enter the market. This is important because clinical trials can only tell us about how a drug will affect a particular population, the population they were tested on. They do not tell us how the drug will affect everyone who might take it once it is on the market. When a company submits an application for market authorization to Health Canada, reviewers will analyze the results of all tests and studies submitted. If the product is safe, effective, and of high quality, the department will give the company a license to market a drug in Canada for a particular use. However, once products reach the market, Health Canada's ability to gather knowledge about them has traditionally been limited, and its ability to take action when problems arise have also been limited. This is why there is new provisions in Vanessa's law that represent a game changer. Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment to describe some of them and why Vanessa's law is so crucial and important. One important new provision is that Vanessa's law will give the Minister of Health the ability to set the terms and conditions on an authorization and to make those terms and conditions publicly available. What this means is that as part of the authorization, Health Canada will be able to ask a pharmaceutical company to continue to gather information in the real world after the product reaches the market, and to make the results of the information gathering public so that Canadians and their healthcare providers have easy access to them. So, for example, Health Canada may require the company to gather information about the impacts of the drugs on patients with multiple medical conditions. For instance, Health Canada could require a company to monitor and assess the effect of drugs in patients with impaired kidney function. This may or not have been studied in the initial clinical trial, and the approved label would indicate that. However, this information may prove to be important as we gather real-world experience and see some patients with impaired kidney function and how the drug affects them. It may become apparent that there is no difference in the benefits and harms experienced by patients with impaired kidney function. However, should it become clear that there may be a cause of concern, Health Canada will be able to compel the manufacturer to conduct active safety surveillance or conduct a new study specifically to address the issue. The information about what activities the manufacturers are being compelled to undertake will be made public. It will be a transparent system so that prescribers and patients will know what action is being taken. Vanessa's law also provides the Minister of Health with the power to compel a label change for a drug and to make that information publicly available to Canadians. In the past, most companies have agreed on a voluntary basis to undertake a label change, but sometimes protracted negotiations have been required, and sometimes those negotiations have not been successful. The new powers provided by Vanessa's law have changed that. So if you are taking the drug or your child is taking the drug, you will be able to access this new information. This will allow us as Canadians to make informed decisions in consultation with our healthcare providers. But not all new information comes from tests, studies, or ongoing proactive monitoring of a drug. Sometimes adverse events are completely unexpected and only identified through a rigorous adverse drug reaction reporting system. This reflects the reality I mentioned before, that patient safety is a shared responsibility. And that is why Vanessa's law included mandatory reporting of serious adverse drug reactions and medical device incidents by healthcare institutions. Simply put, serious adverse drug reaction reports from manufacturers, healthcare institutions, healthcare professionals, and the public often provide the first clue about an emerging drug safety issue. To date, adverse drug reactions have been underreported in Canada. It has only been mandatory for companies to report adverse drug reactions related to their products. It was recognized that it was critical that we increase the reporting of adverse drug reactions so that Health Canada could take quick action when a problem is detected and share the knowledge rapidly with the healthcare professionals and, most importantly, the public in order to further prevent harm. Sometimes it may be necessary to remove a drug or a particular batch of the drug from the market. At other times, it may be appropriate to change the label of a drug so that healthcare practitioners are aware of the new information when they are prescribing decisions. In other situations, it may be most appropriate to require the company to conduct some active monitoring to gather further information. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier the important work done by the Canadian Patient Safety Institute and the Drug Safety and Effectiveness Network. The Canadian Patient Safety Institute works with governments, health organizations, leaders, and healthcare providers to inspire improvements in patient safety and quality care. They act as advocates and catalysts for improvements in patient safety, and also invest in and broker policy system changes to protect the health of Canadian patients. As Health Canada works to roll out the new authorities provided in Vanessa's law, either immediately or through developing regulations, these organizations will be able to provide advice. Mr. Speaker, nothing can undo the pain and suffering endured by the thalidomide survivors and their families, and it is truly tragic. But with the passing of Vanessa's law, federal regulators have important new tools to enhance on-market drug safety. The legislation is a very real step to reduce the risk that similar tragedies will occur in the future, and it represents a very important federal contribution to the shared goal of patient safety in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly appreciate the fact that the Conservative government has indicated that they will actually be supporting this motion. I think that the thalidomide victims are certainly been waiting for this for a long time. Now, when I'm looking at the information that's before us, I think that we have to also consider not only the impact that this has had on victims, on their deformities, but on the impact that it's had on their whole life and continue to have as they are aging. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can kind of, I've asked this question before, but I didn't get an answer to it by one of his other colleagues, so I'm hoping that he can enlighten us, given the fact that I know that he sits on the Health Committee. So just if he can go, if he can tell us, now that they've finally accepted to support this, how fast they will actually be acting, and can he elaborate on the steps that will actually be taken so that these victims can actually be comforted by and really know what is coming before them.
Honourable member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I'm actually not on the Health Committee, was for several years, but have not been on the committee for the last 2 years. But I do have a keen interest in healthcare, and obviously this tragedy is something that shocked us all, and is one that we all have endless concern for. And you're right. I'm certainly glad that you mentioned you're pleased that we're supporting this motion, because I think there is no partisanship when it comes to standing united in the face of this tragedy. I am so pleased that our Minister of Health has announced that we will be meeting with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada. I think it's important to state very clearly that is happening, and that the government will be there to provide whatever support we can in the wake of this tragedy. Health Canada has learned from this tragedy and made improvements that have reduced the risk of this kind of terrible event from occurring again, including an overhaul of Canada's drug and regulatory framework. And I think that's one of the most important things. One, we recognize the pain and suffering and are there to support the victims, but at the same time make sure we learn from what happened and that Health Canada has the framework and the regulatory abilities to make sure that we can prevent something like this from ever happening again.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? La députée.
Honourable Member.
Quinte West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my friend from Barrie's submission to this House with regard to the government's support of the victims of thalidomide and the terrible tragedy that occurred some 50 years ago. It doesn't seem that long to some of us when we were viewing on our televisions and reading our newspapers and learning of the terrible effects of this drug. My friend also made note of course, I believe he did, of Vanessa's law, which our caucus mate from Oakville has introduced into the House, and it's passed, and it builds on the government's this government's record of ensuring drug safety across Canada, bringing one of the strictest and strongest regimes of drug oversight actually in the world. And I wonder if my friend might continue to inform the House as, number one, that this is a nonpartisan issue, that we've all agreed in this House to work together to make sure that these things, to the best extent possible, don't happen again. And perhaps he wants to refresh our memory with regard to Vanessa's law and some of the steps that our government has taken to ensure, as best it can, that these drug when we look at drugs and to make sure that we have the strongest regime possible. And I wonder if he just might make comment on those issues.
Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you from the member from Northumberland, Quinte West, who I know has made his life in public safety, and certainly this falls in that category, but this is all about public safety. And I want to touch, as was raised, about C-17, Vanessa's law, because I think it's important to recognize what this does and how this is a step forward for patient safety, for public safety. C-17 will bring in mandatory recall powers so that we won't have to negotiate with Big Pharma. Mandatory reporting of serious adverse drug reactions. Tough new fines and jail time for companies who put Canadians at risk. Transparency for drug approvals and clinical trials. Those are all critically important steps forward. Obviously, the tragic events of the 1960s reminds us why we need to take drug safety so seriously. But let's be clear, nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering inflicted. And that's why it's so important that we get it right so this never, ever happens again, and that we use every power and tool within government's regulatory powers to make sure that we have the proper framework in place to protect patients.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin-Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'm certainly pleased to be able to stand in this House and speak on this very important issue. Alors, je pense que j'aimerais donner un petit...
I think I'm just going to provide a short summary of the issue of thalidomide itself. In 1961, the Canadian government approved the sale of the drug thalidomide as a safe drug for the treatment of morning sickness among pregnant women. Now, this medication was commercialized for the treatment of nausea, as I said, but it caused miscarriages, severe birth defects, including missing or deformed organs, blindness, and deafness. I forgot to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see that this is truly a drug that had negative and disastrous effects for many families. And 50 years later, these survivors are now suffering from nerve damage and extreme pain throughout their bodies, And this has caused many problems. For example, they are no longer able to use their limbs to take care of themselves, damage to their spine and to their joints, which substantially limits their mobility, their limited ability to hold down a job, dependence on other people for basic functions, for example, going to the washroom, getting dressed, and preparing meals.
There has been a wide range of impact, and those are not limited to what I have mentioned, actually. There certainly is a lot of things happening to these victims, the survivors, actually, because as I've indicated, I believe, and many have indicated before, there was approximately 10,000 thalidomide survivors were born worldwide, and there's about only 100 of them that are actually still alive here in Canada. And you can see that their lives are being are being impacted very deeply at this point. So I think that it would be good for me to, and I'm going to quote a few articles from the newspapers, because I think that these victims actually, it's important for us to hear their personal stories. So this is a report from the CBC News. Thalidomide victim calls on Canadian government for compensation. And the story is from Marie Olney, and her arms are only about 15 centimeters long, and each has only 3 fingers. So you can see how challenging it's been for her. And she states that the disabilities we have were caused as a direct result of a decision by Health Canada to approve the drug without further testing. And so she goes on to say that it's very difficult for her to prepare meals, to even shovel her walk. That's actually quite impossible for her to do. And on a daily basis, there are many things I have to do using my legs, my feet, my mouth, and my chin. This is what she stated. And then what I'm garnering from my work is a lot less because of all the money I'm having to pay out for these services. So you see a person who has been so severely impacted is trying to make ends meet and is unable to do that because the services have either been cut back or are just not there. And we have to understand that certainly with the federal government's cuts to health care, this doesn't help. And at the end of the day, the money that she does make doesn't go far enough. So she certainly is needing more and more services as she ages, and unfortunately, the money's just not going far enough. Also, Mercedes Benegby, who's from Montreal, goes on to say, many of us still rely on our parents, our friends. We can't live like that anymore. And of course, a lot of them have aging parents, and we know that they're not able to care for them the way that they would like to care for them. And she goes on to say, without funding from the federal government, we are living in a state of never-ending crisis, one that is not only physical, but also financial and emotional. So, Mr. Speaker, other countries have already provided yearly support to thalidomide victims, and we're pleased to see that the government is actually going to support the NDP motion on that. But I want to go back to Ms. Olney, who basically says that she's disheartened that the government has taken so long to step up, but she's happy that they have. And she goes on to say that they promised in 1963, but for a very small compassionate amount in 1991, they've not delivered on that promise at all. It's money that we need to survive in dignity and to stay as independent for as long as we can. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's incumbent upon us as legislators, as policymakers, to make sure that when we have legislation or when we have situations here in Canada that affect people, especially when it impacts their health, that we make sure that the proper resources and support is there for them to live in dignity. I have a sister with Alzheimer's, and I know how important it is for her to get the services that she has to ensure that she has the support that she needs to continue to live a dignified life. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to be cognizant of the fact that when this all started out, this specific medication, I think that we need to tip our hat to Dr. Kelsey. She's a Canadian-born doctor who basically held the position of medical officer at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration in Washington in the early 60s. And basically, she almost single-handedly averted the public disaster in the U.S. on this specific medication because she wouldn't allow it to be approved by their department. And although the drug companies kept pushing her and pushing her, they weren't providing her with the proper information needed to ensure that she would be confident that this would be a good decision for them to make on the protection of U.S. citizens and the health of U.S. citizens. Unfortunately, the same time that those applications were actually put in, the federal government at that time rushed it through and passed it here in Canada. And so it didn't take very long after that we saw, and it felt like an eternity, but it wasn't very long after that there was babies that were born actually with flipper-like arms or limbs, and some of them actually were born, although they were born to Canadian families, they were actually born in other countries. So, for example, we had Canadians who were prescribed thalidomide, and there was at least 15 wives of Canadian soldiers who were posted in Germany who gave birth to children with severe limb deformities between 1959 and 1961. And that, of course, had to be kind of put underneath, swept underneath the carpet, because at that time the women weren't supposed to be with the men overseas. And so some of those children were actually left behind because of their disability. And as you know, far well know, that in the older days, a lot of these children were actually put in asylums or perished. So I think that, you know, when we look at the impact that this is having on not just those victims and not just the survivors, but the families who actually did have some, children who were affected by that, who may not be alive today, and they actually still live with that. So, Mr. Speaker, as my time is coming to an end, I think that it's extremely important that we raise a couple of issues about what needs to happen here. And not only should they be compensated, but the thalidomide survivor fund, consisting of two components, is imperative to be put in place. And so what they're asking for is a one-time payment to survivors to help them address their immediate and urgent needs, a monthly payment to the survivors based on level of disability to assist with their ongoing care and medical needs, create an independent board to oversee implementation and administration of the fund, appoint a program administrator to be responsible for assessing the degree of disability for each survivor based on simplified scale, 3-point scale, and for issuing monthly payments, and to develop a monitoring and reporting program of the grant's outcomes to be executed by an independent body. And I think when we're looking at that, Mr. Speaker, it's an opportunity for us not only to do the right thing, but make sure that we actually get it right and learn from these lessons. So on that, I'll wait for questions and answers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member from Algoma Manitoulin could give us her thoughts on the health minister's comments yesterday about cooperation and meeting with the Thalidomide Victims Association, and if she thinks this is a positive step in the right direction, and perhaps the kinds of items she would like to see discussed in those very cooperative meetings.
The honourable member for Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the member was actually listening to my speech, but I do appreciate her question, because I did say that excuse me. So I did say that the victims here, the survivors, have indicated that they've been waiting for a long time. There has been there had been some ask for quite some time for the government to meet. So, of course, we're very happy that the minister did make that statement yesterday, and that there was finally some meetings and some headway on this here, and that we're going to see approval of this. I've mentioned what needs to happen, so I don't think that I need to reiterate the 5 points. But obviously, there are other countries that have already moved on that, and I think that, this is certainly a step in the right direction, and as I've mentioned, the survivors are very happy that this is going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski and Nejet-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're debating the issue of thalidomide. I think that the numerous tragic episodes throughout the history of this drug and the mess that it caused among several families is a learning experience. And it is it teaches us about the importance of the precautionary principle. That is often a principle that we ignore because here in society we like to act so rapidly and to ensure that new products, whether they be from the government or from Big Pharma, we need to ensure that these products will not cause any damage before marketing them. Today, the precautionary principle is often replaced by risk management. And unfortunately, because of the profitability of numerous products, it leads Big Pharma to take risks that could reproduce the tragic events that we saw with thalidomide. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on the importance of the precautionary principle in the domain of pharmaceuticals.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank my colleague for his question, because I think that it is very important to ensure that the necessary precautions are taken and that the necessary studies are conducted, and that we can that we can ensure positive results before approving any drug for sale. With regard to the thalidomide survivors, we can see that they're aging and their families are unable to continue taking care of them. And so that is why it is important to find a solution as called for by the Association of Thalidomide Victims of Canada. And it's like I said, we certainly appreciate the government's support and the step that they are taking in the right direction.
We have time for one more short question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that today most parliamentarians are very pleased to be able to address this issue and right the wrongs that have gone on for decades. Curiously, I know two thalidomide survivors. I know them quite well, but they were exceptional in their optimism and their search for independence, even though they were left in very bad condition by thalidomide. And I would like to ask my colleague, now, obviously, we're very pleased to be able to count on the government's support, but what were the key arguments that meant that we could reach an agreement so quickly on this issue? I'm just thinking of people, for example, of people who live in her own riding.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. I think that when we see negative impacts such as these and the health problems that these people are going through, the thalidomide survivors are just asking for the services they need to live in dignity. And I think that that is what brings us together today, and that rallies us around the right direction to take so that we can ensure that we can fix this problem. Now we can see that the government is prepared to right the wrongs and to commit to helping out the thalidomide survivors, and I think we're all happy about that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Bates, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we stand as a parliament to call for the support to be offered to the survivors of thalidomide, and to work with people on the ground, work with the thalidomide survivors task force. And just for people who might be watching at home or on YouTube later, I just want to give a quick background of what it is and what happened. So thalidomide was a drug that was marketed as a safe treatment for nausea and pregnancy in the early 1960s. And instead of being helpful, well, it was a sedative. This drug actually caused miscarriages and severe birth defects, including missing limbs, organs, deafness, and blindness. And approximately 10,000 thalidomide survivors were born worldwide, and we can't really be sure how many people were affected in Canada, but we know that approximately 100 survivors still live in Canada. And according to the Thalidomide Victims Association, 62% of the survivors are women and 38% are men. And they live all across our country. 19% are in Western Canada, 20% in Ontario, 58% in Quebec, and 3% in Eastern Canada. So really, it's Canadians across, from coast to coast to coast, have been affected by this drug that was thought of as safe in Canada in the early 1960s. And I want to spend most of my speech, if I may, Mr. Speaker, on the current situation of survivors. And Mr. Speaker, if you can give me a warning about 2 minutes, when I have 2 minutes left, that would be great. So after about 50 years of attempting to work around their limitations, it's really taken a toll on many of the survivors who are now suffering from nerve damage and painful wear and tear of their bodies, and it's caused a lot of enormous challenges for them, including the loss of ability to use their limbs to care for themselves, damage to their spines and joints, which severely limits their mobility, limited ability to maintain employment, and dependence on others for basic tasks such as using the toilet, dressing, and preparing themselves. And this deterioration of their health has placed them in very precarious situations, whether it's financial or just emotional, and quite a few of them have been suffering from mental health issues also, and I'll go into providing some examples of people who have been courageous to share their experiences with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada, and I'll be reading extrapolations, excerpts, my apologies, from a report by the Thalidomide Victims Association. And we know that in 1992 there was a lump sum payment. There was a deal made, negotiations, and there was compensation given to the survivors of who were affected by thalidomide in the 1960s. There was lump sum payments that were made to deal with urgent needs of the survivors. But speaking with people I know in my life, as well as reading the reports by the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada, we know that the lump sum payments that were received, the compensation, didn't help with long-term investments for these families. Many suffered socioeconomically because of the fact that they couldn't afford to pursue post-secondary education, and continue to be affected in the workplace today because of the fact that they have not been able to pursue education. To that fact, I'd like to actually speak about education. When we're looking at statistics, it's interesting. I want to talk about primary school as well as undergraduate level education. When we're looking at primary education, thalidomide victims, less than 5% were able to achieve their primary level education, whereas the Canadian population, compared to Canadian population, more than 15% of average Canadians at the time were achieving their primary education. And then later on, when you look at undergraduate level, significantly less number of the thalidomide victims or survivors who pursued a post-secondary education at the undergraduate level. Only 25% were able to complete their post-secondary education at the undergraduate level, whereas average Canadian population is actually 35% of Canadians who pursue and successfully complete an undergraduate level university degree. Looking another angle of financial security is employment, and today 31% of thalidomide survivors are afraid to quit or lose their jobs because of the pain and the treatment that they have to deal with, and 17% can't work anymore. So now they're dependent on their pensions if they have been able to accrue pensions, or they're dependent on disability benefits, or they're dependent on family members to take care of them. And that's 17%. And 58% are actually afraid to lose their jobs, which will lead to a further deterioration of their situation. So just looking at all of these, just these three statistics, we see that a lot of the survivors of thalidomide are living in fear. Fear of losing their job, fear of quitting their job if they're in a precarious situation at their workplace. They're afraid to move to another employment because they know that they might not be able to find other employment or be further victimized because of the pain that they have to deal with today. Looking at the lump sum compensation that was made to the victims, 20% don't receive any more compensation today. 50% make less than $10,000 a year in the annuities that were paid, that are continuing to be paid from the compensation. 75% receive only $20,000 a year as compensation, and we know that $20,000 a year and $10,000 a year is definitely far below the poverty line in this country. And so our victims and survivors of thalidomide are living below the poverty line, or that is the compensation that they're receiving, and that's just not right. And I want to talk to you about two people who are involved in my life and who are thalidomide survivors. And I said in the statistic of 20% who receive no more compensation, an example of that is Charles. Charles, he's a friend of the family, and he did receive some compensation for his urgent needs at the time, but now doesn't receive much compensation anymore. He was able to get a special steering wheel for his vehicle, and Charles is an amazing guy who has, though he is a thalidomide survivor, and his arms were affected by the drug. He overcame his adversity by getting his 5th degree black belt. So it goes to show, absolutely, Charles is an amazing guy. It goes to show the level of anything is possible as long as you believe in yourself, and Charles is an amazing example of that. But you know, he's been able to make accommodations. He drives with a special steering wheel in his vehicle, but he has sadness because he says, you know, it's really sad that I can't spread my arms around my kids. And it's true. Even though he lives with such optimism and persistence to continue and do well, that's the reality for him. And so I spoke of fear earlier, but it's also the sadness and dealing with the fact that this is my reality, or this is his reality. Another example is Daniel, who is a greeter at the Powerade Center in Brampton, which is at one of the sports arenas in the GTA. His arms and his legs were affected, and he cannot drive and is completely reliant on public transit. But Daniel is absolutely another example of beauty and optimism. He's got a smile as big as the world. He's always the life of the party, but then privately he'll also share that he lives with a lot of pain, and that, you know, he can't just, he tries to be optimistic and positive about everything and positive about life because that's what he has to do to move on with life. Daily life, let's look at some more statistics, Mr. Speaker. 26% require partial or full assistance of another person in preparing their meals. 14% require the same for showering, so they're requiring full assistance. And I want to share some more quotes with you about some of the participants in the report. And here's a quote. I find it more difficult to manipulate the tools and material necessary to my work. I need help more often. We're talking about job security. Talking about mental health. Here's another quote. If I go back to approximately 5 years ago, I had suicidal thoughts and had no stable and fulfilling work. The fear of not having enough money and losing my autonomy can make me very anxious. So we're talking about people who continue to live with fear and anxiety. Another one about future stability and pension. Quote, I can only work part-time hours as a result of my disability. Part-time employees are not allowed to contribute to pension, and therefore, despite working for 21 years, I have no pension. I find this very scary for the future. fear and anxiety about the future. Another quote, I will need to retire earlier than 65 because this person is living with fear. And knowing that the age of retirement has now just been increased up to 67 by our current government, we know that this person who's living in extreme pain will now need to wait. And this person's already saying that I can't work until 65, but they're going to have to work until 67. I think my time might be up, Mr. Speaker, so I want to say thank you to the leadership that we're seeing and the cross-party support that we're seeing for this motion. I would have loved to speak more about Dr. Frances Kelsey and her bravery, but also saying that we need to work together with the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force, and we're asking for a negotiation that will allow to create a program that would provide a one-time payment for urgent needs, but also ongoing monthly support based on people's the levels of disability and based on their ongoing needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to further questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which really spoke wonderfully about two people who suffer because of thalidomide, but at the same time was a really dynamic speech. And I'm wondering if she has any comments on this, because what's really striking here is that this is a problem that occurred in a very specific moment in time when these people were born, and so these people are all about the same age. And as you said, there's a real fear when you reach the age of 50 or so concerning what retirement plans might be. So I'd like to hear you expand on that. I think that this is key to hear that here in the House we all need to hear from these people. We can understand the issue. We can make some kinds of calculations. We know that they need some kind of income supplement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Longueuil. I don't remember the rest of his constituency's name for his question, and I know he shared earlier that he has friends as well who have been affected by thalidomide, and he's right. We all like to live with certainty, and uncertainty creates anxiety, and living with uncertainty all your life about your future and your future prospects increases anxiety. And I'm going to share one more quote that I had prepared for my speech and I didn't get a chance to include. It's about job security. Here's the quote. It says, I have had to change jobs at work because of this change, which is a shoulder surgery that this person had to have. At the rate I'm going, I will not be able to work within a short amount of time, which means that this person is trying to work, doing the best that they can to contribute to our economy, contribute to the betterment of their lives as well as the people around them. But because of the impediment that this disability has created, or because of the thalidomide that was in their system as a fetus, they're now having to deal with the possibility of employment loss, and which means that they may not have been able to contribute much to their CPP, their Canada Pension Plan, and which means that they may also not have an employer pension program. And so we need to make sure that we as a society are looking out for our mistake. I wasn't even born when this mistake happened, but I take ownership for it because we as a society need to be that way. I want to talk, Dr. Frances Kelsey, she a Canadian. We were blessed that she's a Canadian, but the Americans were far more blessed than we were because as a scientist working for the FDA, she prevented that drug from being approved in the U.S. and the Americans are far more blessed than we are because they don't have to deal with it. But we as a society have the responsibility to the victims, innocent victims of this drug, that we do make sure that their future security is looked after. And it's not a lot of people. It's less than 100 people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite for her speech. I was listening to it very carefully, and a good part of the speech was dedicated to the victims of that tragedy. And she mentioned that she wasn't even born when it happened. Actually, I was already born when it happened. I don't remember it. I was a few years old when They started clinical studies in Germany. But, of course, help for the victims is very important. It's a huge tragedy that has happened. We cannot turn the clock back. But I would like to ask the member for a comment. I wonder if she would provide a comment on the Minister of Health commitment to meet with Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada and the cooperative discussions that will follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for those two points that he mentioned, one about the manufacturer in Germany, as well as the Minister of Health now agreeing to meet with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada. I'll start by the second piece, which was my comments about the Minister now agreeing to meet with the Victims Association. It's a great initiative that she's a great response that the minister is showing today. However, it is important to note that the victims have been requesting to meet with the Minister of Health for a long period of time, and now that we've been able to successfully get some media coverage about it, I'm glad that the Minister is now willing to meet with the Victims Association. The second piece was about the manufacturer in Germany, and he mentioned that he was around when the clinical trials were just starting. I wasn't even a concept at that time. But what I do want to point out that the manufacturer, though 50 years later, has now finally apologized. It took the manufacturer 50 years to apologize for this drug and the effects of this drug. And I just hope that we as a country, we made a mistake. And I hope that we as a country can take that brave step and make an apology to the victims and survivors of thalidomide, and that we do the right thing, and that's to meet with the Victims Association, ensure that the survivors continue to get the support that they need for urgent needs, and then continue to have some security for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Mississauga East, Cooksville. Mr. Speaker, this tragic event from the 1960s reminds us all, as parliamentarians, why we need to take drug safety so seriously. Nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering inflicted upon the victims of the thalidomide tragedy, but we can work to both ensure that these mistakes never happen again and to support those who are most in need. That's why I'm pleased to stand in support of this motion before the House today, and also look forward to hearing about the constructive discussions that the Minister of Health and the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada will be having in a meeting to be held shortly. I understand that the Minister is currently reviewing the proposal put forward by the Association and will be working with them to determine how best they can be supported going forward. I will be focusing my remarks today on the supports that Canada today places on maternal health to support mothers in bearing healthy children. The health and well-being of women and children are issues that this government care very deeply about, as do I as a mother, and a healthy start to life is fundamental in promoting and protecting the health of Canadians. The thalidomide tragedy not only demonstrates what can happen when governments do not place a strong enough emphasis on drug safety, but also why mothers need all of our support to have healthy children. The prenatal period is a critical one for all women, and this government continues to work with our partners to support healthy and safe pregnancies and healthy babies. Our government's efforts are wide-reaching and include national guidelines for maternity and newborn care, prenatal and infant nutrition guidelines, safe sleep awareness, and low-risk drinking guidelines in pregnancy. Working closely with a wide range of partners, the government strives to protect expectant mothers and new mothers and provide them with the information they need to help them care for themselves and their newborns. This government recognizes the importance of investing and supporting new moms early. That's why we invest over $112 million annually to nearly 285,000 vulnerable children and their families each year. One of our most far-reaching and successful programs focusing on the prenatal period is the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program. we invest over $27 million annually to support 279 projects across Canada, serving over 59,000 participants each year. The focus of this program is to meet the needs of prenatal and early postpartum women facing conditions of risk, including teenage pregnancy, poverty, geographic or social isolation, tobacco or substance use, and family violence. This program provides access to a wide range of services to pregnant and recently postpartum women, and often assists them in accessing other important services such as housing, shelters, and counseling supports. Mr. Speaker, it's worth mentioning that this program has enabled communities to leverage over $16 million annually in additional support to provide greater access to supports for pregnant women and new mothers. This support includes funding, volunteerism, and in-kind resources from provincial, territorial, municipal, and community partners. We know that this program has a positive impact on the health and well-being of mothers and their infants. Participants with high levels of engagement in its services were noted as 40% more likely to give up alcohol, more than twice as likely to increase their use of vitamin supplements, 4 times more likely to breastfeed longer, and less likely to have preterm or small for gestational age babies. Specifically with respect to Aboriginal maternal and child health, our government is also investing over $150 million this year alone to support community-based maternal health and child development programming and services in their communities. This includes Canada prenatal nutrition programming on reserve, the Aboriginal Head Start program, the Brighter Futures program, the Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder program, and the Children's Oral Health Initiative. Together, these programs and services are supporting First Nations and Inuit children and their families to reach their full developmental and lifetime potential. Improving the health of First Nations and Inuit is a shared undertaking among federal, provincial, and territorial governments and Aboriginal partners. Our government remains committed to working with partners to improve the health outcomes of all Aboriginal peoples. The government also plays an important role in ensuring health providers and policymakers have the information they need on the overall health of women and infants. Through the Canadian Prenatal Surveillance System, the Public Health Agency of Canada monitors and reports on maternal, fetal, and infant health in Canada. This work is done in collaboration with leading health professionals from across the country, Canadian researchers, public health practitioners, and other stakeholder organizations. The agency works with these stakeholders to ensure the information provided meets the needs of our healthcare community and allows important partners, such as the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada, to use these data to develop policies, programs, and guidelines to improve the health of Canadian women and children. The Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the government health research arm, also strives to create new scientific knowledge aimed toward improving health and more effective health services and products. Our government has invested over $840 million since coming to office in 2006 to support research related to reproductive, maternal, child, and child-youth health challenges. For example, we've established the Canadian Neonatal Network to facilitate collaborative research and a project led by Dr. Shu Lee to reduce infant mortality and the length of stay needed in neonatal intensive care units. This project has developed innovative tools to reduce hospital-acquired infection and severe intestinal infection by 30%. We also have a number of research projects on the horizon that are directly related to newborn and children's health. These projects range from preterm birth, child and youth mental health, to analyzing the origins of certain childhood diseases. Another related area where the government has placed a great deal of effort and investment is early childhood development. 2 key federal programs focusing on early child development are the Community Action Program for Children and Aboriginal Head Start, as I mentioned earlier. The Community Action Program for Children provides over $53 million in annual funding to community-based groups and coalitions to develop and deliver comprehensive, culturally appropriate prevention and early intervention programs. These programs promote the health and social development of vulnerable children from birth to 6 years of age, as well as their families facing conditions of risk, including poverty, geographic and social isolation, teenage parents, tobacco and substance use, and family violence. The Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve program and the Aboriginal Head Start in Urban and Northern Communities program, with funding of $49 million and over $29 million a year, respectively, provide early intervention strategies to address health promotion, nutrition, parental involvement, social support, and education. The focus of these programs, both on and off reserve, is to provide Aboriginal children with a good start in life, so they are ready to meet the challenges of starting school and coping with life's challenges with confidence. Mr. Speaker, there's a growing body of evidence that reveals the far-reaching effects of these types of programs beyond early child development. Every dollar spent in supporting a healthy start in these early years will reduce the long-term costs associated with healthcare, addiction, crime, unemployment, and welfare. As well, it will lead Canadian children to becoming better educated, well-adjusted, and more productive adults. Our public health efforts in maternal health are effective and come as a result of many years of investment in health promotion and prevention activities. I think this entire chamber, and indeed all Canadians, are today seized with the tragic events that happened in the 1960s with respect to thalidomide and its victims. In addition to supporting this motion before the House today and working with victims to determine what supports can be offered, our government is working to ensure that tragedies like this never happen again and that new mothers continue to receive the support they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech, and she did talk a lot about Aboriginal health. So I think that we need to be very clear that when it comes to Aboriginal health, I mean, this is the government that actually in the federal budget of 2012 actually cut $200 million out of Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada, and another $165 million out of Aboriginal Affairs, which actually had a direct and significant impact on several Aboriginal organizations who actually work with First Nation, Métis, and Inuit health. So, you know, I think that we have to be extremely honest here about some of what the government has done and has not done. But on this specific issue of thalidomide survivors, you know, I think that we are doing the right thing. You know, moving this motion and having the government act very expeditiously is actually doing the right thing. But I see that here is that there was actually, and this was the frustration from the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force, who had attempted to contact the minister in March and had actually sent a report to her in September, and the minister had actually even indicated recently that she hadn't even read that report. So obviously things are moving around, and we're very pleased on that. So my question to my colleague is that the thalidomide survivor task force is asking funding that consists of two components. And I'm just wondering, and I know that she's aware of the components, and one of them is with respect to a one-time payment, but then there's a few other breakdowns in there with their need for continued assistance. So I'm just wondering if she can elaborate on what their government is prepared to do for them.
Honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the member opposite that the minister will be meeting. Obviously, we know this with the Thalidomide Victims Association. I expect the meetings to be productive and very cooperative in nature. I think cooperation is the key to making sure that the meeting is successful and that all options and solutions are put on the table, because we are talking about a group of people who have suffered greatly and who have lived a lifetime of perseverance and in some case, a lifetime of pain. And this tragedy needs to be addressed. And so I'm particularly proud that this government and that our health minister will be meeting with the Victims Association and finding solutions together.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to commend the NDP for putting this motion forward. I think we all bear responsibility, and certainly in the Liberal Party we support this wholeheartedly, and I'm delighted to see that the government does as well. Now, one of the very specific things that the remaining 95 people who live with the effects of thalidomide have asked for, and this is following in the vein of my previous colleagues' questions, was two components. One was a one-time amount of $250,000, and the second component was an annual payment of $100,000. Now, my colleague from the Conservative Party has said that this is an exceptional case. We're talking about a group of people who have suffered during their entire lives. This is a various situation. I was wondering if the government will commit to the specific amounts that have been asked for by the 95 survivors, $250,000 one shot and $100,000 per year for the rest of their lives.
Member for Mississauga South.
And I would like to thank the member opposite for recognizing that this is indeed a nonpartisan issue, and it's clear that all sides, both sides of this House, agree that that the proposal submitted by the Thalidomide Victims Association must be reviewed, and so I know that the minister is reviewing the proposal, and I have no doubt that the meetings will be constructive and thorough, and that the minister will be discussing all options to be put on the table, and that the commitment is there, Mr. Speaker, to provide the respect and dignity to people who've suffered for almost 50 years. I would like to point out as well, if I may, that in terms of funding for research in initiatives into reproductive, maternal, child, and youth health, this government has put $840 million into research for these initiatives since 2006, since coming to office. I think, Mr. Speaker, that shows a commitment to making sure that the health of Canadians is a priority.
Before we go to resuming debate, I see the Honourable Chair of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs is rising on a point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, of the honour to present in both official languages the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding membership of the committees of the House. And I ask that the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House now has been to be concurred in.
Does the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thalidomide is a word that resonates in Canadian culture and history. It is one of those words that you only have to hear or say or read to evoke immediate and strong feelings. It's gone down in our collective national memory as a mark of human suffering. It's a sad symbol of scientific and governmental failure. Canadians have a profound faith in the capacity of modern science to improve our quality of life, and this faith is justified. Scientists and researchers keep developing new, effective medicines to treat and heal disease. Canadians expect their governments to protect them from unsafe drugs, and this is an expectation that has largely been fulfilled. Over the decades, Canada has enjoyed one of the best drug safety systems in the world. But science can fail, and governments can fail. Thalidomide is one of those failures. On both sides of the House today, we've heard terrible stories of shattering human toll of the catastrophic failure that was thalidomide. We've also been reminded that while thalidomide is an awful lesson of history for the survivors, it's very much their present and their future. As a government, we can help the victims of this tragedy, and I am proud today not only to stand in support of this motion, but I'm also pleased to hear that the Minister of Health will be meeting with the victims and is actively reviewing the proposal put forward by Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about another aspect of this tragic failure and the solution so it does not happen again: transparency and openness. More specifically, I want to talk about the significant steps that Minister of Health has taken to further enhance the culture of transparency at Health Canada. The victims of thalidomide never had a chance. Their mothers had never had any warning, never saw it coming. Although there was a heated debate at the time within international scientific and regulatory communities about the safety of thalidomide, this concern was never shared with the public. As a result, expectant mothers suffering from morning sickness and their doctors were denied the chance to make an informed choice about whether or not to use thalidomide. By approving the drug, Canadian regulators took what they viewed at that time to be justified risk on behalf of potential victims without telling them about it. Mr. Speaker, many things have changed since thalidomide, but one thing that hasn't and likely never will is the fact that all drugs come with risks and benefits. And the choice facing any drug regulator is still the determination based on sound science whether the benefits of taking a given drug outweigh the potential health risks to patients. What has become unacceptable to Canadians, especially post-thalidomide, is for our regulators to restrict the public availability of information about drug risks. It is unacceptable to convey the false impression that such topics are best left to qualified experts in government, industry, and the health professions. Mr. Speaker, you and I and most Canadians may not be scientists, but we have a right to know all we can about the drugs we are taking, the good and the bad. At the end of the day, it is our life, our health, and it should be a choice. That means an informed choice based on best information available to us at the time. In the years since thalidomide, Health Canada has taken an expectation of transparency to heart. Today, the department makes more drug safety information available to Canadians than ever before, so they can make informed decisions for themselves and their families. Every year, the department issues hundreds of health product risk communications by way of public warnings, public advisories, information updates, and foreign products alerts. These include product recalls as well as changes to drug labels that are required to inform Canadians about any new and emerging risks of using a particular drug. These communications are widely disseminated to media and health professionals. Health Canada also requires that drug makers publicly communicate any new drug product risks. The department now posts a drug product database based on the internet where Canadians can find a list of risks and benefits of any approved drug on a publicly available product monograph. It has also created the Canada Vigilance Online Adverse Reaction Database. Here, Canadians can find adverse reactions that have been reported to the department. Mr. Speaker, increasing the availability of information to Canadians is a fundamental pillar of the Minister of Health's openness and transparency framework at Health Canada. When our government took office, it was clear that the level of transparency at Health Canada has improved significantly from the days of thalidomide. But we felt it could do more and do it better. We particularly felt that the information that Health Canada shared with the public needed to be easier to understand and more accessible. We directed the launch of the Recalls and Safety Alerts database. It provides Canadians with one-stop access to the latest risks information on all food and consumer products, including for health products. The framework of action plan shows Canadians the concrete and incremental steps we are taking to improve their access to timely, useful, and relevant health and safety information. Each year, Health Canada will issue a report on how it has performed against those commitments. This too will be posted online on Health Canada's transparency page. Each year, Health Canada performs numerous reviews of safety of specific approved drugs. These are done when the department receives scientific evidence that a new risk is emerging and needs to be assessed to see if the approved uses of a drug need to be changed to help protect patients. Sometimes during these reviews, a risk is confirmed and requires additional safety action by the regulator, but this is not often the case. Before the announcement on the framework, the findings of these studies were typically made available only by way of access to information requests. Under the framework, a commitment was made to post public summaries of drug safety reviews proactively. This has made Canada a world leader in communicating this kind of drug safety information. Mr. Speaker, this House has heard today a good deal about Bill C-17, Vanessa's Law. Its passage is a quantum leap forward for drug safety in Canada. We all know that this bill was inspired by another tragedy, the death of the daughter of our colleague, the member for Oakville. She died while using medication that she did not know was unsafe. I'm inspired by the honourable member's example and honoured that he is in our caucus. I am proud that our government has delivered a concrete legislative response to the suffering of his family and of other families like his. I got 1 minute. I guess I have to speed it up. Therefore, I will try to conclude, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, to send a message that the government is serious about becoming more transparent and putting the health and safety of Canadians first, there were amendments introduced to Bill C-17 that added to transparency provisions. The new transparency measures introduced in Vanessa Law will also place an obligation on therapeutic product authorization holders to ensure that information concerning any clinical trials is made public. I want to close by acknowledging that none of these measures will alleviate the current suffering of thalidomide victims. It is only to highlight how our government has taken to heart the lessons that thalidomide has taught us about the importance to Canadians of transparency, openness, and openness about drug safety. I look forward to hearing how the Minister of Health engages with the Thalidomide Victims Associations of Canada and how we might support them in their plight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, I mean, certainly the member was really trying to push how his government is actually put things in place to protect Canadians. But I can tell you that it's really on this side of the House that the security of Canadians is the top priority. When we look at the record of the Conservatives, the largest beef recall in Canadian history, drug shortages, rail safety, health care of refugees, the cuts to the HoC system organization, I think that it's very clear that the government is stepping into the wrong direction in a lot of areas. So, but on this specific matter, Mr. Speaker, it's evident that the thalidomide survivors task force had been after the minister for quite some time. They had written to her in March, sent her a report in September, which obviously she said she hadn't read yet. So when we're looking at the impact of this, when people are actually reaching out, and it's such a critical matter, and it's impacting the way a person lives and their well-being, does he not think that is imperative that as soon as those letters are received, that they be responded to and acted on as soon as possible to make sure that people are not suffering, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. However, Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue that we are debating here today, and I would like to address two issues that the member raised in her remarks. First, the health care for refugees. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a leader in taking care of refugees from all parts of the world. It's been providing and it is providing now health care for refugees. What she is talking about is something that confuses Canadians as a health care for asylum seekers that were not found legitimate. There are two different issues, and I would really ask not to confuse them, because health care for refugees is provided in this country, and it's always been, and the member knows exactly about this. The second issue on drug shortages. Mr. Speaker, these issues were addressed. I serve on the Health Committee, and we did study the issue extensively. The recommendations were made, were implemented, and drug shortages is a problem not only in this country, but is a problem, global problem that many countries face. But on her last comment and question about the time of response, Mr. Speaker, this is a huge tragedy that happened in the past. We can't turn the clock back. I had the chance to meet some of the victims. One of those victims, probably all the members know, Tony Melendez, that plays guitar with his legs. It is...
Sorry. Order. We really run out of time. We're only one question and response into our 5 minutes, and we scarcely have enough time for a second one, but we do have. The honourable member, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to keep it short. And just standing up and wanting to talk about thalidomide as one of those things that have happened and occurred in the 60s in Canada with very tragic consequences. And it's nice that we appear to be on the merge of having a unanimous support and recognizing just what kind of role Canada has to play in terms of future compensation. The question I have for the member is more of, does he also believe that there is also a role for our provinces that are responsible for departments like healthcare, family services, or not necessarily family services, outreach programs for individuals that will need on-site care? Does he maybe want to provide any comment on that aspect of what we're talking about today?
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his questions. Mr. Speaker, I think all these issues will be discussed at the meetings, and I think collaborations of everybody would be required. The main thing is that we address the needs of those victims in our countries, and that we help them, that they can live with dignity. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say first off that I'm sharing my time with the honourable member from Victoria. I'm very pleased today, Mr. Speaker, to have an opportunity to talk about the motion before the House, the Opposition Day motion presented by the member for Vancouver East, to ensure that we do see a response by the government to the plea by the victims of thalidomide, the surviving victims of thalidomide drug, the tragedy that occurred beginning in 1960-61, but continuing to this day in the fates of the individuals who are now surviving the life that they were forced to live as a result of the tragedy of the approval of thalidomide as a drug for pregnant mothers, for pregnant women who were suffering from nausea or insomnia. And in some cases, a single pill was prescribed and had the effect of causing the defects, birth defects that came with the negative consequences of this drug. The resolution itself calls for full support to be offered to survivors of thalidomide, the urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected by thalidomide should be recognized, and the government should provide support to survivors, and the amendment has been made in cooperation with the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. Now, I don't know what the amendment means, so I'll start with that, and I do hope that the changing of the wording from as requested by to in cooperation with doesn't mean a lessening of good faith and doesn't mean a lessening of a commitment by this government to support the needs of the victims, the surviving victims of the thalidomide tragedy. I would want to see the principles that are spelled out and were suggested by the Thalidomide Association, the Thalidomide Task Force, the Survivors Task Force, to be honoured in any discussions or negotiations. We have, of course, precedents in other countries who have, in fact, been actually far more compassionate and responsive to the needs and the responsibilities of their governments to look after the needs of the thalidomide victims. Let me speak for a minute about the circumstances, the timeline perhaps, about what happened. And we're talking about something that occurred in 1961. It was, and I recall as a young boy, the tragedy. It was something that we saw pictures of on television, in the newspapers, covered, and it was heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker, to see the consequences of the use of this drug on the children who were born at that time. They were born, in some cases, with no arms and hands protruding from where their arms should be. Some cases they were born with problems with their organs, with blindness, and other severely debilitating situations that have caused them enormous struggles over the very many years. The timelines were very short, and I want to commend the Globe and Mail for bringing this issue to the doorsteps of the nation in their newspapers and to the pickup that it got from the media, and bringing the message that this is a tragedy that it's time government dealt with. These were individuals who, in many cases, received some sort of settlement in 1991. But it has been described by many of them as a take-it-or-leave-it offer, which did not, in any real way, satisfy the needs that these individuals had. The application to allow this drug to be used was made in September of 1960 to the Canadian Food and Drug Directorate. in September of 1960. The approval was given in November of 1960, 2 months later. A month after that, there were articles in medical journals warning that thalidomide was a possible cause of nerve damage. Yet in April, Canada put thalidomide on the market. So within 6 months of its approval, it was then being sold, despite the fact that warnings were already appearing in the journals. In April 1961, thalidomide was put on the market. By November of 1961, the manufacturer took it off the market in Germany as a result of media reports revealing suspicions in the medical community that malformations were caused in babies by thalidomide. By December, it was pulled in Britain and in Australia. But it wasn't until the next year, in March, the Canadian Food and Drug Directorate advised that thalidomide should be removed from the market, but it remained available in some pharmacies until mid-May. A very horrific consequence ended up being suffered by the victims who were born as a result of their mothers having taken this drug, and ultimately the children were born with the defects that we've talked about. Reading from the article in the Globe and Mail, it said the thalidomide scandal caused a furor in Canada in the early 60s, shocking a nation that trusted in the safety of medications and the federal gatekeepers who were supposed to screen them. The story has been largely forgotten, but the victims have never escaped it. Now, almost all in their early 50s, many are exhausted and in pain, unable to work, and struggling to get by. Mr. Speaker, they need help. They need the help from a country that should be compassionate and caring, the kind of country that we on this side of the House have been struggling to build for many, many decades. The needs of these individuals have been spelled out by the Thalidomide Task Force. They've been seeking since last March to get a meeting with the minister to talk about it. Now we have the situation, as a result of all the publicity, as a result of the public becoming aware of this, we have a situation where this resolution, being very, very timely, and I want to congratulate the member for Vancouver East for bringing it forward, and I want to thank the government for responding positively. We hope that this will pass today with unanimous approval of the House, but we are concerned that the principles that they have asked for be included in any resolution to this situation. Those principles involve, and I'll run through what we've been told by the thalidomide group of the principles that they want. They want a one-time payment to survivors to help them address their immediate and urgent needs, such as health care, assisted devices and living circumstances, and a monthly payment to survivors based on the level of disability to assist with their ongoing care and medical needs. In the United Kingdom, for example, there is a substantial grant administered by a trust providing payments to survivors based on their level of need. The average payment is approximately $88,000 Canadian, which is a very substantial amount of money, but obviously, given that it's based on need, it gives you an idea of how much need these individuals have to deal with the problems that they have encountered. Many are in pain. Many require a tremendous amount of help to be able to carry on the activities of daily life. I see, Mr. Speaker, I only have about 25 or 30 seconds left, but I want to end by saying that this is something that is important to me. It's important to my constituents. I think it's important to all Canadians that we recognize the need and the situation that these individuals find themselves in as a result of a failed system of protection of Canadians that was in place when they were born. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity just to emphasize the fact that this is something in which thalidomide took place not only in Canada but in other jurisdictions around the world. We have actually even seen some of those countries come up with at least some semi-permanent, if I can put it that way, ways of trying to resolve it. Canada has been attempting to do so, but really the task force, the Survivor Task Force, has really done a wonderful job in being an advocate, and they've come up with some fairly solid recommendations. And what's really encouraging is it would appear as if the motion that's been brought for us today is going to receive the unanimous support of the House. And the question I would ask the member is, to what degree does he believe that it is important that we have unity within the House in recognizing the tragedy that occurred because of a drug that ultimately was okayed at one point, Mr. Speaker, and now we have individuals having to live with the consequence of a very, very serious mistake.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question, but I do have one issue, want to take issue with one of his comments that Canada has been trying to help. As early as 1962, discussions about compensation began, and it wasn't until 1991 that some form of compensation was offered, but it was clearly totally inadequate to provide for the needs of these individuals. Yes, I agree with him that it's important to have unity on this issue because it does express, I believe, the unanimous feeling of Canadians that this story that's been basically hidden for some time because it's been invisible. People remember about it, but they were never faced with the consequences and the heartbreaking stories of the individuals that we now know about today who are struggling. So yes, we need to have unity of purpose here, but the real thing that we need is a proper, good faith system based on the models that we've seen, such as that in the UK and in Germany, with a lump sum payment and a substantial annual payment or monthly payment that provides for the needs that they have on an individual basis. That's what's really needed here today. Unity first, and then good faith solutions second.
Thank you. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I greatly appreciate my esteemed colleague's speech on this, given his background in law. It's obvious that he puts much thought in how he delivers the speeches here, but also that he actually gets very informed about the situation at hand. So, and I know that my colleague knows that certainly with respect to the safety and security of Canadians, it's actually one of the NDP's top priorities. And we will make sure that we have safe and accessible and reliable prescription drugs that will be an essential aspect of Canada's first new democratic government. So as we move towards that, and we are where we are today, raising this very important question, I think my colleague may have a few kind words of directions to the Conservative government that when it comes to an issue that comes to rise such as this one, how important it is to react quickly, because my understanding is that the thalidomide survivors had actually reached out to the government in March, and here we are in almost December now. We're in mid-November, and now we're finally getting some movement on there, for the simple fact that it's been in the media and that the NDP has been raising it in the House. So maybe my colleague can rise to that and speak on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, for her question and for her concern about this issue. I think speed is very important. That's why part of my speech was to emphasize that, yes, we appear to have unity today in the House. As my colleague pointed out, it's been more than 6 months that the group has been trying to meet with the Minister and the Government. She's agreed to do that and has shown some compassion. I think we need to move very quickly because I think each and every day that goes by, we know that these individuals have needs. Those needs are going to get greater. We've had 2 of them have died in the last year, so it's very important that whatever effort that can be made soon and quickly, and that the government acts in good faith, meets with them, understands their needs, and provides for something that that's going to satisfy them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to follow my colleague from St. John's East and appreciate very much his words today. This is a very emotional speech for me, Mr. Speaker. It was 2 years ago yesterday that I had the honour of being elected in a by-election to serve the communities of Victoria and Oak Bay. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that was, as every member in this place would know, a very proud day when you first come to this place and speak for your community in this chamber. Today is a proud day as well, Mr. Speaker, because I'm so proud that this House appears to be coming together with compassion, reflecting the compassion of this great country, in doing the right thing at last for the some 100 people, now 95, who are the victims of this terrible tragedy that occurred in about 1961, thereabouts, when a drug called thalidomide was first approved for use by mothers to pregnant women who were treating nausea and the like. So I've never been prouder to stand up here knowing from at least rumors in the newspapers that all parties in this place will be giving support to this resolution that the NDP brought in, and it's as an opposition day motion. We all have our personal stories about this tragedy. The Prime Minister alluded to it yesterday in question period, growing up in the 60s, knowing children who were victims of that. A friend of mine's mother was offered this drug and chose not to take it, and he looks back every day with gratitude in the fact that she made that choice. He's living in Calgary today, and I spoke with him this morning about it in a very emotional way. I want to pay tribute to a number of people. I want to pay tribute first to Natalie Dash and Barry Campbell, who are with Campbell Strategies in Toronto. They called me a few months ago. Mr. Speaker, there were 98 thalidomide survivors on that day, and said, we've got to do something. We're working pro bono to assist the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada. Can you help? My colleague Libby Davies, my colleague, the member of Vancouver East, I apologize, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Vancouver East is the health critic for the official opposition, and she took it upon herself to do what was required to make this an opposition day motion. And I'm so proud that the members opposite appear to be in agreement that full support for the thalidomide survivors should be provided. As a measure of the compassion of this country, that 95 people remaining today will be able to live the last years of their lives in dignity. Mr. Speaker, many have spoken before about the situation facing the thalidomide survivors. The press conference this week with those people was so moving, and I want to pay tribute to the enormous courage of the people who were represented there, particularly Mercedes Berneghi, who is the president CEO of that organization. Her courage to come before the Canadian people with all of the cameras on, with all of the media there, and tell their stories, the stories of the poverty that they now live in, the fact that they cannot get around on their own, that they're crying out for some sort of assistance. And I'm so proud of this place because it appears we're poised to finally do what should have been done so many years ago. They don't have the ability to use their limbs and care for themselves. As has been said, often they are born without legs, or merely, in the case of Marie only, one of the people who lives in Calgary, I believe, who is one of the victims. She has only 15-centimeter long arms and only 3 fingers. Many have serious internal organ damage. And they have been relying all these years on their friends and on their family. But that isn't going to happen much longer, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, time goes on. The parents are now passed away or in homes, and they're saying, how are we going to get by? And most of them live in abject poverty. Anyone who read the article that the Globe and Mail published last weekend and saw the abject poverty in which these people currently live would be moved, as we all are, by their story. Some of them have damages to their spines and their joints, and that severely limits their mobility. They don't have the ability often to maintain employment, and they depend on others for very basic human tasks. So in that context, they come to the people of Canada, they come to the government of Canada, and they say, help us. We need help. The 95 of us that are left are crying out for some sort of assistance. Yes, there was a payment made back in the 1990s, a one-time payment, no apology, but an acceptance that would be it for these people. And they're coming back and saying, you know what, it wasn't enough. We can't live. We need ongoing financial support. We need a pension to live on. We need to be able to get by in our last years of our life if we're to live in dignity. And that's what they've asked for, Mr. Speaker. And I think we ought to address that as an urgent matter in this place. I'm thrilled to be here today and the hope that this Opposition Day motion will receive the unanimous support of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. Thank you to the NDP for bringing such a thoughtful motion today. It's deserving of the House's attention. It's extremely important because I think it speaks to our notion of what a civilized society is, Mr. Speaker. We look out for each other. We look out for each other. I'm always reminded of my parents' maxim to their 10 children, that if they pulled apart, they would feel like 5, but if they pulled together, they'd feel like 20. And today, I think, is a moment when we're pulling together and feeling like 20. Maybe he can expand just a bit on some of the remarks he made about why we have this special responsibility to the 95 Canadians today that are living with severe disability due to exposure to a drug, thalidomide, taken by their mothers during pregnancy, which at the time was endorsed by Canada's government.
Member for Victoria.
I very much appreciate the thoughtful remarks of my colleague from the Liberal Party, and I wish to say to the Liberal Party, thank them for their support throughout this initiative, and that of the Green Party, and I'm hoping as well of the Government of Canada. You know, this also needs to be said that a very brave woman named Dr. Frances Kelsey is from Shawnigan Lake, and she is 100 years old, and was the person who won from John F. Kennedy the President's Award for Distinguished Federal Civilian Service. Why? Because she is singularly, solely responsible for thalidomide not being sold in the United States market, because she was working with the Food and Drug Administration there, and a school in the writing of my colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan is called the Frances Kelly Secondary School, Mill Bay, British Columbia, in her honor, because she represents what my colleague was saying, namely the need to show compassion and the kind of things that have happened since in the Canadian regulation of drugs we should all be proud of. Great steps have been made, but at the time they were not. She stood up to the drug companies in the United States. Our government didn't, and we're here to do the right thing today to make sure that those victims are looked after.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And given the failings of the drug system in the 1960s, I was wondering if the member opposite could comment on the current state of Canada's drug system and this government's action to strengthen it, particularly if you would like to comment on Vanessa's law that was passed recently in the House.
For Victoria.
Well, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment, and I think it's absolutely appropriate that Canadians understand that we're no longer living in the 1960s, that there's a rigorous process for reviewing drugs where independent public servants make decisions on our behalf. Having said that, we always have more work to do. Having said that, vigilance has to always be eternal. We can respect Vanessa's law, but it's only a starting point. This government, we need to do more on all sides of the House to strengthen drug safety.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to also thank my honourable colleague, friend and neighbour from Victoria for the speech and also for the actions that I think all MPs are taking today and this House is taking today, and we stand together in a nonpartisan way. I just want to pursue, and I thank my honourable friend, the parliamentary secretary, for his question about Vanessa's law. I find it absolutely shocking, and I think we still need to address, as we redress the wrong that was done to thalidomide victims, there's much more we can do to make sure that the pharmaceutical industry is held to account, not just for past wrongs, but that we more adequately test and study drugs before they become registered. And I want to ask my honourable friend if he's aware of the fantastic work of the Therapeutics Initiative at the University of British Columbia, and whether we should not bring more of its approach. It does not allow itself to accept even a free lunch from the pharmaceutical industry. For every doctor in Canada, there are 3 drug salespeople. Should we not ensure that there's no conflict of interest in the registration of pharmaceutical drugs?
Honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I first would like to thank my honourable friend and colleague from Saanich and the Islands for her excellent question. Redress and address. Redress is what we're here to talk about today. We have to do the right thing for these victims, but as I said in my remarks, constant vigilance going forward. The Therapeutics Initiative in British Columbia, Dr. Wright and his colleagues are doing remarkable work, and it's frankly shocking to me that there's no similar organization at the national level, that why this organization has to do it from British Columbia for British Columbians. That kind of root and branch work where there's absolutely no what I would call cross-contamination from big pharma is what we desperately need at the federal level as well.
Before we get started, I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration know that we've only got about 7 minutes remaining before the time for statements by members, but we'll get started with his remarks, and of course he'll have the remaining time when the House next gets back to this question. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, let me just say that I will be splitting my time with my colleague, the member from Huron-Bruce, today. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that nobody who is not a thalidomide survivor or the relative or friend of a survivor can begin to comprehend the pain and suffering that the thalidomide tragedy caused. Nothing can ever undo the pain and suffering inflicted. It was a tragedy that made governments around the world fundamentally rethink how they protect their citizens' health and safety. In Canada, the government too learned from this tragedy. The tragic event from the 1960s reminds us why we need to take drug safety so seriously. Since that time, we have collectively resolved that Canadians deserve nothing less than one of the safest drug approval systems in the world. As parliamentarians, we continue to strive to strengthen patient safety in this country. We continue to make changes to the drug safety system to enhance its rigor and reduce the risk of this kind of terrible event could occur again. Mr. Speaker, that is why this House so recently united to support Bill C-17, Vanessa's Law. It is too often that we need to experience terrible events like the impact of thalidomide, its use in the early 1960s, and more recently the death of Vanessa Young, to call us to action. In the case of Vanessa's Law, all parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, recognized Health Canada's need for appropriate authorities to ensure that unsafe products are identified and dealt with quickly. We recognized how important it is for regulators to be given the tools they need to protect Canadians from unsafe drugs. In the wake of the thalidomide tragedy, laws were enacted to require manufacturers to file more detailed submissions with Health Canada as the federal regulator to receive authorization before a new drug could be marketed. These submissions contain substantial information and data about the drug's safety, its effectiveness and quality, as well as side effects, warnings, and precautions. Products with an identified risk, such as the potential to cause birth defects, or products that are used in vulnerable populations, such as by children or pregnant women, are treated as high-risk products and are subject to increased scrutiny, monitoring, and risk mitigation. These were critical changes to the drug safety system, Mr. Speaker. However, it became apparent that addressing safety concerns at the pre-market stage was not enough. Health Canada needed the tools to take appropriate action when a serious risk is identified after a drug is on the market. That is why all parties in this House and in the other place endorsed Vanessa's Law, which received royal assent on November 6th of this year. This legislation will protect Canadian families and children from unsafe medicine by enabling the Minister of Health to require healthcare institutions to report serious adverse drug reactions and incidents related to medical devices, to recall unsafe products, to apply to the courts to impose tough new penalties for unsafe products, to provide the courts with discretion to impose even stronger fines if violations were caused intentionally, and to compel drug companies to revise labels to clearly reflect health risk information, and finally to compel drug companies to do further testing on the product, including when issues are identified with certain at-risk populations. Vanessa's law has also introduced new transparency measures, Mr. Speaker. When in force, will require Health Canada to make both positive and negative regulatory decisions publicly available, as well as the reasons for those decisions. These reasons will include a clear statement of benefits a drug may confer, the harmful side effects that some patients may experience, and areas where there are gaps in knowledge. Transparency regulations will enhance the current transparency requirements in Bill C-17 by placing an obligation for drug companies to disclose more clinical trial information publicly. Canadians will also be consulted during the regulatory development process about the types of information that could be made available. For example, clinical databases show what clinical trials are taking place in Canada for drugs that treat a particular disease or condition. They also provide information about a point person who can provide information for that particular clinical trial. Going forward, a clinical trial registry could indicate whether a trial is conducted or if it has been terminated prematurely. After the conclusion of a trial, a registry could provide a summary of the results. These types of information could all be important to patients and healthcare providers in making treatment decisions, and they could be helpful to academic researchers to do further assessments relating to patient safety or stimulate thinking about new areas for research. In developing Vanessa's law, the government consulted broadly with patients and experts about how to best update Canada's drug safety laws. The new measures substantially strengthen the safety oversight of therapeutic products throughout their life cycle. They improve Health Canada's ability to collect post-market safety information, Mr. Speaker, and ensure strong and active oversight once a drug is on the market. Equally important, they improve the department's ability to communicate important safety information to Canadians and their health care providers. How am I doing for times? I will continue after the question period. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 4 minutes remaining for his remarks when the House next returns to debate on the question, and of course the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments. Déclaration de député.
Statements. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-La-Matane-Montpellier. I'm very pleased to say that Force et Démocratie is a new party and it has met all of the conditions of Elections Canada. It's become a recognized party. It will be working for all regions, including Metropolitan Montreal. We want tangible gains. We will not have any party line. We will have a common objective, which will be to help everyone in Quebec. We will make sure that all members represent their region and they will be free to speak. They will be working for decentralization. We will be working between election campaigns for participative democracy and democratic reform. We will be bringing together people from every political background. There will be no lack of transparency or kowtowing, and I want to have you bring your strength to work with us.
For Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the Act Against Slavery was passed in the Legislature of Upper Canada on July 9, 1793, making Upper Canada the first British colony to abolish slavery. John Graves Simcoe, the then Lieutenant Governor, had been a long-time abolitionist. When he was a British MP, he described slavery as an offence against Christianity. The British Parliament finally abolished slavery in the Empire in 1833. It's appalling that in 2014 we still have slavery in the world. According to NGOs and media reports, thousands of women and girls in Iraq have been forced into marriage and sexual slavery by Islamic State fighters. An Islamic State document obtained by Iraqi news outlets in October indicates that Yazidi and Christian girls aged 10 to 20 years old are sold for $129, while those aged 1 to 9 years old are sold for $172. Wow. This barbaric practice must be stopped. I applaud our government, along with those of our like-minded allies, for intervening. When the world faces a regime as evil as the Islamic State, we know that doing nothing is not an option.
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Sawmill River runs through beautiful downtown Dartmouth between the Atlantic Ocean and Lake Bannock as part of the Shubenacadie Canal system, but unfortunately it's been buried since 1972. A grassroots campaign to daylight the Sawmill River is gaining momentum, and I want to tell you that I think it's a great idea, and for the following reasons. Water quality would improve dramatically, and fish passage to Lake Bannock will enhance the river's economic, cultural, and ecological value. Residents and visitors would also enjoy the benefits of increased heritage, interpretation, tourism, and recreational opportunities. I want to thank Walter Riggin from the Sackville Rivers Association and Jocelyn Rankin from the Ecology Action Centre for championing this important idea. Mr. Speaker, I am committed to working with other levels of government to support this goal and see this wonderful dream come true for Dartmouth.
Here. Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, recently I had the privilege of being present at the Orangeville Legion for the awarding of the French Legion of Honour to a distinguished World War II veteran in my riding, Mr. Fred Heber. Mr. Heber was a gunner with the Royal Canadian Artillery from 1941 through 1946. He served in the UK and continental Europe during some of the most ferocious fighting of the war. The Legion of Honour dates back to more than 200 years to Napoleon Bonaparte and is France's highest honour. More than ever, we owe it to our veterans, and especially those who gave their lives for Canada, to honour and remember their service and sacrifice. This honour is a fitting tribute to Mr. Heber from France and his role in liberating that country. This year, as we mark the 100th anniversary of the start of World War I, the 75th anniversary of the start of World War II, and the 70th anniversary of D-Day, it is to Canadians like Mr. Heber that we must pay tribute. His service, dedication, and sacrifice will never be forgotten.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, it is said that all evil needs to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Unfortunately, too many good people are sitting back, refusing to stop the atrocities now occurring at Camp Liberty. Camp Liberty is a refugee camp in Baghdad that now houses thousands of MEK members, Iran's primary opposition. These people were fighting for democracy, but now they are fighting daily torment and the very real threat of execution. If we are to help foster democracy in places like Iran, we need measures that guarantee the basic security of Camp Liberty residents. The Canadian Friends of a Democratic Iran want the UN to send security forces to Camp Liberty today, and I want to add my voice to that chorus. Canada has always stood for what is right, and I am asking this government to step up. Inaction should not be a death sentence for those fighting for peace. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, our government has announced our family tax cut, several new tax relief measures to help make life more affordable for Canadian families. A key component of this family tax cut is the enhancements to the very popular universal child care benefit. Starting on January 1st, 2015, we're increasing the UCCB for the youngest children so that parents will begin to receive $160 per month instead of the $100 per month currently received for each child under age 6. We're also expanding the UCCB to children 6 and over so that parents will begin to receive $60 per month for children aged 6 to 17. With the enhancement of the UCCB, we're ending the child tax credit, not to be confused with the Canada Child Tax Benefit. The Canada Child Tax Benefit, or CCTB, remains untouched with our new family tax proposals, so parents will continue to receive that benefit as well. All Canadian families with children will benefit from these new measures that our Conservative government is implementing to start off the new year 2015.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Frances Oldham Kelsey, born in Cobble Hill, British Columbia, began her work with the American Food and Drug Administration in 1960. In the first month at the FDA, she was pressured to approve the release of a sleeping pill for pregnant women called thalidomide. She had seen data that women who use the drug repeatedly experience dangerous side effects. In 1961, when British reports of severe birth defects in children started, that was the information that Dr. Kelsey needed to block approval of the drug in the U.S., which eventually led to its ban around the world. Dr. Kelsey should be recognized as a person of national historic significance. In fact, the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada says it wants to direct more attention to the history of women. However, its guidelines state that a person must be deceased for 25 years before being recognized. Dr. Kelsey is still alive today at 100 years of age, and it seems wrong that 53 years after her scientific work saved so many, we may have to wait another 25 years for her to be acknowledged. I urge the Minister not to delay and to take the necessary steps to honour Dr. Frances Kelsey.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
It is my great pleasure to recognize the contributions B'nai B'rith Canada has made to this country since its founding in 1875. Many Canadians, including myself, my family and friends, have grown up participating in B'nai B'rith programs. From attending summer camp to youth organizations and sports leagues, B'nai B'rith is a rite of passage for most Jewish youth in Canada. But B'nai B'rith is more. The organization is one of Canada's premier defenders of human rights. Their annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents is an important tool for policymakers and law enforcement. They also assist low-income families with housing and food, and just recently opened a state-of-the-art Alzheimer's residence and research facility in York Centre. Tonight on Parliament Hill, MPs, senators and staff will come together to commemorate this important Canadian institution. We will also honour B'nai B'rith's outgoing CEO, Frank Diamond, and his contribution he has made over the last 36 years defending Canadian values. Incoming CEO Michael Mawson has now taken the helm of B'nai B'rith. A lawyer, accomplished business person, Michael has been a strong voice in the community. We wish him a mazel tov. Canada is a better country because of B'nai B'rith. I wish the organization a Yasher Koach, and may they enjoy many more years of great success.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, this past summer I was honoured to take part in 2 401 bridge dedications in my hometown of Gananoque in my riding of Leeds Grenville. The first honoured Constable Henry J. Harper, an OPP officer killed while directing traffic around an accident in 1957. He was a distinguished kayaker who represented Canada at the 1948 Olympics in London, England. He became a police officer because he truly wanted to help people. Gananoque resident Jerry Carmichael was instrumental in gaining Harper this recognition, and I pay tribute to his hard work over a number of years. The second bridge was dedicated to Corporal Randy Payne, a fallen military member killed while serving with a close protection team in 2006 in Kandahar, Afghanistan. Corporal Payne was remembered as a dedicated soldier, passionate family man who doted on his wife Jody and their children, Tristan and Jasmine, and as a good friend who always had a broad smile and a ready laugh. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. In 2012, 737 workers at the Mabe appliance plant in my riding of Hochelaga learned that they would be losing their jobs and that production would be gradually transferred to the U.S. and Mexico. After 60 years, the plant closed in June, and the employer committed to protecting the workers' pension fund. But last Monday, some 200 angry former employees gathered at the closed plant to protest the announcement in August that Mabe was declaring bankruptcy. And now, in addition to losing their group insurance, they are going to have their pension fund slashed by 22%, which means $35 million lost by these workers. The federal government has a responsibility here. It could give pension funds priority when companies declare bankruptcy. If the Conservatives can't keep good jobs here, they could at least protect workers' savings in these situations.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Liberal leader claimed that the Common Sense Firearms Act that we introduced that cuts red tape for law-abiding hunters and sports shooters was dangerous. Mr. Speaker, he even sent out a fundraising letter to the Liberal elites asking them to join his fundraising pitch to stop this safe and sensible bill. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal leader's claims about this bill loosening safe transport regulations are absolutely false. Our Conservative government is about cutting red tape and ensuring that unlicensed and untrained people don't have access to firearms. At the same time, ensuring that we don't ostracize law-abiding Canadian gun owners and sports shooters. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader hides his disdain for Canada's hunting heritage under the pretense of public safety. But all Canadians know that it's this Conservative government that will stand up for public safety, stand up for law-abiding Canadians, hunters and sports shooters and collectors. And Mr. Speaker, there's only one thing the Liberal leader needs to answer to Canadians right now. Will he come clean and admit that he didn't read the bill before he made his comments about it, or is he just misleading Canadians?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to a recent study by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Hamilton has the 8th most expensive childcare rates in the country. These findings likely come as no surprise to the many families in Hamilton who pay up to $1,200 a month for each child in childcare. These astonishing rates are making it harder and harder for families to make ends meet. The Hamilton Roundtable on Poverty's CEO, Tom Cooper, has said that without access to child care services, many parents and children will not be able to escape the cycle of poverty. Families in Hamilton know they need a child care plan that works for them. As the Hamilton Spectator made clear in an editorial earlier this month, income splitting won't do it. Neither will increasing the universal child tax benefit. Those are Band-Aid solutions that don't address real disparities, end quote. That's why many people in my community of Hamilton Centre are excited about the NDP's $15 a day child care plan. They know this plan is an investment in their family, their community, and our country.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is committed to standing up for law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sports shooters. Hunting is an important part of our Canadian heritage, and previous Liberal governments have tried to put a stop to this way of life by smothering hunters in red tape. Our Conservative government believes this is wrong. Hunters are strong conservationists and should be encouraged in their efforts to protect our environment. Mr. Speaker, the NDP disagree. I was so disappointed yesterday when the member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca, said that all gun owners are law-abiding citizens until they are not. Is he really saying anyone who owns a gun is a potential criminal just for having the gall to enjoy hunting in the fall? I would ask the member to apologize to my constituents who he has just called criminals.
Apologize. The honourable member for Malpeque.
I rise, Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the passing of Senator Archibald Johnson recently. Summoned to the Senate in 1998, Archie was most proud of his work for veterans, and especially the all-party committee report with ideas to assist fellow veterans. He served as a crew member with the RCAF Heavy Bomber Squadron, flying sorties over Europe during World War II. Returning home, he worked with his father to develop Woodley replicas and originated Rainbow Valley, both being some of PEI's beloved tourist destinations. Showing active leadership, he served as president of the PEI Federation of Agriculture and as director of the Island Tourism Association. An entrepreneur at heart, he was involved in wholesaling, heavy construction, and many other business ventures. Retired, he never slowed down, and at age 77 took to writing books, publishing several on topics ranging from Bomber Command to collections on well-known islanders. His love for his wife Felicia showed through in all he done.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to our new family tax cut, 100% of families with children in Willowdale will be better off. Every parent in Canada, like the Stratton family in my riding, will now receive just under $2,000 per year per child. While we are giving back to Canadian families, the opposition has already promised they would take money away from families. While we are cutting taxes, the Liberal leader wants to raise taxes. While our plan helps 100% of families with kids, the NDP plan helps only 10% of families. Mr. Speaker, our tax cut plan will benefit every family in Canada with children, and that's well over 4,000 families. Only this Conservative government can be trusted to put more money back into the pockets of each and every family with children in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government launched 2 new Twitter accounts, one in French, one in English. They're supposed to be Canada's new voice in the world, it seems. The English account may not be slick, but the French account is a real disaster. I don't even know where to start. We could talk about the poor quality of the French, which uses words wrongly. And then there are some tweets that are just a literal translation of puns that work only in English. So that doesn't work. To top everything off, we have this strange tweet that uses the colloquial word way, that in no way renders the A that is used in English, Canada A. First of all, no one uses that word. And so if we want to tweet Canadian culture, we have to make sure just not to do a literal translation. Otherwise, there is no sensitivity shown to francophones in Quebec. But, of course, we've seen that being the practice of Conservatives.
Mr. Speaker, Stacks Canada has confirmed what we already knew, that the middle-class families are better off under our Prime Minister than under previous governments. The Liberal leader has promised to reverse benefits for the middle-class families as he believes government knows better than parents on how to spend their hard-earned tax dollars. Under our family tax cut, 100% of families with children will receive an average benefit of over $1,100. A single mother with 2 children earning $30,000 will benefit by $1,500 per year. Mr. Speaker, we know that for the important decisions that affect the lives of children, the decision-making power should be with moms and dads, not with government. We know that as families, we are better off in my riding of Niagara West Glanbrook under our Conservative government. We know that as families, we are better off in my province of Ontario under our Conservative government. And we know that as families, we are better off as Canadians under our Conservative government.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, over 30 years ago, Quebec banned any form of advertising, including junk food advertising, targeting children under 13. And the result was very interesting. According to a recent study, weekly consumption of junk food in Quebec dropped by 13% since that time. Quebec has one of the lowest child obesity rates in Canada. That is good for health, it's good for the healthcare system, and it's good for our children. If Conservatives truly care about our children's health, will they do the same thing? Yes or no? Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been very focused on this issue. As the member reflects, 1 in 3 Canadian children right now are obese, and we are very concerned about that, and that's why we've not only been investing in research on the issue, we've also been investing in programs on the ground, like the Play Exchange, which is a competition to design new ways to get kids off the couch and into play. Our Air Miles reward program, which is basically giving people who exercise rewards. We're seeing people exercise more. There's lots more to do, Mr. Speaker, but we're very focused on this issue.
The Leader of the Opposition.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and I have no doubt about her good intentions. But precisely because 1 child out of 3 is overweight here in Canada, instead of talking about programs that don't work, let's look at something that has proven itself effective. When you ban junk food advertising to children, you reduce childhood obesity, you reduce the pressure on parents to take them to these junk food emporiums. Why don't the Conservatives get on board and ban advertising to children about things like junk food?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, there are many things that we have to do to tackle this issue, but the most important thing we can do is to get kids, even if they're eating healthy, off the couch, away from video games, and out onto the streets and into parks to actually exercise. And Mr. Speaker, of course, we've now doubled the child fitness tax credits. We want to make sports and organized sports and informal play affordable for kids. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to focus on this.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister recognized that despite a legal settlement in the 1960s, the thalidomide victims need additional support. For people who were affected by this drug, every day is a struggle, even 50 years later. Will the government support our motion to provide ongoing compensation for thalidomide victims in Canada?
Government support our motion to provide ongoing compensation to thalidomide victims in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, of course the government will support the motion, and the government looks forward to sitting down with these victims and working with them on their care needs. This was an incredibly tragic event, and all of us share in that sorrow. It reminds us day in and day out of how important it is to ensure that we have the safest drug system and safety system in the world, and Canada does have that, Mr. Speaker. We're proud of that. We have to make sure nothing like this ever happens again. I look forward to my meeting with the victims next week.
You're done. Honourable
Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, according to a new study, over 1/3 of Canadian women have been victims of domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, according to a new study, over 1/3 of Canadian women have been victims of domestic violence, and this violence impacts the most vulnerable members of our society, including Canadians with disabilities, First Nations, and members of the LGBT community. Will the Minister of Status of Women reach out to stakeholders and victims groups to find concrete solutions to end this epidemic of domestic violence? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, preventing injuries and violence in the workplace, including, is essential to the health and well-being.
Opposite. This is something that we do regularly at Status of Women Canada, whether it be women that are handicapped, women of Aboriginal backgrounds, women who are entrepreneurs. Making sure that the workplace is safe is what we are very much focused on. Making sure that we eliminate violence against women and girls is a top priority of this government.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, because the Canadian Labour Congress study found that domestic violence not only impacted Canadians' home lives, but of course their work lives as well as a direct consequence. 75% of victims said that domestic violence impacted them at work, and domestic violence costs employers $80 million a year. So the only question we have for the Minister as a result of her intervention is this: will she sit down with unions and employers to address the impact that domestic violence is having in the workplace?
The Honourable Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will say to the Leader of the Opposition, actually, I had the great opportunity to speak to the President of the CLC just this morning, as well as to the President of FEDCO and the Chairman, Steve Bedard. Both have agreed to meet with me next week to speak about this specific issue, to make sure we are making sure that mental health in the workplace is something that is resolved.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General tabled a scathing report about our veterans and this Conservative government's contempt for them. The Minister is not available to answer questions. The Minister has a well-deserved reputation of avoiding difficult questions. Where are his priorities? Why are the Conservatives hiding instead of owning up to their contempt for our veterans? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Veterans Affairs.
For recognizing that Veterans Affairs does indeed have robust mental health strategy in place, that we have put in place mental health supports, that we provide rehabilitation to our veterans in a timely manner, and we're working to improve the consultation process with veterans. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has identified that there is some unnecessary delays in the processing, and we are working to address those issues, and we thank the Auditor General for his recommendations, Mr. Speaker.
I'll just remind the Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie that it's unparliamentary to point out the presence or absence of colleagues, and I know he'll keep that in mind going forward. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, when the Auditor General reported this government's failure to provide the mental health services our veterans needed, the minister was out of the country. Just when we hoped to get answers from the department, the Veterans Affairs Committee has now cancelled its meeting on the estimates. We all remember the minister running away from Jenny Mignot, the wife of a veteran with PTSD. Now, when veterans have questions about access to mental health services, meetings are put off and cancelled. Why, instead of answering questions and being accountable to veterans, do Conservatives always cut and run?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable colleague on the other side that the Minister works hard and consults with veterans across the country all the time, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, he is currently travelling overseas with veterans, Mr. Speaker. It is a top priority for our government, Mr. Speaker, and we are working to address some of the recommendations that were brought forward by the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns when it comes to the unnecessary delays, and we will continue to work in the best interest of Canada's veterans on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I raised the case of Greg Matters, a 16-year Forces veteran suffering from PTSD who was tragically killed in 2012. Greg fought for years for treatment and support, and all he got was a measly $125 a month. He pleaded for psychiatric help in vain. His death could have been avoided. Yesterday, the parliamentary secretary did not answer my question on this, so I'm giving him another opportunity. When will the government finally respect our veterans, fix these problems, and prevent these deaths from happening?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, no government has brought more respect and more resources to help our veterans, the members of the armed forces, than this government, Mr. Speaker. We have increased the annual health care budget by over $10 million. We work with individuals who are suffering from PTSD. This has been a priority for the armed forces, and I know that we encourage everyone who has any difficulties in this area to reach out, and they'll get the help that they need.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Distress levels among our veterans are reaching alarming levels. Despite the promises of the Conservatives, nothing has changed. In 2009, the government committed to measuring the performance of its mental health strategy to ensure that it truly responded to veterans' needs. The Auditor General confirmed this week that the government never followed up on this commitment. Why is the minister trying to save money at the expense of our veterans, and why isn't he committing to ensure that their needs are met in terms of mental health care? Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, our government announced additional mental health support for Canada's men and women in the armed forces, veterans, and their families. We're investing in a major new operational stress injury clinic in Halifax and 8 other satellite locations, Mr. Speaker, across this country. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to our veterans, armed forces, and the families, and we will continue to work on their behalf, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, let me ask again. In 2009, the Conservatives committed to develop performance measures to assess if its mental health strategy was meeting the mental health needs of veterans. The Auditor General showed that the Conservatives never followed up on that commitment. No data was ever collected. Mental health care is critical for our veterans. Why did the government abandon this commitment?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was in fact the Minister of Veterans Affairs and our government who recommended the Auditor General review our mental health programs so that we could improve to provide the very best for our Canadian veterans and their families. The Auditor General clearly said that Veterans Affairs has put in place important mental health supports. Access to mental health support under the rehabilitation program is timely. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has made some recommendations in terms of unnecessary delays, and we're working to address those issues, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, when our veterans were asked to serve, they didn't hesitate. Why won't this minister honour that service? Nearly 1 in 6 full-time members of the Canadian Forces experienced symptoms of mental health or alcohol-related disorders in the last year. Many of those members will soon be leaving the Canadian Forces and looking for assistance from Veterans Affairs. Does the minister have a plan in place for these veterans so that they aren't left waiting?
Good question. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Our government has a strong record when it comes to providing the support and benefit and services for Canada's veterans, Mr. Speaker. Precisely the reason that we have invested billions of dollars in new additional dollars, Mr. Speaker, even though the opposition has continuously voted against virtually every single initiative we have brought forward, we will continue to stand up for Canada's veterans and the families, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brosson-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Transportation Safety Board says that the Conservatives are not doing enough to oversee railway companies. For the Conservatives, it's as if the Lac-Mégantic tragedy had never existed. The chair of the Transportation Safety Board wants tanker cars of safer design, and she wants a timeline to be respected. When will the government listen to the Transportation Safety Board and ensure that the population is protected? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Canadians is a top priority at Transport Canada. Each of the recommendations laid out by the Transportation Safety Board with respect to the watch list are being reviewed currently. That being said, Mr. Canada, Transport Canada has been taking strong action. The worst offending .111s are out of service already in terms of transporting crude. There's an aggressive phase-out of the remaining .111s that is in process and will end ahead of a proposed U.S. phase-out. Mr. Speaker, we're taking strong action at Transport Canada, and they will continue to do so.
And the honourable member for York South-Weston.
While Conservatives boast, the TSB says this government simply isn't getting the job done on rail safety. Yesterday, the president of the Transportation Safety Board, Kathy Fox, said, quote, actions taken to date are insufficient. She said, quote, a weak safety culture and inadequate Transport Canada oversight contributed to the Lac-Mégantic accident. She said Transport Canada still has problems with oversight and inspections. In light of all this, Mr. Speaker, why is the government still cutting funds for transport safety?
The member has it all wrong there. The frontline safety continues to get a boost in terms of the operational spending of our Rail Safety Directorate. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to take strong action. Now, what the watch list did show, Mr. Speaker, is that 74 out of 77 watch list items are either fully satisfactory or in progress. And no wonder, Mr. Speaker, look what we have. New compliance tools coming into force on railway operating certificates, new administrative monetary penalties, all these to make railways more compliant in what they do, Mr. Speaker. The .111s I spoke of, there are regulations already on new enhanced standards, and there's new tanker safety.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, while millions of Canadians are losing their home delivery services, Canada Post is on track to post record profits.
Well.
Seniors, people with disabilities, and so many other homeowners all being left behind. Conservatives claimed these cuts were needed because Canada Post was going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. Now the Canada Post is turning a large profit. Will the Conservatives join with us and fight these cuts, or are they hell-bent on allowing Canada to become the only G7 country without home mail delivery?
Generous reading of the facts, Mr. Speaker. Here are the facts. Canada Post delivered 1.2 billion fewer letters in 2013 than in 2006. Two-thirds of Canadians currently do not receive mail at their home address, at their door-to-door, Mr. Speaker. And Canada Post must balance its books. That is their responsibility, and taxpayers expect them to do that.
Honourable member for Rosemont at Patry. The Conservatives claimed from the rooftops that home mail delivery had to be cut because Canada Post was losing money, and yet it just posted a profit of $13 million. This is the third profitable quarter in a row. Not bad for a company that the Conference Board and the Conservatives predicted was going to lose $274 million this year. Will the Conservatives finally admit that their decision to end home mail delivery has nothing to do with its finances and that it's a strictly ideological decision? Again, another attack against our public services? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Perhaps the member would like to read the annual reports of Canada Post that show for the last 3 years it has consistently turned major losses, Mr. Speaker. That's because 1.2 billion fewer letters were delivered in 2013 than in 2006, Mr. Speaker. The Crown Corporation has taken measures to try to turn that situation around, Mr. Speaker, and the member should get behind the 5-point plan.
The Honourable Member for the Ville du Nord. So, where, if we believe the Conservatives and the New Canada Twitter account, where Quebecers and Francophones, where, speak like this. It's completely ridiculous and disconnected from reality. It's another advertising campaign designed in English and then translated. With the Conservatives, we get the impression that Canada has two official languages, English and translated English. How could the Minister of Foreign Affairs let something like this happen? It's so stupid.
The Minister has been asked a question. I see he's rising to answer the question, so I'll ask members to allow him to do so. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a ridiculous question. On our Twitter campaigns, we are promoting our values and Canadian files, our culture, and our foreign affairs policy, as well as our development strategies. We have an English and a French account on Twitter to reflect Canada's two official languages. The Honourable Member for the Ville du Nord. Well, the problem is that this reeks of amateurism. Once again, the Conservatives are once again proving that for them, French is a second-class language. You can't just translate tweets and English expressions literally into French. You have to design them in French. Now, this weekend, the 15th Summit of the Francophonie is opening. Is that the image that the Conservatives want to project on the international scene? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to say that I'm very proud to rise in this House for one of the first questions that is addressed by the opposition about the Francophonie since they've been here. Mr. Speaker, Canada and Quebec, which sits on the Francophonie, and that was given by a Conservative government, and New Brunswick, we are going to support Michaëlle Jean's candidacy so that French is visible across Canada, and we're proud of that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the European Union and Ukraine have signed an association agreement that takes effect January 1st, 2016. In the meantime, Europe has already eliminated most tariffs for Ukraine, a form of help equal to $635 million in aid. Canada and Ukraine are seeking a free trade agreement, but trade negotiations take a long time. Given the strong cross-party support for Ukraine in this House, will the government match the EU's unilateral zero-tariff regime for Ukrainian businesses until our deal is done?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that our government is committed to supporting efforts to build a peaceful, democratic and prosperous Ukraine. Ukraine is a priority market for Canada under Canada's Global Markets Action Plan. In fact, this past July, I led a trade mission to Ukraine. But when I compare our record on trade to that of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, over 13 long years, they were able to sign only 3 trade agreements. This government, over a short 8 years, has signed free trade agreements with a total of 38 different countries, and there are many more to come.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hand.
Mr. Speaker, TD Bank's report, The Case for Leaning Against Income Inequality in Canada, recommends making our tax system more progressive. TD cites an IMF report which shows that tackling inequality is good for growth. The TD Bank, the IMF, and Mark Carney have all warned against growing income inequality here in Canada. Why won't the Conservatives listen to these experts? and cancel the regressive income splitting scheme that will actually make income inequality worse.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, apparently the member for King Hants doesn't read the New York Times, because if he did, he would have read the huge benchmark study that celebrated the fact, at least for us Canadians, that Canada's middle class has surpassed that of the United States for the first time ever, and that we have the wealthiest middle class in the world. Mr. Speaker, we also have seen a significant reduction in the number of Canadians living below the low income line. In fact, through our increase in the basic personal exemption and other progressive changes, we have lifted over 1.2 million low-income Canadians off the tax rolls altogether, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
Apparently, the minister didn't listen to the late Jim Flaherty, who questioned whether income splitting would benefit society. Apparently, the minister doesn't listen to the C.D. Howe Institute that says that it will do nothing for 86% of Canadian families. They're all warning, Mr. Speaker, that income splitting will increase inequality. And the IMF and the TD Bank have told us that rising inequality is bad for growth. So even if the Conservatives don't care about the unfairness of inequality, why are they going ahead with income splitting when it's bad for jobs and growth?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
A, the member himself supported income splitting in his Tory leadership platform. B, we did listen to constructive criticism, which is why we capped the benefit for income splitting at $2,000 for family, ensuring that 2/3 of the benefits from the overall package flow to modest and low-income families. C, Mr. Speaker, this change is part of the universal choice and childcare benefit enhancement that will deliver a benefit to 100% of families. But if benefiting more people is the criteria for supporting tax cuts, then why did the Liberal Party vote against and continues to oppose the only tax cut that 100% of Canadians enjoy, the cut in the GST?
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, a new survey has found that 33.6% of workers have faced domestic violence, and that this violence follows workers to their jobs every day. It can continue throughout the day through abusive texts, emails, or phone calls, and it has a devastating impact. Will the Minister of Labour convene a round-table meeting that includes Labour, employers, and government officials as a first step in dealing with this widespread problem?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In preventing illness and injury in the workplace, particularly mental health issues, including domestic violence, is an essential component of health and the well-being of all Canadians. And as I said earlier in this place, I have already spoken just this morning with the President of the Canada Labour Congress, Hussein Yousaf, speaking to his counterparts at both FEDCO as well as the chairman there, Steve Bedard, to make sure that we are meeting next week to address this issue and move forward on it. This is a combined responsibility, whether it be government, union leadership, employer leadership. We do have to be in this together, and I would implore the members opposite, please stop voting against the things we're trying to do to improve the mental health of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of domestic violence requires federal leadership, and that's what we're here calling for.
We cannot continue to sweep the issue of domestic violence under the carpet. The statistics speak for themselves. 1/3 of workers have said that they had been victims of domestic violence. 35% said they know at least one colleague who's been a victim of violence. Will the minister show some leadership and convene this round table to find tangible solutions to the problem of domestic violence? The Honourable Minister.
He has shown leadership, Mr. Speaker, and the opposition continue to vote against those opportunities to support Canadians, both in the workplace and at home. So whether it be eliminating violence against women and girls, or making sure an action plan is in place for those that are murdered and missing Aboriginal women, making sure that those things are in place for the mental health of those in the workplace, I encourage the opposition, please get on board. Vote for what we're putting forward to make sure Canadians are safe and healthy.
Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the statistics are really troubling. 82% of workers who reported being victims of domestic violence said that this violence had harmed their job performance. 40% said that this had prevented them from going to work, and almost 10% said
that they had lost their jobs as a result. Does the minister acknowledge the extent of the situation, and will she sit down with the stakeholders to find solutions that work? The Honourable Minister.
When it comes to preventing illness and injury in the workplace, it is job number one at the Labour program. And that's why, actually, just 2 weeks ago, employers and employees, unions and employers, and myself and my Deputy Minister met together in Toronto at a large forum to address these issues, mental health, making sure that issues of harassment and other things in the workplace are addressed. We're ahead of the ball on you on this one. We've already done it. I hope you'll participate in the future.
Remind the Minister to address her comments through the chair, not directly at her colleagues. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, domestic violence isn't just an issue for workplaces. Half of women and girls in Canada will face physical or sexual violence in their lifetimes. More needs to be done to support women who are trying to escape this violence, especially First Nations, Inuit, and Métis women who face violence at catastrophic rates. Will this government work with the NDP to create an action plan to end violence against women?
The Honourable Minister for
Mr. Speaker, violence against women and girls is simply unacceptable, and this government is on the record of stating that again and again. But, you know, I do find it strikingly odd. The opposition opposed every action we've taken to combat criminals and support victims. So I guess I just find it's passing strange. They're asking for this today when this government has moved forward on a number of initiatives, whether that be safe streets, whether that be a victim's bill of rights. They vote against them all. I encourage them, get on board. Let's make sure that we're eliminating violence against women and girls.
The honourable member for Brandon Surrey.
Speaker, the opposition's record on infrastructure is abysmal. The Liberals did nothing in 13 years in power. The NDP have voted against every penny that we've ever put forward. And, Mr. Speaker, that's quite a contrast from our Conservative government that has put the Building Canada plan in place and enhanced the gas tax. And get this, Mr. Speaker, they doubled it, indexed it, and made it permanent. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Infrastructure inform the House on the important announcement made by the Prime Minister this week?
Fantastic. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his work and support on this important matter. Last week, the Prime Minister announced a significant investment in federal infrastructure. This investment adds up to our government's unprecedented and historic investment to ensure Canada's future economic growth for years to come. Important will be done at national historic sites, Canadian Armed Force Facilities, Research Centre.
Order. The Minister of Infrastructure is the Minister. Okay, I'll ask members to come to order. He still has a few seconds left, and the noise is getting quite loud. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
To repeat, then we will invest in Canadian Armed Forces facilities, research centres, small craft harbours, and Canadian Coast Guard, just to name a few. And we have done that in balancing the budget.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough.
In the wake of the Liberal sponsorship scandal, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner was created to give principled whistleblowers a place to go. Conservatives promised it would stop corruption and abuse. Now the press is reporting that serious allegations of abuse within the RCMP are contained in a report from the Integrity Commissioner. Instead of fighting the publication of this potentially explosive report in court, what action is the Minister of Public Safety taking now that he's aware of these serious allegations of wrongdoing in the RCMP?
Hear, 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 hear.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. As the member knows, this issue is in front of the court, so it would be inappropriate to comment. But this being said, Mr. Speaker, we expect the RCMP to conduct itself as with the highest standard. And I want to thank every police officer while on my feet, Mr. Speaker, protecting us in this very House across the country to make this country safe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. It's worrisome, Mr. Speaker. The government is undermining its responsibility in terms of the RCMP. They're trying to quash the Integrity Commissioner's report rather than attacking the wrongdoing within the RCMP. What use is a Federal Integrity Commissioner if it's not allowed to study the misconduct of the federal police? The minister is trying to hide behind this. What will they do to restore the integrity of the RCMP? The Honourable Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, just a moment ago, this is before the courts. But we expect that the RCMP will act with integrity and professionalism. And I'm pleased to confirm that as of Monday, we expect to see significant developments here. We wanted to improve the accountability of the RCMP and put in place a new organization. And the time has come to act. So wait for it. We have announcements to come. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, on top of stacking the board with friends of their party, the Conservatives are now in up to their elbows interfering in Radio-Canada programming. They're outraged by a documentary uncovering many links between the Conservatives and ideological movements. The PM's press secretary was bold enough to contact the news director there several times to complain. According to the Prime Minister's office, this news confirms their worst suspicions in regarding the public broadcaster. Could the Prime Minister tell us what his worst suspicions are?
Mr. Speaker, the CBC Ombudsman is charged with representing the interests of the public by investigating and addressing complaints such as the one referred to by the member. In this particular case, the Ombudsman had to say, the rules of journalistic standards and practices for the presentation of opinion documentaries has not been correctly aired in the airing of le droit religieux au Canada.
Honourable Member. Now, just a member, he just quoted one line out of 25, because just a second, Mr. Vallée, like anybody else, can complain against the public broadcaster, but when he's the Prime Minister's press secretary who threatens the news director, that's another story. And on top of that, when he sees that the news director maintains his position, Vallée writes that we have to consider other options. Well, that becomes a threat. When it comes from the office that holds the purse strings, we have to have a really big problem. How can the ministers believe what she says about Radio-Canada and that it's not ideological? Come on.
Speaker, I'm not sure if the member actually heard the response to the question. A lot of smoke and mirrors there, a lot of accusations, but we'll take the word of the Ombudsman on this matter, and he ruled on this, and he indicated that in terms of the presentation of opinion documentaries, it had not been correctly applied in the airing. So don't listen to anyone else. Listen to the Ombudsman. He made the ruling and said it was incorrect.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Speaker, for most Canadians, there's nothing better than spending time with family after a long day at work. But for many in the GTA, getting home now takes much longer. Traffic gridlock in Toronto costs the economy up to $11 billion and adds frustration and expense to the workday. Worse yet, it robs people of quality time with their families. Rather than running ads and re-announcing as this government does old promises, when is this government going to take things seriously and start investing in the serious infrastructure and transit needs of all of our cities?
The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we are the government that has invested the most in public transit in the history of this country. All of the transport companies across the country recognize that, and we've done that while respecting the areas of jurisdiction because they report to the provinces and municipalities. And I know the opposition wants to criticize us, but we respect our partners.
Mr. Speaker, federal infrastructure spending has dropped by 90% this year. The money that the government has promised municipalities won't arrive until after the next election. Many of the roads and bridges were built by the federal government almost 50 years ago, and it's those roads and bridges that are now falling apart and need help now. Calgary's infrastructure deficit is $3.2 billion. Clearly sending Conservatives to the House of Parliament has not helped that city. If the federal government knows that its own roads and bridges need repair, why does it not know that cities in this country need the same help? Why won't they fund those cities now? Why won't they step up to the plate now? Why are they missing in action?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Completely wrong, Mr. Speaker. Last summer, everybody in the country were saying there's too much work in the streets and the roads of this country. We have problem of traffic because everywhere they will walk on roads, and that's completely false, Mr. Speaker. The money is already available, like you know. For the gas tax fund, we're working with all provinces and territories. We already have invested more than $600 million this year for projects, and we'll have a lot to come. That's completely wrong. Our government is delivering, never delivered. I've done it.
Mr. Speaker, this week 65,000 Canadians petitioned Port Metro Vancouver calling on this government to halt shipments of endangered whale products through Canadian territory. We've learned that Canada is being used as a conduit to ship prohibited meat from the most endangered whales on Earth from Iceland to Japan, despite Canada's international commitment not to trade in those species. Will the minister stop this facilitation of trade in the most endangered species on Earth?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be glad to take that member's question under advisement. Our government has been very clear that we stand against the trade in endangered species, but it also allows me to point out the hypocrisy of the NDP. This is a party that stands in this House day after day attacking our efforts to expand legitimate trade around the world, opening up new markets for Canadians, opening up new markets for Canadian investors. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, we stand up for Canadians, we stand up for Canadian companies, and we stand up for Canada's interests.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister has the power to stop this practice if he wants to, just like the U.S. has done. Port Metro Vancouver says, quote, the shipment of whale meat from a convention-listed endangered species is inconsistent with Canada's trade priorities and is something we do not support. And in February, the Minister of Foreign Affairs called on world governments to protect threatened species and act before it's too late. Will the Minister of Trade heed the Port of Vancouver and his own colleagues' advice before it's too late?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that all trade that takes place within Canada and with its trading partners takes place in accordance with Canadian law as well as international law. We stand up for the protection of endangered species. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll go right back to the NDP. They're talking about trade. I mean, this is the party that is ideologically opposed to trade, that is opposed to almost every single trade initiative that this government has brought forward. Mr. Speaker, it's time that they stand up in this House and understand and articulate a clear support for Canada's trade and investment objectives all around the world.
The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, recent events in Eastern Europe have plunged what was a calm and a stable region into a state of heightened tension. The military aggression from the Putin regime towards Ukraine is completely unacceptable. This is why Canada has already made a significant contribution to Operation Reassurance. This includes CF-18 fighter jets for the Baltic air policing, the deployment of HMCS Toronto in the Mediterranean, and numerous training exercises by our armed forces personnel being conducted in Poland. Can the Minister of National Defense please update the House on our government's action to support the people of Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm to this House that the first shipment of surplus military equipment to Ukraine has left via C-17 strategic airlifter this morning from CFB Trenton. This shipment includes 3,000 pairs of boots, 2,400 coats, 3,500 pairs of pants, and 3,300 pairs of gloves, and responds directly to a request for assistance from the Ukrainian government. We will also provide a military field hospital, as well as equipment such as tactical comm systems, tactical medical kits, and both night and thermal vision goggles. Make no mistake, we stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and once again, we're sending the message to Putin, you need to get out of Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, at Library and Archives Canada, the acquisition and cataloging of documents is badly done. 98,000 boxes of documents are gathering dust. $15 million have been wasted on digitization that is still not existed. It's a chain of horrors that the Auditor General has revealed. The Minister blames the former administration. So why is it still in place for 4 years if it was so incompetent? And if things were going so badly, why then cut the archives budget by $9.6 million, which is 10% of its total budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Library and Archives Canada plays an important role in preserving the documentation and our heritage of our country. The issues identified in the report did occur under the previous leadership at the Library and Archives. Our government has put new leadership in place. Mr. Guy Berthiaume and LAC is now developing a more robust digital strategy for implementation, Mr. Speaker, which begins in the spring of 2015.
The Honourable Member from the Niagara College.
Mr. Speaker, twice in the last 3 years, Transport Canada said it was creating a federal inventory of derelict vessels. But the government doesn't define what a derelict vessel is or give any indication it will deal with the growing problem of abandoned boats, barges and other watercraft. The Union of BC Municipalities made a suggestion: set up a removal program and designate the Canadian Coast Guard as receiver of wrecks and derelicts. When will the minister respond to the calls for concrete action on derelict vessels?
The member will know that Transport Canada provides for safe waterways free from ship source pollution, Mr. Speaker. With respect to vessels, the consideration, of course, is whether or not navigation is obstructed or not. The member also will know that it is the owner of a vessel who is responsible for its removal, including removing the vessel if it becomes stranded, Mr. Speaker. Should it become an obstruction to navigation, Mr. Speaker, then the responsible departments of the government will act decisively.
The Honourable Member for Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, this House debated the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act. These measures, introduced by our Conservative government, represents the first change to improve the firearms licensing system in nearly 20 years and are welcomed by law-abiding Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Yesterday, the Liberal leader said he was opposed to these common sense measures. Later, he put out a misleading fundraising campaign where he claimed that this bill will allow restricted firearms to be brought to shopping malls. Could the Minister of Public Safety please tell us what this bill actually does?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I thank the member for Saskatchewan today, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. This bill keeps all the safety rules regarding the transportation to restricted firearms. But that's not what the Liberal has said. Whether he has intentionally misled the House and Canadian, whether he has not read the bill, in both ways he should apologize, tell the truth, and tell that this bill, while increasing public safety, is respecting law-abiding citizens. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine are worried. With the many rail lines running through our neighbourhood, we fear for our safety. There is nothing in the TSB report criticizing the Conservatives is reassuring. The budget has been cut, and I want my people to feel in safety, my constituents. So will the government stop toying with the safety of Canadians and force transportation companies to improve their safety measures?
Mr. Speaker, that member was at committee today when officials testified that, in fact, for example, the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Directorate's budget is at $20 million, up from $13 million, Mr. Speaker. So clearly we're making the right investments, strategic investments, to ensure that our oversight system is in hand, Mr. Speaker. But we've taken a number of other very important measures, Mr. Speaker, everything from DOT 111s, removing the most offensive from the transport of crude oil, working on new standards for new tanker design, information sharing with municipalities, new additional safety measures for runaway trains. I could go on and on, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. The Minister of State for Social Development has misled this House by implying that housing cooperatives will be able to offer long-term subsidies when the agreements come to an end. However, that's not the case. Moreover, the minister claimed that there would be a transfer of funds to the provinces, allowing for funding for affordable housing to remain in place when the agreements expire. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Can you tell us how much money has been transferred to the provinces to save affordable housing in the housing cooperatives? Mr. Speaker, I don't have figures regarding that in front of me here, but I'd be pleased to answer with the precise information. I can say that our government has increased our investments, social housing and affordable housing, and particularly with the very effective programs to help the homeless to find some shelter. We'll continue to work in that regard.
That's question period for today. I understand l'honorable député de Laurier-Saint-Marie a un appel au règlement.
The honourable member for Laurier-Saint-Marie on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, in a moment I will ask for the unanimous consent of this House to table documents in both official languages. During question period, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety said that we had never asked questions on la francophonie. However, 2 days ago, we asked 2 questions about la francophonie. And so I would like to table for this House copies of the 2 questions so that the Minister can be made aware of them.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to the House? There's no consent. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or unusual practice of the House, Bill S-1001, an act to amend the Eastern Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada Act, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read the third time and passed.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being Thursday, I understand the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster, will be asking the Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to mention at the beginning that the priorities of the official opposition for this week, over the last few days, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we've exposed the fact that the Conservative government has effectively taken back $1 billion from veterans, Mr. Speaker. That's a truth that we have raised many times in this House. We're happy to see the beginning of some changes on the Conservative side, Mr. Speaker, because, as you know, the Conservatives have taken back some of the money that they took from veterans, and they're going to put it back, and we are going to continue to fight for our veterans. We very strongly believe that Canada has a debt to pay to its veterans, and veterans deserve better than what they're getting from this Conservative government.
Speaker, we're defending those who are victims of thalidomide, victims who effectively have been left by both the government and by a pharmaceutical company and have lived through very difficult lives. And we appreciate that the government is going to be supporting our push for compensation for those victims, Mr. Speaker. So those have been some of our priorities for this week. I'd like to ask my colleague on the government side what the priorities will be for the government in the coming days.
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that all my colleagues' opposite comments on our commitment to veterans is completely untrue. Our commitments to our veterans in this country has been unprecedented in the level of funding that we've given our veterans. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, there's been not one nickel that we've clawed back from veterans. In fact, we spent over $5 billion more since taking office than the previous government on veterans. Mr. Speaker, but I want to take this opportunity to remind all members once again on the eve of this year's Grey Cup that the Saskatchewan Roughriders are the defending Grey Cup champions. They're known as Saskatchewan's, not only Saskatchewan's team, but Canada's team. And I ask all members to once again applaud the efforts of the Saskatchewan Roughriders as they are the backbone of the CFL, our great football institution in this country. I see my colleagues share my enthusiasm, but Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise this afternoon on behalf of the Government House Leader to give the weekly business statement to my colleague opposite. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue with the NDP Opposition Day debate. Tomorrow we will return the second reading debate on Bill C-35, the Justice for Animals in Service Act, which is also known as Quanto's Law. On Monday before question period, we will start the second reading debate on Bill S6, the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act. This bill is the final step towards completing the legislative portion of Canada's action plan to improve northern regulatory regimes. After question period, Mr. Speaker, we will start the report stage of Bill C2, the Respect for Communities Act, which was recently reported back from the Public Safety Committee. This bill will ensure that our communities, and especially parents, Mr. Speaker, will have a say before drug injection sites are opened. Tuesday, we will start the report stage debate on Bill C43, the Economic Action Plan 2014 Act No. 2, which has been considered by the hard-working Finance Committee and several other committees this autumn. Bill C43 would implement measures from this year's federal budget and other newer measures that will support jobs, economic growth, families and communities, as well as improve the fairness and integrity of the tax system as the government returns to balanced budgets in 2015. On Wednesday, we will have yet another NDP Opposition Day, as confirmed yesterday by the Government House Leader. That will be our last supply day of the autumn, so of course we will consider the supplementary estimates in an appropriations bill that evening. Thursday will see us resume debate on Bill C40, the Rouge Urban National Park Act, at third reading. My colleagues from the Greater Toronto Area will be keen to see progress on this legislation, which will create Canada's first urban national park. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Opposition House Leader for their comments today. And now we'll go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply. Considération d'une motion de l'opposition.
Consideration of an opposition motion in the name of Madame Davies concerning the survivors of thalidomide.
When the House last debated the question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration had 4 minutes remaining in the time for his remarks, and after that he'll have 5 minutes for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know that when they are prescribed a medication that has been rigorously reviewed by one of the most exacting safety regulators in the world. They also want to know about any new facts as soon as possible after these emerge so that they can continue to make informed decisions in discussion with the healthcare providers. That is why the new authority in Vanessa's law regarding mandatory label changes is so important. The thalidomide tragedy made us all aware that drugs are powerful chemical or biological substances, and that while these can provide many benefits, they also have the potential to have unwanted side effects. Sometimes these side effects are serious enough that they can be life-threatening, permanently debilitating, and in rare instances, even fatal. Healthcare institutions are uniquely positioned to identify and report these serious adverse reactions. This is because although most drugs are prescribed by a family doctor and used outside of a hospital setting, the most serious side effects result in patient hospitalization. As a result, adverse reaction reports serve as an important source of safety information. But to date, adverse drug reactions have been underreported. That is why, with the new authorities provided in Vanessa's law, Health Canada will be working with provinces to develop a system for healthcare institutions to report serious adverse drug reactions and medical incidents directly to the department, and to ensure the department provides critical and timely feedback to healthcare providers about the adverse reaction reports it receives. With the passage of Vanessa's law, Mr. Speaker, the Minister will have new regulatory tools to draw upon when the possibility of an unforeseen serious risk has been identified. The Minister can now order a label change or a recall. Once the relevant provisions are in force, the Minister will also be able to order new tests or studies on the product, ongoing monitoring of the product's use, or a thorough reassessment of existing evidence about the product. It is also important to note that the Minister has multiple ways of addressing a safety risk to the public that do not necessarily involve removing it from the market. It's important to keep in mind that any time a drug is pulled from the market, it can have significant consequences on patients who may rely on that drug to treat serious and debilitating conditions. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Vanessa's law has introduced tougher measures for those who do not comply with the Food and Drugs Act. The maximum fine has been increased to $5 million, and or 2 years in prison. In addition, courts will have the discretion to impose even higher fines if they determine that a person has knowingly and recklessly endangered human health. This sends a strong message that marketing unsafe drugs in Canada is completely unacceptable. Unfortunately, there are always a few who choose to engage in unethical behavior. That is why higher penalties that Vanessa's law introduced are vital. Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying that the large number of changes recently introduced by this new legislation have the potential to greatly enhance patient safety in Canada. They demonstrate how our health system is continuously evolving to better protect Canadians and keep pace with scientific knowledge. And they reflect our determination as parliamentarians to reduce the risk of tragic events of the early 1960s ever occurring again. We have learned from the experience of thalidomide and are pleased to support the motion before the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. Phil and I, as we know, had a great discussion, debate here so far today on the issue. And one of the things that I think that we need to maybe focus a bit more attention on is the fact that it's more than just the cash and the settlements. It's the one-time settlement. It is the continual care that needs to be provided. In Canada, through our provincial jurisdictions, we have, whether it's the health departments, in some situations it's family services department, all of which need to be sensitive to the needs of the individuals that require the additional support. And I wonder if the member might want to just pick up on the point that we have provincial stakeholders that really need to also be brought into the discussion in ensuring that the type of support is consistent no matter where individuals that are victims of the thalidomide back in the 60s live. That we got to make sure that there's comprehensive, compatible services that are being delivered to all of the clients.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, the honourable member from Winnipeg North, for his question. And I just want to add my voice to those that I've already said earlier today that just the fact that the House is united on this very important issue, so critically important. It's an excellent example of how we can come together when we have a cause that we all feel so passionately about. In response to the member's question, of course, we all know that this tragic event of the 60s should not happen again, and we should work together in collaboration with our friends and partners in this effort, including provinces. Certainly reviewing the proposal put forward by the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada is very important for us, and the Minister of Health will be meeting with them as well very shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his comments. It was back in the 1990s that under former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, his Conservative government required thalidomide survivors to sign an indemnity form giving up their right to sue in exchange for accepting a small one-time payment that didn't even begin to cover the expenses of a lifetime disability. We see the impact of that decision today, where so many of these survivors are struggling and really face a very, very bleak future without significant additional assistance. So I ask the member opposite, do you agree that Canada has a moral obligation to provide compensation for the thalidomide survivors?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and her interest and her passion for wanting to see some relief for the important relief for the folks that have been affected, unfortunately, by having ingested thalidomide so many years ago. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, I can say that Health Canada has learned from this tragedy. We all have. Important improvements have been made that have reduced the risk of this kind of terrible event from occurring again, including an overhaul of Canada's drug regulatory framework. And I will simply end by responding in this way, that the new law that we put in for Vanessa's law, C-17, certainly has strengthened our regulatory tools that we have to ensure that something such as the thalidomide tragedy never occurs again in our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Much, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise this afternoon and talk about the motion put forward here. There's three pieces to the motion, but I think the important points to take out of the motion is to defend the people of their rights and their dignity, to protect that, respect it, and take a look at it and make sure that these people can live the next number of decades with the support and respect that they have. In addition to that, also the support side. And obviously there's a financial component to that, but there's the emotional component and as well the support throughout the communities and within the disabled communities. If we think back to the time, of course I wasn't around in the 60s and I wasn't around in the 50s, Mr. Speaker, but if we look at how technology has changed through the years, and my point is, young mothers, young families today, there's a wealth of information out there before you're thinking of having a child. There's unlimited books, but obviously the online resources that are available today, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, what you should take, what you shouldn't take. These resources, decades ago, and certainly in the late 50s and early 60s, were not as readily available, and it's truly unfortunate that it wasn't. Now, a young mother or a young family thinking about starting a family, they would listen to their families, obviously, and they would listen to their family doctor, and they would take their advice. And if a young mother who was recently pregnant and planning a family was having morning sickness or was having trouble sleeping, this would be, the thalidomide would be what the doctor would prescribe to try and alleviate that and make being pregnant a little more tolerable if you're suffering from those symptoms. So that young mother would have taken the doctor's advice, and the doctor's advice would be based on the evidence that he or she had at the time to try and help this person get out of the pain they're feeling. So my point is that these families put the trust in the system over 50 years ago, and unfortunately, and very unfortunately, for over 100 families in this country and thousands around the world, there were some pretty serious consequences, and in some cases, the families have faced these consequences their entire life. Victims of thalidomide are now in their 50s, and they've faced a lifetime of making adjustments. They've spent a lifetime trying to compensate for their disability to continue on with their life. The Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada did a study a few years ago, and they had one, I believe it was commissioned in 2011, and one in 1998. And the remarkable piece to the study, one of the remarkable pieces to the study was just, in fact, how many people who were victims of this were actually so motivated to have a normal life as they could in Canada, and the rate of employment amongst these individuals was around 73% in 1998. However, like I said, I'm sure they've spent their entire life trying to compensate for these disabilities and have had to overuse parts of their bodies that maybe an average or typical person wouldn't have to, and now they're faced in their 50s with a lot of pain. And this report identifies the pain and all the different joints and issues that people with thalidomide or whose parents took thalidomide are experiencing. So when we talk about support in the motion, I think this is one of the components that we do need to recognize, is that people now, the study that they put out in 2011 also indicated that the employment rate amongst people affected by this is on decline. So I think we need to recognize that when we're talking about support. In addition to that, we also need to recognize the fact that these people are in physical pain. The report notes this, and you can just imagine all the rigor that they've had to go through to have a normal life. In addition to that, obviously being disabled, there are a lot of extra costs associated with having a normal, regular life that obviously a person such as myself may not experience, but you know, a device to reach something, a device to shower, a device to operate a vehicle, these all cost extra dollars, and that needs to be recognized as well. So when we're talking about respect and dignity and allowing somebody to lead a dignified life, not only in their younger years, but as they age in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, I think that is something as well that this motion's talking about, and I think we as parliamentarians and Canadians support this. Another component of this that I think is worth mentioning is certain time frames. And in Germany, West Germany, this product came in the late 50s and was out of the market in 1961. In Canada, it was a little different story. It didn't get out of the market until in the late 1962. So there was a bit of a time frame there, and I think that's what leads to my next point that I'd like to talk about is the regulatory monitoring, recall, all the components that are a responsibility of Health Canada. Certainly after this event, it changed, it swept through changes that would really revolutionize and allow Canada to become one of the leading countries in areas such as this. But the whole point of Health Canada's mandate when we're looking at the regulation, efficacy of drugs, monitoring, recall, all the points that go into that is that you can't just change it in 1962 or 63 or 64 and then forget about it for 100 years. It needs to be continually looked at, changed, monitored. And that's why I was so proud in November that one of our colleagues from Oakville saw a bill that he'd spent many years of his life working on, receiving royal assent. November 5th, the member from Oakville saw Vanessa's Law come into effect. Components such as monitoring, recall, adverse reactions, fines and jail times for pharmaceutical companies that fail to do their job, fail to do due diligence. Another component would be the reporting of adverse reactions. We know that very few adverse reactions are actually reported. It's under 15%. Vanessa's Law will make sure and will ensure that adverse reactions are reported so that Canadians know, so that Health Canada has a better idea to understand. Now, if we look at Frances Oldham Kelsey, she's been in the news recently, 100-year-old, and she worked with the FDA in the 60s and many years prior to that. If you look at her comments was there wasn't enough data, there wasn't enough research to actually allow the product to enter the market in the United States. So really, that's one of the failings in almost 50 of the other countries around the world that allowed this product onto the market. So she is a hero. Maybe not caught in the news, but there's actually samples that were distributed throughout the United States. So even in spite of what she was able to accomplish, pharmaceutical companies were still able to get trials for doctors to give to their patients and to young mothers. So the motion is timely. I think for anybody watching at home or members of Parliament in this House today would recognize this is a great debate. This is one where all parliamentarians can have a good discussion, to have a good debate, be it in a very collegial manner, to benefit Canadians that have certainly, they've had a lot of tough times through their life. But if you really take a look at this report, you can see they've worked so hard through their life. They've tried so hard through their life, and we should all be proud of them for what they've been able to achieve, considering the options they had to start out. So I'm very happy to speak about this today. Just looking over my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything before I sit down. But I thank the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada for continuing to push forward, for these people, and to be able to bring it to the forefront, to be able to get it to the House of Commons for a debate, so that we can make sure that these people are continuing to be supported in any way we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Saint-Lambert.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, clearly, this motion is something we all are agreeing on, and that's of the utmost importance here. It's important to take into account the compensation that the government will commit to giving to victims of this drug. However, I do have a question for my colleague opposite. When does the government plan to take action on compensation? Because we're talking here about a fair and adequate compensation. It could be equivalent to what was offered by our international counterparts to their victims of thalidomide. The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada would have some of that information. Obviously, I don't have that information. They are going to meet with the minister next week. I think that would be a starting point at least. Certainly in any of the material I've read from them, they don't list a dollar figure on there, and I'm not necessarily sure they're looking for a specific dollar figure. But I think when we mention about respect, dignity, and support, when you add all those things together, I think that's really where you start to look at how to support these people as they age through the years and maintain a meaningful and as independent as possible lifestyle. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour today to participate in a debate, one of those good days in this place when we feel we're making progress to right a wrong. It's a historic wrong. And I thank my honourable colleague for mentioning again Vanessa's Law. I was quite struck when C-17 was first tabled to realize that even after the thalidomide scandal, the Minister of Health in this country lacked the power to recall a pharmaceutical drug until we passed Vanessa's Law in this place. That's decades of inaction against an obvious threat. We have not yet done enough as a society and as a parliament to ensure transparency and proper regulation of the pharmaceutical industry. We have farther to go, although Vanessa's Law represents a really significant turning point in being willing to insist on being able to recall, being able to ensure that the positive and negative drug trial results are published to avoid a future thalidomide disaster. Just want to thank my honourable colleague and all MPs in this place for making some progress for both the victims of thalidomide and to avoid a future disaster of that order. We really need to control the pharmaceutical industry.
Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I would say is the member of Oakville, I don't think we would have moved as far as we have with C-17, Vanessa's Law, without the member from Oakville. I can remember we got elected at the same time. This individual was faced with a terrible reality in his family, a death in his family, and he's really made it one of his life's missions to educate Canadians, people around the world, on some of the glaring weaknesses in our regulatory regime. I believe that he's raised the level of knowledge and debate in this House of Commons on this topic, and he should be thanked as much as possible because he has done a great job. The pharmaceutical companies, they're often their best defense is to pay a fine, and then they're kind of off scot-free in a lot of ways. And with Vanessa's Law, it certainly does change that, so that anybody in the company, especially at senior levels, that knew of an issue with a drug and continues to produce that drug will face severe fines and also an up to and including jail time, which I think is the most important piece of this because it makes those executives and senior managers responsible for the products you're selling to Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is certainly one of the more important days in this House to be able to stand and speak about not only a subject which is extremely important, but one in which, because of cooperation on all sides of the House, we're able to have a serious and full debate without resorting to the extreme partisanship that sometimes takes place in this House. I'm pleased this afternoon to share my time with the member for Churchill. And during my time, I'd like to speak about, first of all, the importance of drug safety and the importance of regulations. Sometimes we have governments today and many people, many theoreticians in our society who talk about the value of deregulation, of just leaving everything up to the marketplace. But surely when it comes to things like public health and safety and something specific as drug safety, this is obviously a very key and important role for government. And in the case of thalidomide, we have a situation where clearly the government did not do its job. Clearly the government, for whatever reasons at the time, failed to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And thalidomide, the use of the drug thalidomide in Canada, I believe, has been rightly called one of the most serious drug catastrophes anywhere. I have met individuals who were affected by thalidomide, people who were charming, who were like normal people everywhere else, except they had very, very serious physical deformities. And these people, the people that I have met, were incredibly courageous, were incredibly dignified, because in spite of these incredible barriers that they faced, they tried to live lives as full as possible with as much dignity as possible. And so it is important that we have very strong regulatory regime to ensure that we have drug safety and that Canadians can count on their government, whether it is in the area of pharmaceuticals or whether it is for food safety, transportation safety, all areas where normally people would rely on their government to be looking out for their best interests. Now, in the case of thalidomide, we had a situation where a drug which was not permitted by other governments was in fact sold, was approved and sold in Canada, and it was a drug that was designed to reduce nausea in pregnant women, and women really rely on their doctors and on public safety laws to ensure their safety, especially during pregnancy. I know in my own pregnancies, you're hyper-conscious of your safety. You're always concerned about what you're breathing, what you're eating, what you're drinking, to make sure that the safety of the fetus is protected. And in the case of thalidomide, unlike other governments, clearly the government of Canada failed. And I want to salute my colleague from Vancouver East for her work in the broad field of health, but also in working with the thalidomide survivors and for bringing forward this motion. And what the motion calls for is that the House provide full support to the survivors of thalidomide. The urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected should be recognized, and the government should provide support to survivors in cooperation with the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. And this is important, that the relationship be one of collaboration, of cooperation, of respect, and not of charity, because these individuals did nothing wrong. Their parents did nothing wrong. They believed in the government and the regulatory regime of the day, and sadly they were failed. Now, I've been contacted by many community members about this, all calling for the government to right this wrong and support the thalidomide survivors in Canada to ensure that not only the people affected are compensated, are supported, that they can get compensation now, but to ensure that such public health disaster never happens again. I had one letter that was particularly moving from a constituent who goes through an elaboration of the facts that we now know about thalidomide and its impact throughout the 1960s. But she was very personally affected by this public health catastrophe because her sister was one of the victims of thalidomide, and I was very moved by this constituent's letter. She wrote to me and to my provincial counterpart, and she talked about her sister, the very first thalidomide baby born in Canada, Kim Beeston, delivered in hospital in Toronto on January 20th, 1962. She was in the Globe and Mail. A photo was featured of her and her parents holding their bright-eyed, smiling girl. And for years, Kim was followed through the media. She became an avid swimmer, competed in wheelchair basketball, hitchhiked across Canada with her dog Sam. She was an activist pressing for wheelchair-adapted housing. But then she began to withdraw because her body began to fail her and she had chronic pain. Sadly, she passed away over a decade ago in a one-bedroom public housing unit in Toronto. She had a great deal of scarring across her body because of the impact of thalidomide, and she had almost non-existent legs, very deformed feet and toes. She was born with the damage of thalidomide, and its shadow trailed her to her death, so says her sister. Then the day after she died, her father took his life, and he left a note addressed to his daughter. He was apologizing to her, said her younger sister. He felt responsible that he couldn't be there 24/7 to care for her. Ultimately, he was blaming himself. This family story is a lesson about the forgotten fallout of thalidomide. The need to relieve the victim's suffering is evident. The tragedy of the Beeston family began when Kim's late mother swallowed a pill with her doctor's blessing. The ripples of that single act never stopped. So on behalf of Kim and her family, the sister is writing that it's time the Canadian government took responsibility for this horrific event in our history. The remaining thalidomide survivors deserve no less. So I would urge all members in this House to think not only of the Beeston family, to think of all of the thalidomide survivors. Let's ensure, first of all, that these survivors are compensated, they are supported, they are treated with respect, and that their needs are dealt with in terms of support, in terms of accommodation for the rest of their days. But let's also reaffirm to Canadians that we must never, ever, ever fall prey to ideological communications that somehow convince us that government doesn't matter, that everything should be deregulated and left up to the private sector alone, because that indeed was the origin of this tragedy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude there, but just in concluding, I will thank colleagues on all sides of the House for this important debate today, and just urge all of us, urge the government to get this done quickly. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. On la député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague for her speech. The victims of thalidomide feel a need for some gesture from the government, but there's the whole challenge of drawing attention of the Canadian government. And in the past, we've seen that that attention was somehow circumvented, regardless of the party in power. There are some troubling aspects to this. We find out that since March, a working group on thalidomide survivors has been attempting to get a meeting with the health minister, unsuccessfully. Then another group sent a report to the minister. Apparently, according to the Globe and Mail, she hasn't even read it yet. So I'd like to know whether the member for Parkdale Hyde Park can tell us what she thinks of this lack of action and how much she's confident that the victims of thalidomide will get justice. The honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park.
Merci,
I thank my colleague for his question. If we compare the reaction of this government and the former governments, or governments in the UK or Germany, we see that they've already compensated victims of thalidomide, and they have provided annual payments, thousands of dollars. In the UK, for example, each thalidomide victim receives 98,000 Canadian dollars. So that's recognition that is very important of the government's responsibility. This is a government that created this tragedy. And it's incomprehensible that the government of Canada and the minister hadn't even read the report from the task force from thalidomide survivors. Now we have an opportunity to correct this wrong, this lack of action, and it's necessary to act urgently to compensate and support these survivors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Vancouver for bringing this motion forward, and also my colleague for her very eloquent and emotional speech about a very, very important subject. And I think those of us who were young at the time that this happened and heard of the stories and were part of some of that debate, or at least listening to the debate around thalidomide, were really touched by it. And many of us were very, very fearful. I remember being very fearful when I was about to have my first child at, could this happen to my baby too, right? So there were lots of fears instilled into us at the time because of what we saw. My question to my colleague is around deregulation and proper oversight. I hear so often the need to get rid of red tape, let the market explode, and free choice and all of those kind of things. But I think this kind of a thing is a marked reminder why we need regulations and why government has an important role to play. Could she expand on that further, please?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you. I think that gets to the crux of the question here, because free, in terms of free the markets, free sounds very good, but in fact what we saw with the drug thalidomide, Mr. Speaker, is that there was a terrible price to pay. It's not free. In fact, rules, I think we all learned as we became adults that rules are usually there for a purpose, and there are some rules that we need to obey because they make us a better society, whether it's a stop sign or whether it's not allowing poisons to be ingested by pregnant women. And so, as I said earlier, sometimes it's very seductive to get caught up in ideology that talks about free this and free that. But you know what? A society needs to cooperate. We all act more productively, more coherently, and more safely when we act in concert. And regulation, safe regulation, coherent regulation is part of that responsibility. We failed in the past. Let's not fail in the future.
Well said. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise in this House to speak to our Opposition Day motion that is truly a historic Opposition Day motion that serves to realise justice for the victims of the thalidomide, I guess, almost scandal, and also for their families. We know that in 1961, the Government of Canada approved the sale of thalidomide as a safe drug to treat nausea for pregnant women. The drug had tragic consequences for many families. The government has never apologized for the devastation it caused. After decades of discussing compensation, it provided an inadequate one-time payment to survivors. This motion, our motion, calls on the government to right the wrong and commit to support thalidomide survivors. What's critical for us is threefold. One, we need the government to right the wrong and support thalidomide survivors in our country. Two, we need to recognize that drug safety is a clear federal responsibility, and the federal government approved this drug as safe for use in pregnant women and bears the responsibility for the suffering of innocent Canadian families. And third, victims of thalidomide have waited for over 50 years to get the support they deserve, and Canada's thalidomide survivors are considerably worse off than their peers in other countries. They need support and compensation now. We know that this is obviously, as I pointed out, a global, truly a global tragedy. Approximately 10,000 thalidomide survivors were born worldwide. We may never know how many Canadian families were ultimately affected by thalidomide, but today, fewer than 100 survivors are still alive in Canada. Decades of dealing with the consequences of thalidomide have left survivors dealing with very severe and debilitating pain. In many cases, their health care needs exceed what provincial health care systems are able to provide. 50 years of attempting to work around their limitations has taken its toll on them. Many survivors are now suffering from nerve damage and painful wear and tear of their bodies. This has caused enormous challenges for them, including loss of ability to use limbs to care for themselves, damage to their spines and joints, which severely limit their mobility, limited ability to maintain employment, dependence on others for basic tasks such as even using the toilet, dressing, and preparing meals. The deterioration of their health has placed them in a precarious financial situation, dependent upon aging parents, unable to work, and further losing their self-sufficiency. While the Government of Canada began discussing compensation for families affected in the 60s, the only support provided to the families was a small lump sum payment made in 1992 to deal with their urgent needs. Mr. Speaker, we recognize today that we were pleased to see the government's support for our Opposition Day motion. However, in that support, we also expect a true understanding of the concept of righting the wrong. It involves not just an apology, but it also involves financial compensation. Mr. Speaker, in my work as the Status of Women critic, I work with advocates for disabled women and disabled women themselves. And I'm constantly struck by how disabled women in Canada face some of the highest rates of poverty, some of the highest rates of violence, and some of the highest rates of marginalization. In fact, we know that amongst disabled women in Canada, as high as 75% are unemployed. The average employment income for women with severe or very severe disabilities, of which obviously thalidomide survivors could relate to that experience, was only $17,459 per year in 2006. We know that disabled women in particular, but also people with disabilities more broadly, are often face extreme housing insecurity and are either unable to access affordable housing, and the affordable housing that may exist is not accessible to people living with disabilities. We also know that in advocating for women, particularly women, something that I've come to know through my work, women with disabilities, is particularly challenging because organizations that represent the disabled are cash-strapped and often have to deal with major restrictions when it comes to applying for funds and grants to be able to continue their advocacy, if it's even allowed, which in many cases it's not, as we've seen under this government. There's no doubt that thalidomide survivors have fallen in the category of the severely disabled. But in order to understand what they went through, we need to recognize that their story has everything to do with the federal government having shirked its responsibility decades ago. We know from other countries, including the U.S., that rigorous work was done to be able to ensure the safety of thalidomide, and it became clear that it was not safe at all. However, in Canada, the same was not done. The same due diligence was not exercised by the federal government at the time. And so many women, many of them, I'm sure, very happy to be expecting, very happy to know that that they were pregnant, were told by their doctors, people that they trusted, who in turn trusted others to know that that something like thalidomide would be okay, and they took it to deal with often very difficult symptoms during pregnancy. And what's particularly disturbing is that that chain of command went through the federal government, that there was a responsibility the federal government had, a responsibility it continues to have to ensure the safety of pharmaceuticals that we use as Canadians. And they shirked that responsibility. It is simple. It is a clear pinning of responsibility on the government that failed to do the due diligence that was required at the time. And sadly, it led to devastating impacts. This is also very much connected to the issue of maternal health, an issue that I've also been very involved with as the Status of Women critic for the NDP. And I have to say that, as noted, we are pleased to see that the government is supporting this motion. But at the same time, we've seen too many times that on the broader issue of maternal health, this government has failed to take leadership. And I want to speak for a moment about the importance of supporting pregnant mothers, of supporting mothers after they've had children, in making sure that they are healthy and that, in turn, their children, whether it's babies or toddlers or grown children, are healthy as well. And the reality is that we don't see that kind of leadership and support from the federal government. In fact, in Manitoba, there is a cutting-edge program that's known as Strengthening Families that focuses on the maternal health of Indigenous women, their children, their families, in 16 First Nations in the province. And even though they've had accolades from experts in the field of maternal health, and even though they've seen a marked difference in the kind of work they've done, the impact that their work has had on First Nations in Manitoba, it's devastating to know that the government is willing to cut this program by the end of this coming fiscal year, the end of this fiscal year. So success when it comes to maternal health is clearly not recognized by this government and not valued, because if it were, the program would be extended. Maternal health is an integral part of the discussion around thalidomide. It's an integral part of the discussion about how we can move our country forward and ensure that women and children and families are better off across Canada. But as we approach these broader, as we deal with these broader issues, I'm honored to stand here today with my colleagues, and I want to particularly recognize the leadership of my colleague from Vancouver East, who has stood up for the 95 Canadians and the so many more that sadly aren't alive still to tell the story, that they need justice. Ultimately, their families need justice, and Canada needs to see that justice as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Churchill for her speech, and I would like to tell her that myself, having been born in the 60s, my first contact with the consequences of thalidomide was meeting in in the classroom friends who had to deal with the after effects of this drug. So I was aware of this drug very early, and I'm very happy to see that we are altogether unanimous in this House in approving this motion and wanting to move forward. And so the question I'd like to ask to my colleague is, in her opinion, is it possible to believe that this unanimity that we have today will accelerate the implementation of a good, real program that will fix this issue before the next general election, which will take place in about 11 months, and that it become a concrete example of the empathy that this House can have towards its citizens?
For Churchill.
I would like to thank my colleague, and I appreciate the personal experience that he brought up. I'm a bit younger, and I learned about it at school, and we were made aware of the progress that had been made when we were young, to the progress to identify dangerous products like thalidomide. But we're really lucky now to be able to change things, to show leadership as a House of Commons, as Canadians, and I hope that we will see that the Health Minister and the government will indeed respect the spirit of this motion. And that means that we need to act now, that we cannot wait. We know that month after month, year after year, more and more victims of thalidomide are no longer with us. And not only them, but their families are expecting that we will act as soon as possible, and we must.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her excellent discussion. And I think taking this one tragic case in Canadian history that has impacted so many families and so many lives, and through her speech describing not just the role that must be taken by government, but the consequences if that role isn't taken properly and responsibly by government to protect those who through no knowledge of their own, are being given a drug. And the question I have for her is this, that in one of my first years here in Parliament, I moved a private member's bill to ban a form of chemicals that were going into children's toys. It was the reason we banned this chemical. The bill passed through the House unanimously and on to the Senate, was because it would cause great disruptions within children and could cause cancer in children. And we used at the principle of the legislation a thing called precautionary principle that enshrined for the first time in law the idea that we should be cautious in approving things, particularly if there is indications, early indications that there are problems. Now, the challenge I have, I'm very glad to see the government supporting this and getting compensation for the victims that are still alive and with us. The challenge that I have with government is around its agenda of deregulation, of handing over the duty to protect the screening of these drugs increasingly to the pharmaceutical companies who are the ones promoting and selling the drugs. To deregulate and allow the so-called fox to watch the henhouse is a troubling pattern. And so while we're making right, trying to make right, I don't think right can be made to the victims that suffered by this drug being administered and given to mothers in pregnancy. That's going back, and that's important today. But going forward, how do we have a government that actually protects Canadians and doesn't ask companies to do something that they're ill-equipped to do, which is to be both the promoter and the one doing the testing over safety of the very drugs they're looking to make a profit off of? I wonder if she could make some comments to those observations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for turning the attention of, or partly the focus of this discussion on the role this government has in terms of regulation. And while we're working in good faith on this very issue. The reality is that this government has an abysmal record when it comes to looking out for the safety of Canadians. We're not just seeing a dangerous path being taken when it comes to pharmaceuticals. We've seen, obviously, with our own eyes, and communities in our country have paid a high price for deregulation when it comes to rail safety. We've seen it when it's come to environmental safety. We've seen it when it comes to our food supplies. So, Mr. Speaker, this spirit that has taken over and the desire for the government to right wrongs of the past, I hope that same sentiment and that precautionary principle will be taken and applied, and as a result, that they will increase regulation, that they will support those that keep us safe, whatever sector that might be, so that we don't end up here 50 or 60 years later, having to find recourse for the deep, tragic mistakes that we've made. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oxford is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations between all parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find consent for the following motion: that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to A, examine policy options for addressing complaints of harassment between members of the House of Commons, B, make recommendations concerning a code of conduct for members for the prevention and resolution of harassment in the workplace, including a clear definition of harassment, C, make recommendations concerning a fair, impartial, and confidential process, including options for the role of an independent third party for resolving complaints made under the code, and D, make recommendations concerning training and education initiatives to ensure compliance with the code, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House with all due haste.
Does the honourable member for Oxford have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this order to the committee? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the order. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's been interesting just today listening to the many comments and debates on what is a very important issue that obviously touches a number of Canadians in a very real and tangible way as we try to do what's right, and that is provide the compensation that is necessary in order to compensate the tragedy that occurred during the 60s. And in reading the motion itself, Mr. Speaker, and I wouldn't mind just to read the motion, that the urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected, Mr. Speaker, by thalidomide should be recognized, and the government should provide support to survivors as requested by the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion that is, on the surface, something that does need to be supported, and it's encouraging in listening to the many members stand in their place today indicating their support, and that has come from members of all political parties, including the leader of the Green Party, Mr. Speaker. So I suspect, and we all hope, that it will in fact pass with the unanimous support of the House. I know that there have been representatives from the advocacy group, the task force, that we're hoping to be able to see a strong commitment going forward prior to meeting with the Minister of Health. And I think that what we're witnessing today is just that, a commitment to recognize that what has happened in the past does need to be rectified, even though there might have been what appeared back many years ago some form of a compensation package. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, that compensation package has fallen short, and there is a huge need for us to be able to provide the adequate package that will at least provide the type of care and financial compensation to improve the quality of the lives that have been directly affected, Mr. Speaker. In looking at being able to provide some comments, I did read one article in particular that was written by the Globe and Mail, and that would have been just done last week, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage members to, if they have the opportunity, to read the article. It is a very touching article. There's a photograph that's attached with it with Joanne Hubert, someone that was obviously touched by the thalidomide drug and the impact that it has had on her life, now being 52 years of age. And Mr. Speaker, if you get the chance, I think it's a wonderful story. It kind of highlights it in the sense of here's a personal story along with some of the facts that have led us to where we are today. And I appreciate the fact that the Democratic Party has used one of their opposition days as a way in which we can build that consensus inside the House of Commons that will give the support that we believe is necessary, Mr. Speaker, in order to advance what is a very important issue, that being of compensation. If I may, Mr. Speaker, just to give some of the background, thalidomide was actually synthesized in West Germany back in 1954 and used as a sedative or anti-nausea drug for pregnant women. Health Canada licensed thalidomide for prescription in 1961, even after reports of the drug causing birth defects in 1960, and remained legal until March 1962. So there was some indication, Mr. Speaker, that there were some problems. As has been pointed out, the U.S. actually never did authorize it. But it's also important to recognize that there were a number of countries, I believe it was over 50 countries, that actually did authorize the drug. So it's not unique to Canada. It is a drug that was unfortunately authorized here, and as a result, we all know what has taken place. We know that after the reports of the drug causing birth defects in 1960, as I say, it did remain in effect until 1962. At the time, it was unknown to doctors that the drug could pass through the barrier of a womb and harm a developing fetus. Experts estimate that thalidomide led to the death of approximately 2,000 children and serious birth defects in more than 10,000 children. This does not include the potential thousands of miscarried stillborn babies. Mr. Speaker, you cannot help but wonder in terms of the feelings and the emotions at the time. I myself was born in 1962, and that would have been in that time frame in which many women across Canada that were feeling somewhat nauseated or had a morning sickness would have been inclined to take this particular drug if, in fact, they were being recommended by doctors. And at the time, many doctors were, in fact, recommending this drug. And, you know, as any pregnant woman will do, Mr. Speaker, in consulting with their doctor, they will follow that advice. So on the one hand, you have a doctor, to the best of his or her knowledge, was prescribing a very safe medication that would ultimately provide some relief to the pregnant mom, only to find out, Mr. Speaker, that in fact that drug was not safe. And one can only imagine the social impact and what it would have done, even mentally, for pregnant moms back then, once it was discovered that the medicine that they had taken ultimately had led to a child having to endure excruciating pain, Mr. Speaker. And this is hard to imagine in terms of someone having to go through that. As it's been pointed out, estimated that 10,000 children were affected with some form of birth defects. This does not include the potential thousands of those miscarriages that I made reference to. For those who survived, the birth defects included missing or stunted limbs, deafness, blindness, disfigurement, cleft palate, and internal disabilities such as stunted growth or missing organs, cardiac defects, and disease, and many other abnormalities, Mr. Speaker. It was pointed out that Canada was actually one of the last countries to end the sale of this particular drug. And if you look at it today, as it's been already pointed out by a number of members, that there are some 95 thalidomide survivors in Canada, obviously all around the age of 50, that are living with deteriorating health and disabilities. There have been a number of lawsuits against pharmaceutical companies resulting in compensation plans here in Canada. In 1991, after a decade-long campaign by the War Amps of Canada, the federal government announced a $7.5 million compensation plan for survivors with one-time payments ranging from $52,000 to $82,000. It is the understanding that these Canadians would not survive long. At that time, many had that thought, Mr. Speaker. However, today we have, as I pointed out, 95 thalidomide individuals that are still surviving but having to endure serious ill health, chronic pain, chronic disabilities that impair their ability to even care for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And that's why earlier in some of the questions that I've put forward, we need to not only acknowledge the role that we have to play in terms of the compensation and coming up with that financial compensation, we also have to ensure that there is the practicality of providing that care. And we can do that by working with or in cooperation with different provincial agencies that ultimately deliver a lot of the care that we're referring to, specifically health care and living arrangements cares, Mr. Speaker, which it would include having specialists and other visit the homes of some of the victims, or some of the clients, I should say, Mr. Speaker. By comparison, countries such as Germany and Britain, this is something I made reference to earlier, Mr. Speaker, where they have already come up with some compensation packages. And I do believe, at least members of the Liberal Party and myself, obviously believe that it's kind of like a two-part compensation. There is the immediate financial compensation, and then there is the ongoing financial compensation, which ensures that their health and well-being is going to be taken care of. In Germany and Britain, some of the cases amount to somewhere in the neighborhood of 88,000 to 110,000 annually per person. The motion itself requests the government to provide support to survivors based on asks from the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force, which I, again, have had the opportunity to make reference to in terms of just the efforts that they have put in. We have no doubt over the last number of years had members of Parliament that have some more than others, that have really tried to tune into this particular issue and do what they can in terms of advancing it and advocating for it. But the real champions, in my opinion here, Mr. Speaker, is in fact, it's the advocacy groups. It's the individuals that have been able to persevere and make sure that the government does the right thing. And it has been a way in coming. And those are the real heroes on this particular issue from my point of view, Mr. Speaker. And and I extend my congratulations, and hopefully it's not premature, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the goodwill that we see here today will continue on into the very important meetings that are going to be taking place between the Minister of Health and the advocacy group and the clients of the clients or the victims of thalidomide. The task force actually launched an official campaign called Right the Wrong, which was calling on the government to provide survivors with $100,000 annually per person and $250,000 lump sum payment. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if that's the actual amount that's being advocated today, but this is something in which, again, it's important that we have these type of advocacy groups to bring something that's tangible, something that we can bring to the table, that the government can look at and appropriately budget for. This is, I think, a reasonable ask that is being suggested here. While the health minister has not yet met with the victims, we do understand that meeting is going to be taking place. There are some other important points that I think that are worthy of mentioning. As I've indicated, there's the 95 survivors today that are living with this severe disability, and Canada's drug approval system failed these Canadians once. They need the compensation and the government support now for the rest of their lives. The government has a clear responsibility to assist thalidomide survivors who suffer from severe pain and disability and are unable to take care of themselves. For me, again, personally, Mr. Speaker, what makes this rather a unique situation is the fact of the innocence of it all. And I pointed this out earlier, where you have a drug that is brought into Canada. You have Health Canada that gives its approval for the drug, and then you have our medical doctors recognizing that the drug has been approved by Canada, believing that it was okay for them to prescribe the drug. And that's, in fact, what they did, Mr. Speaker, not knowing in terms of the consequences. I think it's important that we also recognize that the science that we have today in clinical tests for medicines or new drugs that are coming on stream are there, and the checks that we have in place today are there in part because of this experience that we had during the 60 and 61, 50, 59, 60, 61, in that time span, Mr. Speaker. I like to think that Health Canada did learn a great deal in terms of just how bad things could go if they don't do their job and they don't do it right, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe that as a whole, in comparison to around the world, that Canada Health does do a great job in terms of making sure that the drugs that we have that are approved are in fact safe, but there is room for improvement. And one of the ways that I would demonstrate the need for improvement was legislation that we passed, and again it was with the unanimous support of the House, the Vanessa's Law. It was a piece of a private member's bill that was again taken on as an initiative of one member that was able to share it with the House. The House saw the value of Vanessa's Law, and that particular private member's bill received unanimous support, Mr. Speaker. Again, the biggest benefactor are going to be the public as a whole. And at the end of the day, knowledge is gold. It's interesting. I was talking with my health critic, and she was talking about in Europe where they actually post clinical trials of new medications, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think this is something in which maybe we should be looking at here in Canada. You know, there's different ways in which we should be looking at why it is that maybe we're not as transparent in regards to providing the public information when faulty drugs are recognized or there's adverse reactions. Are we doing enough on the issue of public information? I think there are ways in which we can still improve upon the system. And as I say, the Vanessa's Law is a great example of just how we can still actually make a difference, Mr. Speaker. I see that you're telling me I do not have very much more time, only 2 minutes to go. And, you know, I want to maybe just emphasize something that I mentioned at the beginning. And that is, if you want, you should try to, as much as possible, to put a real face on this issue. And, you know, earlier today, I did read the Globe and Mail article, and it was last week. I don't have the actual day that it was on the net, Mr. Speaker, but I suspect it was printed in their newspaper itself. There is a wonderful story, and I wanted to compliment Joanne Hebert for having the courage and the wisdom to be able to share her story through the Globe and Mail with all of us inside this chamber, and in fact all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's because of individuals like her that we are able to build on the type of consensus and make a difference here in Ottawa. And I would like to think that the reason why we're going to be passing this unanimously, Mr. Speaker, is because of those efforts of individuals like Joanne and others that have have done such a wonderful job in presenting the case and showing that we have not provided justice on this issue. And hopefully by passing this motion, and hopefully by the Minister of Health meeting with the advocacy group, that justice is just around the corner. We know it cannot be quick enough, Mr. Speaker. So we, within the Liberal Party, would ask the government, in particular the Minister of Health, to act hastily in trying to resolve and get that agreement as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the support from the Honourable Member who just spoke for the motion today, and I would certainly agree with him that, that the real heroes are the incredibly strong advocates, the thalidomide survivors themselves, who have had the courage to speak out and to be visible and to bring this incredible tragedy and story of what's happening 50 years after, to bring it to full public light. And for sure, the Globe and Mail article was pretty amazing. It was actually last Saturday. I'd also like to mention that I think we should also thank a public relations firm called Campbell Strategies, actually a former member of Parliament, because they've been working truly pro bono with the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force for about 1.5 years on this issue. And I think we all recognize, you know, it's really hard to bring something forward and to get that kind of national attention. When you do and things come together, it's very powerful, and that's what happened. So I did want to just also mention the very important role and ongoing work that Campbell Strategies has provided in supporting the thalidomide survivors in terms of a communication strategy and helping them as they brought this story forward. I would like to ask the member, he mentioned Bill C-17, and he mentioned that in Europe, clinical trials are fully disclosed. And he's correct, that is the situation. And I wanted him to know that when we debated Bill 17 in the House, and we had it in committee, it was passed unanimously,
but we in the NDP actually brought forward, probably 23 amendments, one of which, in fact, several of which were about full disclosure in clinical trials. Whether or not the trials were positive or negative, our belief is that you have to have full transparency and disclosure, because this is information that's often used by researchers. It's often information that's used in other trials that may happen. So that kind of full disclosure and public disclosure is really, really important. Now, unfortunately, all of those amendments were defeated. Now, the bill itself is a very important step forward, but I would agree with him. We still have more work to do on this file, and I want to ask him if he believes that it's really critical to have public oversight of these kinds of issues in terms of drug safety. We never want to see a repeat of what happened with the women who took thalidomide thinking that they were taking a safe drug. So this kind of oversight is something that's very critical.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question and the comments from the member. I think that it is absolutely critical as we move forward that we look at ways in which we can improve upon the system. I've never really believed that we have to recreate the wheel, that if there's a system out there that's working well and seems to be effective and providing more transparency and accountability, that there's nothing wrong with taking a good idea. And when I made reference to the Europe model, it's something in which I know that the Liberal Party healthcare critic has talked about. And I think that this is something that we should be moving towards. And I can share a bit of the sense of frustration that I could detect from the member in regards to, you bring forward amendments. And in other governments we have seen, from what I understand, what I've been told in the past, where amendments from opposition parties were actually given real consideration, and quite often you would see amendments pass. That has not been the case with this particular government, and I know it can be frustrating when you're trying to improve upon legislation. Having said that, in regards to her other comments, Mr. Speaker, I find it very difficult. We can always sympathize. Empathy is another thing. Being born with this crippling disorder, if I can put disorder, I'm not even 100% sure of the actual word I should be using on it, and having to live your life through the type of pain and discomfort that people or the clients or victims of thalidomide have had to endure for 50 years plus is got to be something in which we just cannot really comprehend. And that's the reason why I just want to highlight just the fact of how brave these individuals have been. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, and I made reference to this in my remarks, being the parent of a child back then, and possibly, quite possibly, even the sense of guilt, for example, that might have existed back then. I think that this is just something in which we owe it to the survivors and to the families of the survivors to get this thing right and to do it hastily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this has been, I think, a very good debate today. It's a very important issue, and we often debate and talk about issues in very broad terms. We examine legislation that can be very sweeping. We've even looked at omnibus bills that have 1,000 pages in them and cover everything from A to Z. And so I do think that it's very significant that today we're focusing in on something that is very specific. It is about 95 people who have survived under very, very difficult circumstances because of the drug thalidomide. So we don't usually have this kind of debate. And I think we felt very compelled to bring this forward in the House because we wanted to see Parliament speak with one voice. We wanted to see action. We wanted to see this issue dealt with in a way that is just, that there's a proper settlement. And so I think that the debate today has been very good to, it kind of takes us out of our work in a way in terms of where we're looking at the big picture, and it forces us to look at individual lives. And I was very fortunate to meet two of the survivors on Tuesday at the press conference that we held, and I was so inspired by both of the women who were there for their courage and just how down to earth they were in their approach to life, while at the same time trying to imagine the difficulties that they live with every day in terms of daily life. And it strikes me that it does also speak to our healthcare system. And in fact, there are many people in our society who have conditions and illnesses and situations. The whole question of home care, the whole question of caregiving is something that is really huge in this country. And I thought I would just touch upon that and ask the member if that's something that we should, obviously we need to pay attention to, that there are huge issues in this country around supporting caregivers, and they need to give much better financial support because so many families are now facing this as an issue.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I can address both of the comments. First, in regards to the uniqueness of the motion itself, it's actually provides, I think, a great deal of comfort, not only to members of the House, but I would also like to think to Canadians as a whole, that as a country we have a population in excess of 35 million people. But today, we've set aside today to talk about the direct lives of 95 people, and to branch that out to include 95 people and their respective family and friends. And it kind of expands out from that point. So we have an initiative that ultimately focuses in on a relatively small number of Canadians, but it's a very important issue, Mr. Speaker. And we don't underestimate the importance of it, and that's the reason why it's actually being debated. Prior, there would have been discussions. We heard from all individuals, where, oh yes, we don't like what's happening and we want to see justice given to thalidomide victims and so forth. This kind of narrows the focus, and I see that as a positive thing. In regards to the broader issue of health care, Mr. Speaker, I used to be a health care critic for the province of Manitoba and very much understand the importance of health care to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I'll save my comments on that particular issue maybe for another debate. It would probably take me a few hours to really share my concerns in regards to health care, believing that I always thought, health care is one of those things that identify us as Canadians. It's a part of who we are, and we've got to protect it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Drummond on Parks Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Lambert.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to tell you that I will be sharing my time. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the motion, standing in the name of the member for Vancouver East. I'd like to underscore the exceptional work that she does in her riding and in Parliament for many years with respect to public health policy. And that's why today I'm very happy to make my contribution to her motion by supporting it, this motion which is designed to remedy a historic wrong. The objective of this motion in the House is to provide full support to survivors of thalidomide, to defend their rights and dignity which have long been forgotten about. Let's think back to the historic facts surrounding this issue. In 1961, the government approved the sale of thalidomide. It was at the time deemed safe. It was prescribed for morning sickness in pregnant women. Thalidomide, however, led to a number of miscarriages and congenital malformations. What we are talking about here are malformations that are debilitating. Organs that are missing at birth, blindness, deafness, among other things. Many children suffering from the effects of thalidomide have been born in the world. While thalidomide was taken off the shelves in 1961 in other countries that had marketed it, in Canada it remained on sale until August of 1962. We'll never know how many Canadian families were affected by this scourge, but still today there are some 100 survivors who remain. Well, taking this medication had tragic implications for many families. The government never offered any apologies for this. I would remind the House that the commercialization of this drug was approved by the federal government of the day. It is therefore logical for the federal government to respond to the obligations it has. We urge the government to symbolically recognize the mistake that it made and to officially present an apology to victims and their families. This gesture, while modest in nature, is absolutely essential to restore their dignity. However, the simple recognition of responsibility for the government will not wipe out to the extent of the suffering. That can only be measured in looking at the state of health of survivors. I think that it's absolutely essential for this House to be made aware of the horrific health conditions these survivors are living in, to understand the need for assistance. Having lived for decades with this problem, they suffer chronic pain, debilitating pain. Many of them are unable to use their limbs in order to care for themselves. Their spine is damaged, their joints are damaged, and this limits their mobility. They are highly dependent on other people, caregivers, for things as simple as feeding themselves or dressing. These functional limitations prevent them from participating in social activities and from holding a job. They are often in a very unstable financial and social situation. They must depend on their aging parents in many cases. In this regard, the government undertook discussions with respect to compensation for families affected in the 1960s, but the only support provided took the shape of a very low lump sum payment in 1992 in order to respond to this urgent situation. However, their health needs significantly exceeded that lump sum amount and far exceeds what is provided under the provincial healthcare system. Therefore, it is essential for the government to help them. And this goes beyond partisan issues. That is why I'm happy that the Minister of Health has announced yesterday, her intent to support this motion. The support shows the pertinency of the position from a healthcare perspective and the importance of listening to families and survivors. Our approach, as in all areas, is a responsible and reasoned one. We are working hand in hand with our partner groups. That enables us to note the needs in terms of social issues, to assess the impact of these things, and to seek out constructive solutions that will help advance social justice in conjunction with the people involved and the provinces.
We can have a compensation plan that is indispensable. Foreign examples show that this is possible. In the UK, the government recently implemented an annual subsidy for the healthcare of survivors administered by a trust. The funds come from the government on the one hand and from the distributor of thalidomide on the other. I think it is fair, as a matter of principle, that nobody should profit from harm caused to others, and companies that profited from the distribution of this drug should pay for the needs of the victims. In the UK, this means average subsidies of 98,000 Canadian dollars per year per victim who can use them according to their needs in order to improve their quality of life. This example should inspire us. Therefore, I'm asking the Minister of Health to cooperate with the task force for thalidomide survivors to negotiate the creation of an assistance program which would seek to establish a fund similar to the one in the UK for victims of thalidomide. And it would have two main aspects. First of all, a one-time payment to the survivors to meet their immediate needs, notably health care, devices to help them in everyday life. And secondly, a monthly subsidy calculated depending on their level of disability to meet their medical and other needs. This program should also create an independent bureau to administer and supervise the fund. It should also provide for an oversight and supervision system that would be given to an independent organization. Mr. Speaker, let's help our fellow citizens and have them find their dignity. These survivors are aging. Their families can no longer give them the care they need. We have to find a solution now that will allow them to live with dignity and obtain the support they need. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at reality in the face, and thanks to the support of all parties for this motion, we are on the verge of building a humane, fair, and constructive solution for the victims and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Saint-Lambert for her speech. As we say, of course, the harm's been done, and you now have to find a way to fix the damage, at least in part, and compensate for what is experienced by the remaining victims. We know that in Canada there are very few, so in a way the compensation, or what it represents as a financial figure, is very low. In other countries, they have shown us the way, and we're very pleased to see that the government is supporting this plan to provide compensation to support these victims actively. So I'd like to hear my colleague tell us whether Canada should have an approach that is comparable to that of the UK or Germany, two countries that have been very compassionate and that have taken very concrete action to help these victims. The member for Saint-Lambert. I thank my colleague for his question. Of course, it's essential to make sure that right of reparations is determined by whatever the government brings forth. There have been precursors. I cited Germany and the UK. I think we do have real examples on which we can base ourselves here and listen to the requests by the families and the victims and act in a constructive, positive way to make sure that the aid that they get totally covers all their needs.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very fine comments today. I thought she was very thoughtful in her approach, as all members have been in the House today. And my colleague, when he asked a question, asked about settlements in other countries and whether or not that was something that we should follow here. And I think that's interesting for us to talk about. However, at the end of the day, this motion really compels the government to act. It opens the door. It allows the association, the Survivors Task Force, to meet with the government. It sets a framework. And I do want to say that I think we will be watching that very carefully. We want to see that there is immediate follow-up. We don't want to see this dragged out. It needs to be something that is resolved quickly. So I wonder if the member would agree with me when I say that we as individual members of Parliament, as a party, but as Parliament as a whole, this motion, if it's passed on Monday, which I believe it will be, which is terrific, that then we actually have to be very vigilant and we have to work with the survivors to make sure that there is follow-up, and we have to hold the government to account and to make sure that they do live up to the spirit and the words of the motion, so that progress is made. We don't want any delays here. We want to see a process that can unfold quickly, and that there can be a resolution.
Député de Saint-Lambert.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. I thank my colleague for her question. Of course, Mr. Speaker, decades have passed since the births of these people and the consequences on their lives and that of the families. There are now about 100, and I think the time has long passed that we should go forward and quickly. We will be vigilant in all respects so that following the adoption of this motion, there be genuine follow-up done as quickly as possible. It is urgent. That's not negotiable. And I think that indeed what's going on today is universal agreement to this motion, and that has to be followed by concrete action. And of course, we will be there to make sure that that follow-up happens and that the families and the victims get some real change in their lives. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to begin this speech with an announcement. This morning at 4:30 a.m., my constituency office assistant, Stephanie Roy, gave birth to Gabrielle, a daughter. We've been waiting for that baby a long time, so I'm sure that you all join me in welcoming Gabrielle and wish the best of luck to Stephanie and Danny. I'd like to take this opportunity to draw a parallel with the motion we're studying here today, because if Gabrielle had the opportunity to be born in good health, other children don't have that chance. That's fate, perhaps, you may say, but sometimes what we do influences the lives of children to be born. There are personal choices that are strongly recommended to women, avoiding alcohol and tobacco, for instance. But beyond individual choices, we have societal choices to make. In this chamber, we have the privilege and the heavy responsibility of discussing, analyzing, and carefully examining all sorts of bills and projects that will have an influence on the health of Canadians. In 1961, during the 30 glorious post-war boom with unbridled scientific development, the government of Canada approved the sale of thalidomide. It was supposed to eradicate morning sickness. I must say that a few years later, I was pregnant of twins. I heard that I was having twins only when they were born, but I had to take medication. Thalidomide was no longer on the market, but we were still afraid. That was a great scientific advance. However, that promise of morning sickness-free pregnancy quickly disappeared. Babies started to be born with limb deformities, missing organs, deafness, and blindness. Having a baby is always a wonderful thing, but when that child is malformed, it's sad for the whole family. That individual is born heavily compromised for life, and on their side, the parents will have extra work, in addition to be very sad for the rest of their lives. The thing here is not to decide whether thalidomide was good or bad. It was bad. I think we all understood that long ago. The point is to see how we can act responsibly now to help and compensate victims of thalidomide. It's surprising that we're still talking about this so many years later when we consider that this drug was taken off the shelves in the 60s. But here we are. The federal government has a responsibility to ensure the safety of drugs on our territory. In this case, perhaps the government did not fulfill its duty. Perhaps additional studies needed to be done. Perhaps there had to be more time. But whatever the case, it is our duty to assume our responsibilities and help the survivors of thalidomide. It's difficult to know exactly how many victims there were in Canada, how many miscarriages happened without any link being made with this drug, how many victims died of their deformities since the 1960s. It's hard to say. What we do know, however, is that about 100 people survive thalidomide and are aging today with acute and constant pain. Some of them have spinal problems, which prevents them from being able to move around alone. Some cannot meet their basic needs, such as using the toilet or feeding themselves. 100 is not many people when you consider the population of Canada, but for every person who has not been healthy all their lives, that is a daily calamity. In 1991, the Conservative government offered a lump sum compensation package to thalidomide victims by asking them to sign an agreement that they would not request more. Unfortunately, that's a kind of way to buy peace because the amounts offered were far lower than what was needed to meet the needs of these victims and their families, who are faced with a health system that is not designed to meet their needs. Since then, we've more or less had radio silence. I don't want to be preachy, but we have to admit that Conservative and Liberal governments that succeeded one another since the 60s never thought it a good idea to solve this situation once and for all. This gives a very strange message to fellow citizens. It tells us that even if we take bad decisions, it doesn't matter because there are no consequences. Today, the number of drugs on the market continues to grow. There are hundreds of products that cross our borders, and new biotechnology is being developed every day. Don't we want a responsible government under these circumstances? If we choose to compensate the victims of thalidomide appropriately, that will show to what extent we are serious when it comes to the health of our communities. If we continue to do nothing, it will mean that we tolerate having people suffer because of our poor decision-making. Such negligence will also lead to questions about the way we approve drugs that enter our borders. I think we need to act. Other countries have given far more. For instance, in England, the government has compensated survivors and their families. And one interesting fact is that also asked the distributor of the drug to do its share. So survivors get some $88,000 a year. That helps them carry out daily tasks that are very ordinary in relative comfort and make their lives more tolerable. Germany offered a one-time lump sum payment as well as periodic payments of up to 10,000 Canadian dollars. This country also created a 30 million euro fund to cover specific needs. Here, the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force has asked the government to negotiate with it the creation of a program for a one-time payment for immediate needs as well as monthly payments. These payments would be calculated in accordance with the degree of disability of the victim. I think it's not too much to ask if we expect fair compensation for the victims of thalidomide. As I said earlier, it's our responsibility as a government to protect the population in all circumstances. Protection is not something done only by the army and the police. It's also a matter of judgment. The proper decisions have to be made for the good of the public. Now, the government made a mistake, and the government must react. Of course, it's been 50 years, but we're still talking about it today, as I was saying earlier. The survivors of thalidomide are aging in great pain, and their families are exhausted. Even if there are not many of them, we have a duty to help them. And I do repeat, a duty. We must find a solution now that will help them live in dignity. These survivors must know that their suffering is not the result of total negligence of their government, but a sad accident of history. But to be responsible as a government and prove to the survivors of thalidomide that we can still take charge of these things, this House must absolutely support my colleague's motion. And I understand, Mr. Speaker, that seems to be the case. Thus, perhaps we can alleviate some of the suffering of these victims and remove some of the burden from their families. That's what social solidarity means in Canada, and Canada has always traditionally aspired to that, and we must act accordingly. Better late than never, as we always say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Joliette for her speech, and I'm very happy, like everyone here in the House of Commons, to I'm very happy to hear the great news from concerning the employee of the member who just gave birth. I think that's possibly the best way to start a speech like this, and it reminds us that giving birth is just about the greatest event in someone's life. And when there's a tragedy, particularly a tragedy that is caused by a twist of fate that could have been avoided, well, that adds to the tragedy of this story, the thalidomide story. Well, Mr. Speaker, we can't go back in time, we can't change history, but we can certainly provide compensation, and it appears as though all members of this House want to see us meet the needs of the victims of thalidomide and concretely offer them support so that they can improve their lives or at least have a bit of comfort. And so I would like to ask my colleague, to what extent is it urgent that we act? To what extent is it urgent that we act and that we take a step forward as quickly as possible without getting caught up in the details? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, it's very important that we act as quickly as possible to help the victims of this medical error, this drug that has caused a lot of suffering, not just to those who were born with physical deformities, but also to the families who have had to work to support the victims of the drug. It's hard for parents to see a child who can't play, who can't go to school normally, who can't play soccer, who can't play baseball because they don't have arms, they don't have legs, because they have to live with these physical deformities. And yes, my colleague is right. We absolutely must work as quickly as possible to put in place the necessary compensation for the victims and for their families, to offer them some support, and so that we can ensure that they have a better life than what they've had to live through for the last 50 years.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to say to my colleague, I thought she made a beautiful speech. And I too love the way she began about talking about the birth of her staff person's new baby. And you know, I feel we've all been touched by this in a very personal way. I've actually had various members of the House just coming up and chatting and talking about someone, a friend, someone they know in their riding who's a thalidomide survivor, or letters that they've received or emails, and it's been very personal. And I just wanted to say, so it's not really a question, it's a comment, that the last night, the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force, they went home and they were already getting back to work, and they actually typed out a list with the help of Natalie from Campbell Strategies, a list of members of Parliament who were born in the years 1961, 1962, 1963. Now, I'm not going to read that out, but they had to do some research to figure that out. I don't want to embarrass anyone, but I think they were just really making the point that, you know, there's so many people who are touched by this, and even people who were born in those years and their mother didn't take thalidomide, which I'm sure they're very thankful for, but it really makes you think if you were born in those years. And so I just really wanted to put that on the record, because they did do that work to think about members of Parliament who were born in those years.
The Honourable Member for Joliette, a brief answer, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for all the work that she's done and that she's doing on health issues. And yes, earlier I mentioned I had twins, and yes, it was difficult to have two children, and it's a challenging thing to do. So I took medication to help me deal with that, as I was saying earlier, and I was always worried, will my children be normal at the end? Even if I wasn't taking that particular drug, the concern was there, and I was concerned about that for a certain amount of time. But I hope that when Canadians take medication, be it pregnant women or any other, I hope they won't have to worry about this sort of thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we get underway with resuming debate and the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre, I'll let him know that there are only about 7.5 minutes remaining in the time permitted for government, or rather the business of supply this afternoon. So I'll give him the usual signal, and we'll wrap up at that time. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all members of this House for the speeches that they've made throughout the day on this very important topic. The member who was just speaking, making a comment, I was born in 1961, so by the grace of God go I, and I, of course, growing up in the 60s and 70s, knew people that were affected by this, and in fact went to school with one. And I stand in that person's honor to speak today. And I say without equivocation that our government absolutely empathizes with all victims of thalidomide. And like other health-related tragedies in our country's history, I think back to tainted blood and the hepatitis C and the thalidomide tragedy. None of this will be forgotten by our government, nor by any Canadians. Nothing can ever undo the pain and the suffering and the incredibly challenging and difficult circumstances that these people and these families had to endure. However, thalidomide was not just a failure of the Canadian drugs protection system, it was also an international failure of tragic proportions. Countless instances of miscarriages were caused by the drug. More than 12,000 thalidomide babies were born in 46 countries around the world during the early 60s, including more than 100 in Canada. Now, only 8,000 of those 12,000 children survived past their first birthday, and of course, there are fewer and fewer survivors every year. To think that so many children were born with severe birth defects because their mothers were given a new medication to simply alleviate a morning sickness is something that, in this day and age, we have a difficult time comprehending. And the number of survivors in Canada is now less, as I alluded to a minute ago, at less than 100. And at this stage, the physical challenges that they have faced all their lives are only getting worse. Their health, like so many of us who grow older is deteriorating. And as I said at the beginning, you know, I am exactly in that age bracket, exactly born in those years, and this is something that as this topic came up, was foremost in my mind. However, for them, even the simplest of tasks, like getting dressed and preparing a meal, things that we all take for granted, additional daily challenges, you know, it's incredibly difficult to continue to do, because as their parents and their loved ones and they themselves are aging, it just makes their lives increasingly more difficult. And in the late 60s and early 70s, thalidomide survivors and their families did take legal action against the various companies who manufactured or distributed thalidomide. Eventually, they were awarded settlements, but in most countries, these settlements included monthly or annual payments based on the level of disability of the individual. And in Canada, Mr. Speaker, the story was in fact quite different. There were no trial verdicts. The families at the time settled out of court. As part of their settlement, they were not to discuss the amounts of those settlements. And not surprisingly, this resulted in a very wide disparity in the compensation amounts, with varying settlements for individuals with similar levels of disability. And it was a disturbing outcome, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, manufacturers of drugs have a legal and a moral responsibility to the users of its products. In this instance, I would argue that they failed to live up to that responsibility. And over the last few years, we have seen more and more countries affected by the thalidomide tragedy consider or provide compensation for victims. But let's not forget that while these countries have recently stepped up, Canada was one of the few at the forefront in 1991. The government at the time paid $7.5 million to thalidomide survivors who were born in Canada and whose mothers had taken the drug, Kevadon or Telamol, during their pregnancy. And it was meant to supplement the amount provided to victims by the drug manufacturer, who at that time was thought to be enough. Jurisdictions around the world differ widely in how they compensate thalidomide survivors. And there was an $89 million class action settlement this year in Australia and New Zealand, about 100 victims and the drug distributor. And in 2009, Brazil provided victims a one-time lump sum of $100,000 in U.S. funds, whereas Italy is providing its victims with a yearly sum of 43,000 euros. Accordingly, in the United Kingdom, the government announced over $80 million over 10 years in December 2012 to the Thalidomide Trust for additional financial support for England's remaining 325 survivors, many of whom are unable to work and require adapted homes and adapted cars in order to function. In Germany, where the largest number of European survivors reside, individuals are provided a lump sum linked up to the severity of the disability and a monthly allowance for life. The average amount for German survivors is 10,000 euros per year. In Ireland, survivors and their families entered into a compensation agreement with the thalidomide manufacturer for a lump sum depending on the severity of disability and a monthly allowance for life. The Japanese government shared the cost of its $18 million compensation plan with the manufacturer in an out-of-court settlement. And in Scandinavia, biannual payments, depending on the level of disability, average between 6,000 and 20,000 euros a year for survivors up to 2010. The average amount following 2010 has increased between 9,000 and 30,000 euros a year. And unfortunately, in Spain, survivors have never received the compensation from the manufacturer, and hopefully that is redressed. But, Mr. Speaker, our government may be able to learn from these examples. And the Minister of Health said this week she is committed, absolutely committed, to having a discussion with the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada about the situation of survivors and the proposal that they have put forward. This will be an opportunity to listen and to share and to explore what has been done in other jurisdictions also facing these same challenges. And the Minister of Health is always looking for ways to protect Canadians from unsafe health products. Her record includes giving the government new tools to better respond to drug safety issues, such as the power to recall unsafe drugs, impose stiff financial penalties, and require mandatory adverse reaction reporting by healthcare facilities. Health Canada is making more drug safety information available to Canadians than ever before so that they can make informed decisions for themselves and for their families. And while these new measures do not ease the burden of victims, their story helped inspire tougher rules for the testing and licensing of drugs, which has led to Canada having one of the safest and most rigorous drug approval systems in the world. This government is always looking for ways to help patients as a result, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Health is eager to learn more about the increasing health needs of thalidomide survivors as they approach older age and the complex health needs that can arise. But it's also more than just talking and also more than just listening. It's also about understanding what has happened and learning from those circumstances. At the time, drug manufacturers touted the drugs as safe for use. Doctors believed the drugs to be safe. Federal drug regulators classified them as safe, but we now know they were anything but safe. The events surrounding the thalidomide scandal reinforce the recognition that drug safety is of paramount importance to all of Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, we of course have Vanessa's Law right now, too, which is helping be able to regulate and make sure that our drug system is even safer, and all the protections that have been put around that bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I see you nodding at me, and I will leave it at that. But, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to stand up and speak on behalf of thalidomide victims. This is something that I grew up with and have understanding of, and in fact, several constituents have raised this concern with me, and I'm honored to be able to address this on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Raynaud, moved that, in the opinion of the House, A, full support should be offered to survivors of thalidomide, B, the urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected by thalidomide should be recognized, and C, the government should provide support to survivors as requested by the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force. Madame Sella.
Madame Sella, seconded by Mr. Pilon, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by replacing the words "as requested by" with the words "in cooperation with."
On the amendment, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes? Oui? Adopté.
Adopted. Carried.
The next question, then, is on the main motion as amended, and the question is as follows. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Raynaud, moved that, in the opinion of the House, A, full support should be offered to survivors of thalidomide, B, the urgent need to defend the rights and dignity of those affected by thalidomide should be recognized, and C, the government should provide support to survivors in cooperation with the Thalidomide Survivors Task Force.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? That all those in favor of the motion, please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP asks that this vote be deferred until Monday, December 1st, 2014, at the end of the time set out for government orders. Consequently, the vote will be deferred until Monday, at the end of the time set aside for government orders.
The end of government orders? Oh yeah, okay. Now, I see the Honourable Member for Oxford standing for some peculiar reason. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock as 5:30.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of report stage of Bill C-591, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act, Pension and Benefits, in the name of Mr. Van Kesteren.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Van Kesteren, seconded by Mr. Sweet, moves that Bill C-591, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act, Pension and Benefits, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? We? Agreed? Carried. And when shall the bill be read a third time? Right now. Mr. Van Kesteren, seconded by Mr. Sweet, moves that Bill C-591, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security Act, Pension and Benefits, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to be here this evening to talk about my private member's bill, Bill C-591, which proposes changes to the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act. When I first introduced the bill, it set out to deny Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security survivor benefits to anyone convicted of murdering their spouse, common law partner, or parent. This would apply to the allowance of the survivor benefit, the CPP death benefit, the CPP orphan benefit, and the CPP survivor benefit. Initially, the bill only proposed to deny benefits to those who were convicted of first and second-degree murder. However, after listening to concerns expressed in the House and consultations with the Canadian public, I decided to expand the bill to include those convicted of manslaughter. First, let me explain why manslaughter wasn't included at the start. Unlike murder, manslaughter is an offense where the death is not intended, although there may be intent to cause harm. So the crimes can range from near accidental deaths to near murder. As you can imagine, this leaves a very large gray area. Initially, I was concerned, due to the wide spectrum of cases that manslaughter can represent, denying survivor benefits might not be right in certain circumstances. Because of this, I initially left those convicted of manslaughter outside of the bill. I was also very pleased that the government moved amendments, seconded by the NDP, to ensure manslaughter be included. The bill now proposes that in a manslaughter case where the sentence is suspended, that is, the convicted person doesn't serve time in prison, they would still be eligible to receive survivor benefits. A suspended sentence tends to be given when there are exceptional circumstances surrounding the act of manslaughter and when the person is not considered a danger to society. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely rare for someone to be convicted of manslaughter and be given a suspended sentence, but it does happen. Now, let me give you an example. Consider a woman who has suffered a history of violent abuse at the hands of her husband. If she is convicted of manslaughter but receives a suspended sentence, she would still be eligible for survivor benefits. But I repeat, in the vast majority of cases, a person convicted of manslaughter would be denied benefits. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that murder and manslaughter are reprehensible acts, and that's why I felt compelled to bring forth this serious issue to Parliament. This bill is not just important to me, but to all those who believe that a victim's rights should come before criminals. It will bring the Act in line with a long-standing judicial principle. And that principle states that no one convicted of a crime should benefit from that crime. That's what my private member's bill aims to do. I also want to point out that once this bill is passed, its provisions will be applied retroactively. That means anyone convicted of murder or manslaughter who has been receiving Canada Pension Plan or Old Age Security survivor benefits will have to repay the government. Fortunately, the changes to legislation we're talking about today will affect very few people. About 30 people each year in Canada would be denied survivor benefits due to these circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I have been assured that the government will make every effort to ensure these people are denied any survivor benefits. That's why the Department of Employment and Social Development reached out to victims' advocacy groups and other stakeholders. Stakeholders have been asked to notify the Department of Employment and Social Development when a convicted murderer or person convicted of manslaughter applies for Canada Pension Plan or Old Age Security benefits. I was pleased that this bill has received unanimous support in the House and at committees at all parties, and I would also like to acknowledge my colleagues from Hamilton Mountain for advocacy on this issue. I encourage all members of this House to continue to support this piece of legislation and pass it quickly. Support this and pass it quickly so that it may become law as soon as possible. This bill is about doing what's right for Canadians, and that's what all our constituents sent us here to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the member opposite to clarify a couple of things. He talked about a retroactive payment. So people who have committed murder would have to return the amounts that they had received in terms of survivor benefits, so they would have to pay that back. And when would that begin? And how far back would that go? And the figures that I have on a different topic show that 81% of these people who are killed in Canada are women as compared to 3% who are men. If you could comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her questions. In reference to the first question, you asked when would this take place? When would this retroactive part of the bill take place? It would take place when the bill becomes law. And it would apply to those that have been receiving benefits. So anyone in prison today that is receiving benefits, for whatever period of time that is, would have to pay the government back. The other question was in regards to the difference, and if I understand the question correctly, the percentages of male and female, and she's absolutely correct that in most cases that this would apply. The statistics that she forwarded are right, that in most cases it's a larger percentage with males than with females. Does that answer your question?
Doesn't answer my question. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Markham-Unionville.
Speaker, and as has been said, all parties support this bill, including the Liberal Party, so we are certainly in favour of it. But just to follow up to the last question, in terms of the retroactivity, if somebody is already in prison having murdered his wife, his future benefits will be taken away. But is the member saying also he may have received those benefits for, let us say, 10 years? Will he be obliged to repay that money? And what if he doesn't have the money? How does that work?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Essex.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and the answer to the question is yes, he would repay that money right back from the start. There has been cases in the past, I know the honourable member knows that too, that in cases of hardship, the government, of course, would recognize that and work with that. But any money accumulated that would be there would be to be paid back to the government.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite, or in fact, the Liberal member for completing the question. But what I would like to know now from the member opposite is an answer to this. Now, I have a friend. Her mother was shot to death in 1986-87 by her husband. So where does this duty lie to remit the repayment? Does it go back to the 30, 40 years? Is there a date associated with that?
Chatham-Kent-Essex.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question as well. And yes, it would. It's a terrible, tragic situation that you cite. I don't know the particulars, but all those that have been receiving benefits would be obligated by law to repay those benefits. So there will be some, and as I said in my opening remarks, my speech, fortunately there are not many. However, the law would be retroactive.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I join my voice to that of my colleagues in order to clean up some of our legislation. Here we are dealing with the elimination of a gaping loophole, correcting an enormous shortcoming, and reestablishing a reality that was in the past very cruel. And that's why the majority of us got into politics. That is my reason as well. It's also a matter of recognizing that the NDP is a champion for protecting victims, families of people in mourning. This bill that we have before us today prevents the paying of a survivor benefit, a death benefit, or an orphan benefit to someone who's been found guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree, or manslaughter if they have committed that offense against the plan holder. I'd like to go back over the three important aspects of this bill. First of all, why the bill wasn't adopted earlier. Secondly, the fact that this bill was amended at a parliamentary committee. And thirdly, the link between this bill and the work being done by women's groups. Now, I want to talk about the background leading up to this bill. In the NDP, we give a voice to citizens who are dealing with unfair situations. Many come to our meetings and our ridings, and they share with us their concerns. That was the case for the member for Hamilton Mountain, who in 2011 received a letter mentioning that a person had assassinated his wife and after had been convicted of manslaughter was receiving survivor's benefits. Normally, that benefit is paid to the spouse of the deceased contributor. Now, it's very surprising that a person responsible for killing his or her spouse would be in a position to receive this amount. The same legislative shortcoming applies for the death benefit and for the orphan benefit. So a person who is found guilty of first or second degree murder or manslaughter can receive funds relating to the death of the victim. The legislation enables assassins to benefit from having murdered their spouse or one of their parents. And that runs counter to a principle of law that states no one must derive benefit from a crime. The eligibility criteria for the government's benefit programs allow the opposite. To remedy the situation, in June 2011, my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, tabled a bill. So, why did the Conservatives wait so long before taking interest in this shortcoming? The member for Chatham-Kent Essex, the sponsor of the bill, even admitted that this was a loophole that had existed for a long time. The NDP on many occasions called for changes. We're very happy to have opened the government's eyes, the eyes of this House as well, to this reality, but especially with respect to the need for legislative change. Secondly, I must underscore the work that was done at the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Since the start of my mandate in 2011, I must say that it's rather exceptional for the government to accept amendments to bills. In the version put to the committee, this bill contained only reference to people who were found guilty of first or second degree murder. Some evidence identified the fact that manslaughter was excluded from the bill and that would be leaving a major shortcoming in policy. However, as mentioned earlier, this bill is designed to fix a problem, not to leave cracks. The private member's bill from the NDP, which was at the origin of this bill, also included manslaughter. According to Ms. Heidi Illingworth, the Executive Director of the Canadian Resource Centre for Victims of Crime, a number of family murders and spousal murders lead to pleas that result in manslaughter. That is why the NDP felt it was important to include manslaughter in the Bill C-591. The Conservative member for Chatham-Kent Essex acknowledged that measure had been put forth by the member for Hamilton Mountain. The idea was taken into consideration and subsequently incorporated into the bill we have before us today. Thirdly, I want to talk about the impact of this bill on Canadian citizens, but especially on women's groups. As you know, since I became the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, Well, in fact, before becoming a member, the Member of Parliament for this riding, I devoted my career to helping women's groups in the Quebec National Capital Region, and I was very much aware and confronted with the horrors that women experience on a daily basis. It can be harassment, domestic violence, conjugal violence, and sometimes murder. According to statistics, women are much more likely to be victims of domestic homicide. According to police data in 2011, 81 women and 13 men were victims of domestic homicide in Canada. Each year in Canada, women and men are assassinated, and sometimes members of their own families are responsible for that. Now imagine the bitterness for the loved ones who discover that a person who has killed their loved one is now benefiting from the death of that person. This would be another difficult situation for the victim's loved ones, and that is this bill, which is at the basis, which is stemmed from an NDP initiative, eliminates the possibility for a spouse to benefit from these benefits, having been found guilty. The Women Abuse Working Group expressed its support for Bill C-206, standing in the name of the member for Hamilton Mountain, which was picked up by the member for Chatham Kent Essex in Bill C-591. Now that we see that the government is interested in our initiatives, ideas, and bills, I would allow myself to encourage members to think about the member for Churchill's recent ideas with respect to a national action plan to fight violence against women. And, of course, of the investigation that we need, or the inquiry into the missing and murdered Aboriginal women. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this issue is of crucial importance for all Canadians. Years ago, the NDP tabled legislation calling for change. When we see something is broken, it's important for all of us to fix it. Being found guilty of murder, first or second degree, or homicide is a penalty for a reprehensible act, not something that someone should be able to derive benefit from. It's deplorable that the Conservative government waited so long before presenting a bill to deal with this clear problem. We support this bill, and we are very happy to note that the Conservatives have finally recognized the need to fix the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have shown a good spirit of collaboration here, and that's quite rare in this House, in fact.
All parties, I understand, are in total agreement that this is a good bill and that we wish to pass it. So as a consequence, I don't think I have to wax too long on something on which we all agree, except to say that I also like the amendment that manslaughter would be included, except in cases where the person doesn't go to jail, which is relatively rare, but I think that is a good liberal compromise, shall we say. And sometimes when something so self-evident is presented, one wonders why we hadn't done it decades ago. Because for decades in this country, we have been rewarding people who kill their wife or their husband by giving them old age security. One wonders why some previous Liberal or Conservative government didn't fix that many years ago, or even an NDP MP could have done a private member's bill. It didn't happen, but in any event, it is happening now, and I think all of us are pleased with that, and I think that's really all that one has to say. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate with his 5-minute right of reply, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to take that much time, and I want to thank both my honourable members, or both the honourable members, for their kind words and for their succinct, I think, understanding of how we've all worked collectively. I would applaud them for mentioning that. As the member from Markham noted so well, we could all take credit, we could all take some of the blame. But today we're all here together, and we're going to correct this problem. And as was noted, this is a rare occurrence in this House. Oftentimes we seem to battle each other, but every one of us recognizes that this is something that must end. And so I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased to have been able to present this bill. I'm also very pleased to have been able to work with this House in such a cordial manner and to come to an agreement. And I hope that this bill will now move quickly through Senate and quickly become law so we can rectify something that was so wrong and turn it into something that is so right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? Yep. Question is as follows. Mr. Van Kesteren, seconded by Mr. Sweet, move that Bill C-591, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act, Pension and Benefits, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? All those in favour will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 3rd, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Okay.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been tabled and seconded. The question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Drummond, not being present, to rise during the adjournment debate. The question for which there was notice is withdrawn.
41. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.